Hello, everybody. It is once again time for the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. My name is Boulevard. Joining me once again is Skarzig. Skarzig, how you doing today? Are you excited for Legends of Runeterra straight to Worlds qualification action?
Always Boulevard. We've already had a couple big tournaments so far. This is a bit of the, global finale where we get to see how America is going to perform, what our metagame is going to look like. I can't wait to jump in.
Yeah, and it's exciting because right after this, we close another chapter. After this, the Eternal format will open up again. We look towards the next Runeterra Open in a totally different format. So this is bye-bye to Standard for now after today. So let's end it with a bang. And man, do we have some banger decks in front of us, Skarzig. But before we can get into all of that, we have to talk about the format that the players are going through in order to get to this point. Now, it should look familiar to all of you. 64 players in a single elimination, best of 3 bracket. They are bringing 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all, which has been more prevalent as of late. They're going to ban 1 deck from their opponent before the things begin. Then they cannot use a winning deck again after winning a game with it. Each tournament round will last for 65 minutes at maximum.
And I'm glad that you got that 65 minutes. I think the meta's been a little bit faster. But I want to also remind the folks about what these players are playing for. Not only is this the World Championship qualifier, you want to get that invite for first place. You're going to take that sweet prize pool of $5,000, 18 Runeterra points for yourself. Second place, also hitting up $2,500, which is nice. Third and fourth place, $750, and fifth through eighth, $250. Not too shabby for playing a game that we all know and love.
Yeah, it's a rather large prize pool for a free open entry style event. And of course, that Worlds invite is what everyone is looking for. But it's important to remember that these Runeterra points will also get you to the World Championship. And the numbers here are increased from your normal Runeterra Open. Again, a Worlds qualifier, functionally the same as a Runeterra Open, just the stakes are a little bit higher.
And that's the kind of thing that's going to bring the best of the best out of the woodwork to compete in these events, get those points. Even if you don't take it all down, the players who are really invested in the scene, testing, grinding constantly are going to accumulate these points. And I think that's a great way, Boulevard, to reward the most dedicated competitive players in our community.
And speaking of those competitive players, we're going to take a look at some of their names now as we head over to the bracket. We're going to go through this chunk by chunk. So looking at our first corner, we've got a couple of names that we recognize up there. Dolmont, Grey Merchant, Roomba Wax, Sleepy Punda, and many others. Of course, Floppy Mudkip down there at the bottom, a crowd favorite, a 3-time champion of these events.
Oh, and I have to give a special shout out to Dark Codius, the tempo decider himself. And Aurelia Azir has left me permanently scarred. Who knows what this man has brought?
Taking a look at the next part of the bracket, more names that we're going to recognize, including ABG Guy, another Runeterra Open winner, and of course Drissoth, the winner of the first Worlds qualifier here just a couple of months ago. Me and Skarzig were doing that one as well. We're excited to bring you the rest of today.
Yeah, heavy hitters in this corner of the bracket. That's going to be a stellar one. And of course, we got Max Got the Tracks in this next stage of the bracket. He's been kind of chugging right along, and this, I think, is going to be his first top 64 here.
I believe so as well. We've got a lot of fan favorites in this side of the bracket. Grandpa Roji up there as well. And of course, Push P, the Monuments of Power seasonal champion, making yet another top cut alongside NNT Elder Senor, another seasonal champion.
I love it when we have these long-standing names come through to show us how it's done. And then the final stage of the bracket, we got Spids versus Frozen Thrall. We got Quacko and M-Tux. That's another monumental match in Donut as well. Love to see these names coming back once again, Boulevard.
And can't forget Aikedo there at the top of the bracket. His fans would be ravenous if we didn't at least mention his name. The kid is on fire, had a 9-0 run here, and, credited for sort of popularizing the Pink Seraphine that has been performing well in EMEA and APAC that I think we expect to see even more of here in the Americas.
That brings up a really excellent point, though, Boulevard, that the Pink Seraphine was certainly a last-minute idea where Aikedo was able to put up those numbers and say, wait a minute, is this a real deck? Am I coping? What's going on? And a lot of players picked it up and ran with it. They not only trusted in Aikedo's prowess to build such a deck, but they also trusted in themselves to be able to pick it up and play it effectively. And that's something that we see consistently, I think, from the best players in this game, that they do not shy away from picking up a new strong deck, whatever they can think of to give an edge.
I'll tell you what else we see out of these players consistently. Forgetting about Seraphine, putting it down, and then 2 days before the open going, oh yeah, why did we put Seraphine down again? Oh, I guess I found a new deck with it. We're going to do this ad nauseum until the end of time, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at our first featured match of the day and the deck lists that she has brought, because that's right, Spids, who you might remember from a few hours ago, shoutcasting the top 64 of the APAC Worlds qualifier, has also made it to the top 64 of the Americas qualifier.
When you're casting, getting that read on the metagame, it translates beautifully into knowing what to bring yourself. Hopefully, we've got a beautiful Aatrox, Quinn, Vayne lineup with the classic Heimer Jace and Echo Jinx. A lot of anti-aggro I'm seeing here, Boulevard.
And I'm not surprised to see this at all. I think a couple of days ago, rather, people were really on, okay, yeah, it's Heimerdinger, it's Aatrox, and then find your third deck. Spids was a player who first came onto my radar as the, it was back when Echo Jinx was just for a select few, or Echo Zillion at the time, rather, and Spids came out and took a top 32 at a seasonal with it, and I was like, this is a name I don't recognize, and they're playing an Echo deck. That's like, there's a very tight clique of Echo players. I gotta look into this a little bit more.
Agree.
And Spids has continued to impress since, so this is a huge comfort pick for her.
When you're comfortable on a deck that's already so niche, but has gotten consistently stronger over time, with the buffs to Jinx, the addition of augmented Clockling, just the raw value of Quicksand, I think, in the current metagame is so massive. And now it's got this beautiful tournament slot as an anti-aggro classic third deck. But Boulevard, I got to pick your brain about this 2-2-2 spread for the Aatrox deck. Do you think that this is a season to preference kind of list, or does this look optimal to you?
Vayne can be a little awkward in the mirror specifically, where, if you draw the Vayne and your opponent doesn't, and you've kind of got board parity at that point, that feels good. But if your units are smaller than your opponent's by any margin, suddenly the Vayne doesn't feel nearly as good. And I think Spids is expecting a lot of Aatrox mirrors today, and it's just trying to kind of minimize those situations, whereas something like Quinn can kind of help to soften up the board a little bit more, maybe just valuing going wider against some of the more aggressive options that we expected to see today. There's a lot of different things that I can think of for it, but none of them are what I'm going to hard commit to is like, yeah, this is Spid's line of thinking. And we're going to take a look at her opponent in top 64, Frozen Thrall, another name that we expect to see here. And also, that is Thralls that I see. I wasn't actually expecting Frozen Thrall to bring Thralls. They've had a couple of top cuts under their belt. They're not always bringing this deck, but I am very excited to see this because there were no Thralls anywhere in APAC or EMEA.
And Frozen Thrall is one of the best to ever do it. I think the player that is most personally responsible for getting this deck nerfed several times in the past, but now it's back. Addition of Rock Bear Shepherd, Fracture, a nice inclusion, and we've got the premium quality of Buried in Ice, doubling down on that powerful anti-board spell in the Jax Ornn on the far right.
And then in the Heimer Jace, we see a Ruination, which is not always present in these Heimer Jace decks. So Frozen Thrall really expecting a heavy mid-range style of gameplay here today, and has come prepared with those heftier spells.
Yeah. No free wins coming from Champion Strength or from Warden of the Tribes. You're going to have to play my game. You're going to have to fight through all of this value and then try to win. But when we see both lineups head-to-head, Boulevard, we got to figure out what these bans are going to be. And we have the classic, right, of I don't know if Thralls is a good deck, but do I ban it just because it's my opponent's comfort pick? Are we just going to see the comfort bans here?
If we just see the comfort bans, then I would anticipate this should be Spid's favored. Jax Ornn kind of just seems like a bit of a toned-down version of Aatrox Vayne. They both have the similar Weapon Master style with a Runeterra champion, of course. Jax Ornn does have the ability to get bigger in the mid game. I hope that we get to see these players on their comfort decks. I'd love to see just like a dual Heimer Jace ban out of these players. I don't necessarily know or think that that is optimal, but that is, as a spectator, that is what I want to see right now.
Yeah, and if you're looking at maybe trying to line up Jax Ornn versus Aatrox, you think, oh, well, Buried in Ice lets me obliterate all the Darken weapons. The issue with that play is you are committing to a very specific line where you are going to close out the game. If you have to Buried in Ice defensively just to try to buy some time, those tombs are going to hatch, and the Darkens and the Veins potentially are still very big regardless, and I think committing to that window of opportunity is a bit narrow. Frozen Thrall might just be saying, I'm going to ban Heimer Jace because I know it's a good deck, and I'll try to win elsewhere.
I would be a little surprised. It kind of depends on. We're getting into the mind games of it already, Scarzik.
Exactly.
Because I think that you would love to play against Heimer Jace as thralls. Generally, this deck does very well against control because they're hard to interact with. They're summoning, 8/8s with Overwhelm at the start of a round. But I do think I didn't get a great look at Spids' Heimer Jace list to know if there's Aftershocks in there, but that could be not only the only deck that actually has landmark removal, but it's also possible that if Spids is looking to ban out the thralls, then suddenly Heimer Jace is not something you really want to have left open.
And Spids Heimer Jace did not have the Ruination in it, so there is a bit more of a consideration for those bigger board type of decks like the Ornn and like the Thralls to be a bit more threatening. The Echo Jinx is great when you're trying to beat down on aggro. You are in a fantastic stance versus anything that's sort of forced to attack you, the way that Jax Ornn might. However, if that lines up into Heimer Jace, we know from Experience Boulevard that as long as your removal lines up at the perfect moments against that Echo, against the Voice of the Risen, to get those moments where the Chrono Break is not online to resurrect and they permanently lose those key threats to putting together the win con, it's already looking a bit uncomfortable. And it's going to be, how many layers are these players going to think down before they select the ban?
And I like that you mentioned the Chrono Break, right? Because that's obviously the most powerful tool Echo Jinx has available, but Frozen Thrall has brought 2 Buried in Ice decks, and when you obliterate your opponent's entire board, that is not something they can come back from with a Chrono Break. So I'm a little worried that this might end up being a bit of a weak point for Spids, and I think this does just lean them more and more towards taking that Thralls off the table. It's the comfort pick, it's the one with the 3 Buried in Ice, and while there is Rite of Negation in the Echo Jinx deck, if you manage to have a bit of a slip-up where you don't have that available as you get into the Buried in Ice turn, suddenly disaster is striking here in the top 64.
And the classic thing about Buried in Ice is if you're behind, if you're trying to reassemble your board, trying to put on pressure, you can't safely develop. Versus the Buried in Ice is just going to come get you. And Echo Jinx isn't the sort of deck that can play one small thing, get Buried in Ice, and then redevelop a full board. They slowly build up that pressure over time so that the Chrono Breaks are always hitting. And I think we've really narrowed it down, Boulevard, that the Thralls are going to be off the table. But what is Frozen Thrall going to ban? Do you just fear the Aatrox Quinn? We know that this deck can be very snowbally. If you get the Petricite into the Vein, Ranger Knight Defector can run away with the game even when you feel favored.
It's a bit this is actually kind of interesting because I think this is one of those situations where this 2-2 split is actually looking pretty good from Spids' Vein Aatrox Quinn, because Frozen Thrall brought all these Buried in Ices and Ruination, says I really want to play against mid-range, but if Spids isn't loading up on Veins, because I'm not really seeing good condemns coming out of what Frozen Thrall has brought, so like Spids not super able to take advantage of that champion spell, but also not going to clog up on as many Veins because they have the Quinn available. So I would imagine this is what Frozen Thrall is looking to play into, just these more mid-range style of decks. So I'm continuing to lean more towards this Jace Heimer ban from Frozen Thrall. So again, like, just there is no better weapon removal against a Darkened deck than Buried in Ice, right? You get to obliterate multiple Darkened weapons at the same time. Those do not come back reattached to the units.
Yeah, you're taking World Ender essentially completely off the table. In the modern era, World Ender is still being cast for 9 or 10 mana most of the time. It's going to be your big game-ending spell, that big flashy play the same way we see from Warden of the Tribes or Champion Strength. It's a massive telegraph, and we're finally seeing the bans come through. Jax Ornn is the selection.
Well,
okay.
we were right in that a Buried in Ice deck got taken. Let's get into it.
Game number 1. I gotta say, Boulevard, that Jax Ornn makes a lot of sense. I think that means that Spids is very, very much all in on Aatrox being the hard carry. You want to take that Harsh Winds out of play, but Spids doing the classic float already now at 3-3, goes for a giant epic scrap traction here.
And I believe I saw one in Frozen Thrall's hand as well. So yeah, we're just going to get the trade back. Spids is the one that has the Hextech Handler, though. So
I'm sorry, Boulevard, to interrupt, but did I misread the ban? I thought that Heimer Jace was banned on one side.
I also believe that was the case. So we're having a few graphical errors. I noticed that the regions were also wrong when we came into game. So I guess
No
we'll
worries.
find out a little bit later on what actually did happen. That is a good call out, Skarzig, though. But for now, we're going to unfortunately get the trade of the Scrap Traptions, not able to take advantage of the Hextech Handler advantage. But Spid's sitting on champions, Frozen Thrall sitting on a couple of overpriced removal spells, and we'll see how much Reggie can swing this game. Everyone's favorite artificer.
We've got to do it. And I love as well, Spids was able to force the Epic Scrap Traction out of Frozen Thrall. There is the angle where you either get 6 free damage, maybe you force a Vengeance. And if you can force a key removal like that, then Jace or Heimerdinger is going to really come through. A second Scrap Traction, Joe, just going to send it.
Yeah, and this opens up Frozen Thrall to play. I think we have the names backwards now. I don't remember. Spitz is on the bottom. But this opens up the Heimerdinger to come down.
Ooh.
And now Vengeance available to get a 6-1. It's not the most impactful thing in the world, but the top player now has to sort of tap out to deal with the bottom player's Heimerdinger. Okay, we do have the name swapped around. It is
Thrall versus Frozen Thrall. It's a war of attrition. You are your own worst enemy. But yeah, Vengeance has to come through just to get this, the floor be gone, the classic menace of the Heimerdinger decks. And so far, both players have very even keel. However, Spids got the Hextech Handler down. That means that this is just a 7-2.
And gonna play out the Handler. Could get
the draw
snuffed.
quality's insane.
Yeah, could get snuffed by a Shock Blast here. Would still be able to push through 5 damage, though, and Frozen Thrall very much on the back foot, where they've got 2 formula, but Spids has the pressure from multiple Heimerdingers, not going to give Frozen Thrall any breathing room to actually play out those spells.
And actually sends 3 damage from the Shock Blast to face, rather than softening up the Hextech Handler. Has a couple of Vengeance in hand, knows, well, I'll have to go for hard removal on this anyway, so it's better to try to go for burn, try to close out. Frozen Thrall on the back foot, very defensive, very reactive hand, and formula starts to get clunky from this position if you don't have Heimerdinger or Jason play to take advantage.
And now, speak of the devil, Heimerdinger appearing for Frozen Thrall, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge to get that one down. Spids not using the Soul Harvest to take out the Adaptatron, saving that for a Heimerdinger, and is going to be rewarded for that in the near future.
Frozen Thrall just has to pass and says, I can hold the fort down this current board. I have to force my opponent to try and tap down a bit before I develop. Because of level 2 Jace, it's another Vengeance coming through, keeping the board just barely even, barely afloat, but Frozen Thrall can't develop any threats, can't advance a true game plan as of yet.
And Spids has a bevy of options here for how she wants to develop. Gonna go for the Ferris Financier. This does still leave a Scrap Traption available, but does take them off of the Forge Workers.
Takes another Vengeance. All 3 of those I thought were really strong options. But yeah, gets another 7-7. Receiving the attack token, absolutely fantastic line. Strong open attack here. Don't have to worry about Ruination from Frozen Thrall's side. Remember, that is a 1-of for Frozen Thrall. That is a bit of a mirror breaker here.
And it's really awkward for Frozen Thrall now, even if they do find it, because with Spids having the board advantage, Frozen Thrall is going to be forced to fire that off, basically tap out to do so, and then unless there's a Soul Harvest on backup, Spids should be able to really safely develop a Heimerdinger, but we're not quite there yet. It's just going to be 7 damage pushed in the Nexus, down to 8 on the side of Frozen Thrall, and very importantly, no Shock Blasts have come out of Spids yet. Still a lot of mana available, and she slips through yet another Heimerdinger with formula on backup this time around.
The mirror match tends to be pretty even in our Experience Boulevard, but you can see when you're drawing your key cards that boost your deck, give you that long-term value and threat, it compounds so quickly. Just having these Hextech Handlers is massive. Every tech having that extra point of HP is just a little bit more pressure, a little bit more damage. Frozen Thrall now down to 8 HP. Jace going to get immediately Vengeanced, and this not only removes a threat from Frozen Thrall, Spids gets a great threat generated into the hand. Double formula to draw 4 cards. There's Ruination, but it might be too late.
Yeah, I don't see Spids developing on her attack turn. She's going to be able to get down quite a few turrets here and now. And with double Hextech Handler happening, these Mystic Shots are not taking out any turrets. These are 8-3 elusive, Skarzig.
No Shock Blast. Adaptatron coming through just to get some blockers, but that's 8 damage. That's lethal. Boulevard, what's the play here? Was it just Ferris Financier try to find something fast speed? I don't even know if there is anything. Grab another Vengeance, cross your fingers.
It would have to be a Vengeance, because if Spids fires off the formula for a second MK6, then, you know, you've got a double Mystic Shot. One of them, Vengeance, is the only answer for the second one, and Frozen Thrall has been on the back foot for most of this game. Spids drawing all 3 copies of Heimerdinger, and now it's actually going to be Assembly Line rather than formula, but still, there's no answer from Frozen Thrall for this.
Once you've been able to develop these sorts of threats that are cheap, the answers are so expensive. Normally, the Vengeance is great versus decks that are going all in on one large play, but Heimerdinger is a deck that has this diversification of threats and stat lines. Full swing, full send, game 1 going to Spids. The Heimer difference was too strong.
And we see Frozen Thrall throw out a little bit of an early GG Shen. I believe Frozen Thrall was straight up out of Vengeances at that point, didn't have the top deck available, just got buried in the threat density. But Skarzik, I do want to point out, it's August, it's hot outside, it's peak summertime, and yet nobody brought Pool Party Heimer. Why did I see all these base skin Heimerdingers?
It's because I think only the most dedicated Heimerdinger players got the Pool Party skin. And there's a lot of Johnny-come-latelys jumping onto the Heimer Jace. It's been meta for such a long time. Nobody's even running the Gilded Jace skin. I think we just like that classic, you know, scientist look. You can't get better than that, Boulevard.
That's true. Maybe we'll see a Pool Party Heimer later on. Gilded Jace, I could take or leave, but now we're going to get into game number 2. And Skarzik, we don't know what the matchup is going to be because we don't actually know what the bans were. So
I think
it's going to be a surprise to everyone.
There's going to be a Heimer Jace versus, well, if we pretend, right, that Spids took a different ban there because we saw the Heimer Jace. And
well, Spids' Heimer Jace that got banned.
So, okay.
In theory. So we literally have no idea what's next, be it Aatrox Vein or Echo Jinx. One of those was banned, one of those was not. We don't actually know which one it was due to a little bit of a graphical error. But either way, it's going to be mid-range against Ruination or mid-range against Buried Nice.
I think that the Aatrox maybe got banned. I think that the Echo Jinx would make it through because, again, we've got the Buried in Ice with Frozen Thrall still having access to Heimer Jace. A key Mystic Shot, a key Vengeance can really break a lot of the pressure that Echo Jinx can put on, and it's going to be on Spids' shoulders, I think. She has to recognize, okay, I can't really go for a Chrono Break win con in this matchup. I'm going to just play aggro, dump my hand, let Jinx carry, which...
I think that's the play, right? I think it is kind of let Jinx carry. The one issue is kind of, no, it's not always up to you in Echo Jinx what win condition you actually get to play towards, and we're already off to the races. Now Frozen Thrall on the bottom, so we'll try to keep that straight in our heads, and Spids going in for damage before Lissandra comes down. It has been so long since we have had the Ice Queen herself grace the presence of a seasonal top 64.
Yeah, ironic 2-3 stat line with Tough trades very well into pretty much every early play that Echo Jinx can put up. If she does happen to level, having a Tough Nexus is also great to kind of take the sting out of those Jinx rockets. Very wide board, playing into the Avalanche here.
It's not a perfect Avalanche, only actually clears 1 unit, but of course then Lissandra still gains a lot of trading power, and we're just going to see a second Frozen Thrall, maybe a further countdown on the Thrall, set up for the Talia on the following turn. It looks like that is going to be the case. So 2 Thralls going to be coming out in the near future. I believe it's going to be a turn 7 pop on those, unless you find another accelerator.
Exquisite, just going all in on this Thrall. Not saying I don't need to Avalanche to answer this board. I'm only taking a little bit of damage now. If I get 2 8/8s, it forces Echo Jinx to have those quicksands.
I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see the Avalanche deck coming out of Frozen Thrall, just in general. It's obviously very good against Heimer Jace, kind of. They can get tough onto the Adaptatron, buff everything up with Hextech Handler, suddenly it's a useless spell. I think maybe just expecting more of the aggressive style decks, more Jinx Cannon, more Fizz Samira, because I almost want to promise the viewers at home that these are the only copies of Avalanche in the entire top 64.
And the worst part about Avalanche is that you hit the matchup that you really need Avalanche, and then you don't draw them and you get cooked anyway. But here's a wide swing. This is what we were talking about, Boulevard.
Yeah, no
Spids
time in a
has to
bottle
block.
pre-combat, though. Frozen Thrall not wanting to summon one of these Thralls, saving this for, I guess, the one that's going to come off of the Draklorn Inquisitor and get that one down a little bit. So, you know, a potential bit of missed damage here, but I'm not sure that it's really going to be too much of an issue. That said, though, Thrall currently doesn't actually have the option to throw down the Draklorn because there's not enough board space for the Thrall, and an Echo level up comes down. No Buried in Ice in sight yet for Frozen Thrall.
We've got the Chrono Breaks finally in the deck. It's going to be a couple more predictions to come through, and this is the perfect moment that Frozen Thrall was waiting for. I'm just going to wipe your board now. Do you have some other way to fish a Chrono Break out of your deck here? Otherwise, you're going to spend the rest of the game trying to reassemble a threatening board while I've got 8/8s about to hatch.
Yeah, and this is a great Avalanche. Not only does it wipe out pretty much all of Spids' board, it also wipes out Frozen Thrall's own Clockling to make room for the Draklorn Inquisitor that they have left just enough mana for. Although I think I'm more anticipating a second Avalanche to take out the Echo, unless Frozen Thrall is very confident that the 8/8s will bulwark that attack.
The worst part about it is the fact if you let Echo strike or block, you're still getting that time trick. Can make things a bit messy. Spids agonizing over the right of negation here.
And it's going to be so tragic when she goes for it and gets hit with the second Avalanche from Frozen Thrall. This does slow them down a little bit if their plan was to play the Draklorn this turn, but either way, 2 8/8s popping out as we go into Spids' attack turn, and yeah, that is a heartbreaking secondary Avalanche.
So we just got one Echo against the world. Seeing the voice of the Risen and Chronomancer is nice. Potentially getting a Chrono Break could help here. Looks like it was able to be found.
It looks like we got a weird reset on the turn here from the spectator client bugging out. So we're going to see Echo level up again. Don't worry, folks, it didn't get undone or anything. We just have to play through the animations, and they should speed through it. Yeah, the client very good about playing catch-up here.
All right, no worries. And what this means, however, is it gives me a chance to talk about the Chrono Break that is coming into the hand. Spids gets it off of the next Aspiring Chronomancer in the hand, going to draw, but the issue is Chrono Break's only good when, again, you have to have a board established. Lissandra's going to level. We get Tough Nexus. We're starting to get the Ice Shards for AoE. That's another way to clear Echo before you can get that free time trick.
And it's good for Spids that Frozen Thrall wasn't able to generate the Ice Shard this turn because Lissandra levels at round start. She actually misses her window to generate that card at round start because she wasn't leveled when all the triggers were happening. But you still have 2 Frostbite spells to actually deal with the Echo. And we're just going to see a pass out of Spids, who doesn't have great defensive tools to deal with both of these 8/8s. Probably just going to take the full block and go for the Chrono Break. There's not a whole lot of other options, but Frozen Thrall has so many tools to deal with that.
Yeah, you've got a safety block here. There is double Entomb to just remove these blockers out of the way. Spids is going to get cooked, right? Echo loses the timing. It's only at 1 HP. What I love about the Ice Shards and the Thralls, not only are you dealing 1 damage to your opponent's Nexus, you're also softening up those blockers so the Overwhelm hits even harder. But Thrall's just going to play this one pretty slowly, not going to extend into trying to go for the win this turn. When you have your big blockers, your 8/8s, access to Ice Shard, access to Entomb from the 3 Sisters, you aren't worried about Chrono Break at all.
And Spids kind of has to fire off that Chrono Break this turn. She can't afford to permanently lose that Voices of the Risen, the only real win condition she has access to. Luckily, does get Frozen Thrall to spend a little bit of mana, but once that Chrono Break resolves, then this Ice Shard is going to wipe out this Echo and this Bakai. Actually kick things off with a Parallel Convergence.
Yeah, goes for the called shot, shuffles an Echo into the deck, but then draws another. What a ridiculous bait. Normally you think, aha, they just used an Echo out of the hand. I can wipe this one, but this is the pressure. This is always the mind game versus Echo Jinx. Do they have the Chrono Break in hand? Does my opponent have the Chrono Break? Do I go for the wipe now and Frozen Thrall has to pass? Wait for the Chrono Break to happen and then try to wipe.
Spids throwing out the I messed up Darius emote. Curious what she feels like she missequenced, you know, staring at this visible fleeting ice shard, knowing that your Echo and your Bakai can get wiped. I thought the plan here was Chrono Break, get wiped, play Echo, but of course I don't think Frozen Thrall is throwing out that ice shard until Spids actually goes to combat.
That would certainly be the smart thing to do. Spids gets the attack token, gonna permanently lose those units that were wiped. A Voice of the Risen is a beautiful top deck.
This could be the answer, but again, with a 0 mana Ice Shard and then looking at those 2/3 sisters, you really have to think that Frozen Thrall still has this one in the bag. Spid's going to get a big pre-combat Chrono Break and can actually throw down another Echo alongside it, but with double Frostbite in the hand of Frozen Thrall, those Echoes are not generating any advantage.
Even with the passive Voice of the Risen, plenty of blockers in play with a tough Nexus. Spid's gonna just slow roll this Chrono Break, is not trying to go all in and just get punished. Gonna keep taxing mana, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And I think that just demonstrates, Boulevard, that Spids is very well versed in this deck.
I actually don't like this block. I would have preferred Frozen Thrall just let the Echo live at 0 attack.
Yeah, it takes up a board slot. You're denying the time trick regardless, but now you get a fresh one revived. Furthermore, Frozen Thrall doesn't have the threat of Buried in Ice right now.
And now one of these Echoes is definitely going to connect, definitely going to get a card for Spids. And this is why I would have preferred if Frozen Thrall had just left one of these at 0 attack.
There it is. Gonna block the other one. Take 6 from the Echo. Things are getting a little dangerous, but when you're as a Thrall player, I think you're kind of in a position of being on the razor's edge a lot, and then Thralls just kind of come through to swing things back in your favor. Time Trick finds Quicksand. We can stop the Overwhelm, which is nice to help out with the blockers. What? Is there anything better to take? It's got to be Quicksand.
Yeah, and even the Quicksand... Well, the Quicksand actually could help take out Lysandra. It really depends on how Frozen Thrall goes in for these attacks, because one Mystic Shot can take out one Thrall, one Mystic Shot can take out a Talia, and Quicksand to block another one. And if they do go in with that Lysandra, then I think there's a line here.
It's got to be Echo getting Time Trick to get another Chrono Break, potential, and maybe pick up a Jinx as well. This is a hand that's very easily dumped. And if Lysandra leaves the board, the Nexus will get vulnerable again.
I'm not 100% sure here, Skarzig, but I think if Spids can rip a Chrono Break, they might actually just win the game this turn.
The Time Trick is just so powerful at 0 mana to predict and then draw that card at burst speed. It's one of the most underrated facets of this deck when you're playing against Echo Jinx, and they always seem to have the card that they need when they need it. It's because Predict is a little cheap. Oh man, down to 6. Scrying Sands finds Time Trick, debuffing the Lysandra. You've got to fight even harder. You can't go down to 1 HP versus this Ice Shard. Another Mystic Shot has to be put on the stack to answer this Talia.
And I believe that Mystic Shot is what we see on the stack right now, not yet committed by Spids.
And Spids, if I was Spids, I'm double checking the deck list real quick. There's not third 3 sisters, right? No Fury of the North to save this.
It's locked in, not locked in yet. Spids rearranging a little bit now and actually going for a little bit of missed damage in this case. Or rather, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, used Quicksand on a Thrall they're going to kill with Mystic Shot anyway is the gist of what's happening here, so...
Yeah, could there have been a different way to
I don't think it actually ends up mattering. Maybe you could have taken one more attack off of the Lysandra so that Echo doesn't get dinged as much.
Yeah, because still 1 damage coming through means the next Ice Shard will finish him off.
Yeah. this is what it comes down to, though. There's no mana for Chrono Break coming out of Spids now because they did commit both Mystic Shots, but Jinx could still swing this very heavily in favor. And there is Jinx. There's Chrono Break. There's no mana for the Chrono Break. I think it's got to be Jinx. And then see if you can ride those rockets home. I don't know the countdown on that Thrall when it's going to pop. It should be relatively soon. There's a Draklorn Inquisitor in play. There's a little bit of countdown acceleration in hand.
Yeah, that's going to be an 8-8 next turn. We've got to call it Boulevard. Time in a bottle plus the Inquisitor. It's got to be it.
Goes for Chrono Break anyway. Gonna just...
What? Okay, so what's the vibe here? The open attack from Echo to get the time trick. The drop borders come through.
The Thrall is down to 4, so that's going to pop on Draklorn Inquisitor at the end of the round, and also setting up for a Rock Bear to pop.
Oh yeah, the junior Thralls
to get through.
Look at this! Oh. Right back up to a full board, has the Sands of Time.
Oh,
this game is way closer than it has any right to be, Boulevard. Spids has a line. There is a track here to victory. Clockling picks up a time trick. There is potential for one more Jinx to be found. Maybe that third voice of the Risen is found.
Oh, but I think the Sands of Time might just secure this for Frozen Thrall. The inability of this Clockling to connect with the Nexus spells disaster for Spids. The Rocket's not going to be enough. There's too many units on the side of Frozen Thrall. Not enough Nexus health for Spids.
-2 attack.
Takes the damage.
But it's okay because the Rocket's nerfed. It only deals 3, yeah?
Yeah, but I think there's another Mystic Shot in Spids' deck.
Took the damage from the Echo.
Spids can't actually empty the hand right now. The Chrono Break Jinx is too expensive.
So no Rocket this turn means that the timing is off. We have to get... Spids has to get the third Mystic Shot, grabs another Predict with the Ancient Prep in order to find that card. One more shot.
Jinx making a Get Excited is close, but I think Spids is just dead on the open attack unless she can find another Quicksand, and even then, I think she might still just be dead on the open attack.
With 4 damage coming through, you take the Rock Bear Shepherd's hit. We have to... the Thrall has to be blocked. So much work needs to be done here for Spids in order to keep it through. But Frozen Thrall piloting this one beautifully, having consistent threat potential the entire time. And it's Comfort Deck versus Comfort Deck.
Probably going to get a skip here out of Spids. None of those cards save the game. Can you find what you need? Feral Presence isn't it either. No draw to back this up. Just takes whatever, and this Frozen Thrall is unstoppable. We're going to a Game 3 Skarzik. It's going to be Echo Jinx up against Heimer Jace.
Another grindy matchup about to be presented to us, Boulevard, where Heimer Jace trying to keep, the board under control. Is my removal going to line up versus the Voice of the Risen versus the Jinx? Frozen Thrall has the Ruination as well in that build of Heimer Jace, so it's going to be the same style of pressure about whether or not
It's a lot more manageable for a deck like this.
And
but
Adaptatron on turn 1. We've got double Aftershock. Frozen Thrall kept that Aftershock in the opening hand, already saying as soon as Echo comes down, he's getting zapped. I don't want those threats to be in play for Chrono Break to ever line up, and we might see, I think, Boulevard, the line of... I know that Chrono Break is 100% not on the table. With Jinx in the opening hand, Spids can commit immediately to playing towards that goal.
And unsurprised to see the Soul Harvest come out onto the Chronomancer. There's really not a lot of targets in this matchup. Voices, on paper is the ideal one, but I don't think Voices actually ever comes down with 3 attack. It's always going to be 5 and always outside that range. And Scrap Traption picked up 4 Frozen Thrall. That's a card that I'm thinking could be a huge difference maker. A 7/7 on turn 4 is just way too big for Spids to punch through.
3 great options being offered there. I like the Mystic Shot personally, just trying to fight through. Open a pathway. You know that you can't resurrect your board, you can't rally, but if you can get around by your board just being wider than Heimer Jace, you get a lot of damage that way.
This is the breaking point potentially. Big 7/7 Brash coming out of Frozen Thrall. It's going to let Spids develop an Echo. I believe that Echo is going to level once Scrying Sands happens, so at least the Chrono Breaks are in the deck, and now it's up to Jinx to try and carry it home, but Frozen Thrall has so much low-to-the-ground removal that they shouldn't have too much of an issue taking out each of these champions.
Scrying Sands removes a bit of the sting. Time Trick is another great pickup. Might need Feral Prescience, I think, to flip this Echo, potentially.
I think this Scrying Sands flips the Echo. I'm not 100%.
Oh, yeah, you resolve
90%.
and pick the Predict before it counts.
Be kind of disorienting for the animation to come out as soon as you cast your spell, and then all of a sudden you got 3 options. I can't tell you how many times I just look up and there's 3 options in front of me, and I think I'm conchologisting or something, and instead I was like predicting, and I'm like, oh no.
But just going to take 5. Spids takes 5, maintains the drop border in play, keeping the split potential. Even though the Chrono Break line is not as likely to bear fruit in this particular matchup, seasoned player of Echo Jinx like Spids is going to always have that on the back burner.
Hexbliterator picked up for Frozen Thrall. A little bit of unexpected counterplay towards a Chrono Break, and Voice of the Risen, a potential pickup here. Frozen Thrall doesn't have the board wipe, and while we can, go ahead and use that Aftershock on the Echo, and then Aftershock plus Mystic Shot on Jinx, suddenly Hexbliterator has to be committed onto Voices, and Spids might have enough time while Frozen Thrall has to commit all of this mana to removal to find a sticky advantage, and the 3rd drop border for Spids.
Okay, this is looking kind of disgusting. Picks up
With
the Chrono Break as well, off of the Time Trick, and this is important as well. Frozen Thrall got the Scrap Traption Boulevard, the key threat that you pointed out, hit with it, but there's nothing else going on. The rest of this hand is reactory. Is that a word? Reactive? The reactory factory of Ivor Jace.
A wordsmith if I've ever seen one, Skarzik. Jinx comes down. Spids has a huge board. This is going to be a massive Chrono Break turn. Unfortunately, Jinx is going to go down before everything else, and Frozen Thrall still has the Hexbliterator for this Voices, which means it might not be available to come back from this Chrono Break. That Pharaoh's Financier continuing to dominate just the random generation of Legends of Runeterra.
And this is massive. You go for Hexbliterator to get rid of the Voice of the Risen. If there is a Rite of Negation to stop this, and no Chrono Break for this turn, no Jinx coming back, and it's all great.
Right. Would be really scary, though, as Frozen Thrall would take 11 damage.
Yeah, no safety block. This is, and you can see that Frozen Thrall understands. If the Chrono Break goes off, the way I win is to have stats in play, to have strong keywords in play. And by keeping Adaptatron up, we know Frozen Thrall is laser focused on this Heimerdinger coming through to carry. With Formula, Production Surge, it could just be Chrono Break rallying, trying to chew through an army of bots.
The real question here, I think, is does Spids use the Chrono Break anyway? There's a couple of units in the pool. There's a Jinx in the pool. This is sort of your best bet to try to bait removal for Jinx out of your opponent and safely slot in the second one. But Spids is still in a bit of a weird spot where these quicksands are expensive and not particularly useful. Chrono Break is committed, but unfortunately no Voice is going to come back as it was obliterated.
I still like this idea. You've got 3 Chrono Breaks anyway with the second Jinx in hand. There is access to the Get Excited, and it's just going to be a death by 1,000 cuts. 3 damage coming through thanks to the drop borders.
Just now consistent pressure. Thrall is in a bit of a weird spot. You mentioned the Heimer has the option to get it down, but wouldn't be able to remove the Jinx in the same turn, and doesn't care, slams down the Heimerdinger.
I might see Frozen Thrall going for maybe 4 mana Production Surge just get a 4-drop, get more turrets, more blocking potential, thanks to... I don't think there's been a handler yet, so the bots are vulnerable to the rocket.
Another chrono break.
My word. Spids is making this deck look broken.
Spids could kill the Heimerdinger here. If they really want to, with Mystic Shot Get Excited, could also choose to take out 2 units aside, depending on sort of what comes out of this production surge. 4 mana is not great odds for it.
Ooh, okay. This is... I don't know if this is relevant or not. Do you let this resolve because Heimer's taking up a board slot to kind of compact the production surge a bit and then remove the Heimerdinger?
It looks to be the plan. Sending in a 1/1 to see if Spids will just give Frozen Thrall the board space to play out their MK4, and actually just making a much more committal attack here. But this is actually really good for Spids. They can take some good trades here and then go for the Chrono Break, take out that 7/4.
Oh, another Chrono Break! And I think everybody in chat feels the pain when you're on the receiving end of Echo Jinx. And
One thing I want to point out here, just because I missed it, the reason Spids isn't blocking the tough 1/1 with the 2/2 is because it has Brash. So I was like, what's going on here? Take out another unit.
The Brash does work, right? The drop borders and the Aspiring Chronomancers are really the only good Brash chumps in the stack. And after seeing these blocks, I think Frozen Thrall knows, like, oh wait, there's probably a Chrono Break here.
Yeah, I'm really curious if I think what Spids is thinking about right here, because they have a 2-mana Chrono Break, is do I quicksand the tough off of these units in order to trade onto them and push through more damage on the backswing? And I think the answer is yes. I think these quicksands need to go at some point. I think you get off a really big attack here and then try to finish off the game with Mystic Shot Get Excited plus an open attack on the following turn.
That's so strong. Augmented Clockling. Predict, draw, and discount on a 2/2 elusive body.
The discount on the Chrono Break could be the difference maker here, Skarsig. Spids might be going from casting the finals of APAC straight to the top 32 of the Americas.
Attacking with Jinx, she gets to go right back in with the rally with quick attack, forcing tons of blocks, 3 more damage. Every Chrono Break matters. Every little bit of pressure matters. Get excited. Mystic Shot in the hand. 1 rocket. What do we need here?
It doesn't
darkness,
matter.
Nothing.
Spids is able to just make a rocket.
There's the open attack. Mystic Shot to save a little bit of damage from the Augmented Clockling. And that's exactly what we need. Just 1 damage to get through. Sets Frozen Thrall down to 5 HP. And Spids can commit the Get Excited and the Mystic Shot. The classic Jinx finisher. And again, with Piercing Darkness being a slow speed spell, Spids, I believe, is free to commit right now.
Could also commit in response to the Piercing Darkness once Frozen Thrall goes down to... As long as this 1 damage is committed, that is the one weakness of Shadow Isle post-rotation. Pretty much all of their fast speed healing has been removed from the region. No Withering Wails, no Vile Feasts. Grasp of the Undying just doesn't really keep up with a lot of the removal tools of today, so you don't see it too often. And now Spids in a situation where she really can't lose. I don't think there's a way to missequence this given the cards in Frozen Thrall's hand. Formula can't find anything of relevance. The spells are committed. The 1 mana spell held back to generate the rocket. Frozen Thrall goes for the draw, finds a Heimer, finds an Adaptatron, and Spids finds the win.
And another Mystic Shot to help out. A fantastic best of 3 with Spids advancing. This is classic Echo Jinx. Oh, of course they have the Chrono Break. Of course my opponent has the second Jinx for the Get Excited. And whenever Jinx is strong, the double drawing Jinx is always on the table. Yeah, it's just a fantastic show.
I love to see Echo Jinx performing these days. I think Echo Zillion was a bit much. People would kind of like, play into the Zillion a little bit too much. It was like kind of a cool control tool for a while, but then Quietus got printed, but then Quietus got changed, and now we don't even have Zillion anymore. And Jinx has been impressive in the deck. She's one of the stronger champions of the game. Most people going for the aggressive sort of Jinx Kennen, but I really like that hallmark of this format where, yeah, Jinx can be a mid-range champion. And you know what? Jhin can be a control champion now too. It's not all Annie-Jhin anymore, okay? The broad main players found him, and we're taking him to the ball.
I mean, Jhin is what a Cinderella story that is. The aggro poster child that saw play in no other decks. So much science and experimentation being done because Jhin is such a fan favorite champion. And now with the advent of Condense, doubling down on some incredibly powerful cards, it's a great time. Filling up the stack. Runeterra players absolutely love any opportunity they have to completely fill the stack with spells and skills so their opponent can't do anything. We even saw it during Worlds last year with the Black Flame Talia deck, and it's hilarious where there's absolutely no counter.
And you know, speaking of Talia, definitely was not on my bingo card to make an appearance in the top 64 today. Without Absolver, we're really not seeing Ziggs Talia. Outside of that, we're really not seeing Talia decks, period. Roji's in the top cut, but I think Talia Malphite was left at home today. I think Roji, after getting second at the last Runeterra Open with a very meta lineup, is going to be sticking with meta, leaving the comfort deck behind and just sticking with what worked last time. But we don't know Roji's deck list. Maybe we'll get him on camera a little bit later on today, and we will find out for sure. We are looking to get you into another match here, folks. Might just be another minute, but actually, we are going into NNT Matri's matchup, an OLS champion multiple times over, and one of the biggest Viego apologizers I've ever seen. Probably hasn't brought it today, but we shall know in a moment here. It's Aatrox versus Aatrox.
All right, now this mirror match is surprisingly interesting. We've talked about it a little bit, Boulevard, because there are a few different ways to build this deck, depending on what you're expecting to run into. Double Elkin's off to a great start, along with Bloodletter. Has the early stat advantage. We'll see if Odeo can respond in kind. Got a nice 1-for-1.
And the mana advantage on the side of Odeo does mean that should they take this trade, they can throw down a 4-3 Dark Enthrall on the following turn, make it a little bit more awkward for Matri to actually go into it. Can't, of course, do it this turn because the weapon was already equipped, but maybe there's a second copy of the Bloodletters. Who knows? Maybe we get a strong open attack. But until then, just kind of in the Ranger Knight Defector take over the game waiting room.
That's exactly what you need. Double Fleet Feather. So Matri, okay. So blocking Badger Bear, gonna have great early mid-game stats. We see Odeo's got the Quinn on deck. So looks to be much more board-based. If you force your opponent to block down, then you also put them in that box of hopefully Aatrox can come through and stabilize. But right now, it's purely a battle based on stats. When we analyze both hands, Boulevard, I think Deo is definitely favored just with the blocking Badger Bear.
I think Badger Bear is really important in the mirror as being the best answer to Ranger Knight Defector as long as your opponent doesn't have that Darken Harp. From there, it can get a little awkward, and with Matri not having the Darken Harp and Edmundo not only having the Badger Bear, but also a form up to back it up, definitely going to be able to take over the mid-game board stance here and then sort of safely get down that Quinn and see where we go from there.
There's not too much interactivity. You're worrying about single combat, you're maybe worrying about fish fight, and it's going to be a matter of disrespect. Am I going to try to go for Quinn, Darken Harp on Valor, really snowball this game, or do I want to slow play it a little bit? We'll see, if Deo is counting on the Badger Bears to hold the fort for now. There's the Darkened Spear to boost this 4-4 to a 4-6. Get a great trade into the Ranger Knight Defector. If you can keep this key card under control, it really keeps the mirror from snowballing. And I think that with Matri having Aatrox in hand to slam on curve with an even attack token, maybe he doesn't care too much.
Matri could go for a really powerful attack here if they want to commit the Dark Enthrall to a 4-3 and then sacrifice the Fleet Feather Tracker for about 10 damage as long as their opponent didn't play anything else. Instead, just going to take the pass, doesn't want to risk anything, and while Matri currently has the Aatrox advantage, their opponent is only one weapon equip away from tutoring their own copy of Aatrox, which I imagine they're going to get right now when the Darken Harp comes down on the Valor.
There is a world where Harp goes on Quinn. Maybe you aren't trying to challenge specifically all against these kind of shrimpier units, right? The Fleet Feather Tracker is kind of annoying because it's a challenger to pull something to the side, but Jural is the response. Nice 4-3 with Tough, and the potential for stat line buffs like Form Up or Catch alongside Tough puts pressure on your opponent to take safe trades, to take safe attacks.
This is a little awkward for Matry still. I don't think they're expecting the Darken Harp, and actually it's going to be Catch to equip it, leaving up the form up and not giving Matry a chance to respond with Fish Fight.
Taking Giral out of the equation, lets Quinn attack very consistently. Oh, doesn't want to give up any pressure against this Ranger Knight.
Yeah, not really looking to take the form up trade right now, I suppose, or seeing if they can bait the form up onto the Giral, make it a simple, clean trade of resources. But Matry just kind of looking at this single combat and looking at, I'm trying to pronounce this, there's 7 vowels in 9 letters, Modio. And yeah, just the single combat stats not lining up here.
And if Valor lives, it rules the board. It takes down Giral, takes down Ranger Knight Defector, so Matry commits.
Yeah, commits to play around form up and just really prioritizing this Giral over the Ranger Knight Defector.
With Quinn and the Badger Bear in play, the Defector's not doing as much heavy lifting as you would like. This telegraphs to you, Medeo, there isn't any other weapons in the hand, right? No Harp to boost this Defector as well. And now with the Darkened Harp coming through, being re-equipped manually, that counts for Aatrox's proc.
And that's something that I think catches a lot of players off guard, is when they catch a weapon on, then they kill the unit in combat, and all of a sudden it's just manually equipped before the next combat step. Maybe that's what happened to Matry, maybe it's not. We do see the bans here. It looks like, I don't know which of those is bans and which one's a victory. Okay, yellow ban. So Freljord Shadow Isle. What Freljord Shadow Isle deck is there?
Freljord Shadow, I wonder if it's just some kind of call out She Who Wanders sort of
Matry
build.
is a hardcore control player. This better not be a Nivea.
Spooky Ash, that's right, that's right. Harrowing has also been on the table. Harrowing Ash hasn't really gotten a lot of love. You have to be an old school Ash enjoyer to really gravitate towards that deck, but got banned, so we know that Umedeo was very scared playing especially an Aatrox lineup.
And now Matry, pulling back the trade of the Aatroxes, still doing a little bit of a dance, just looking at it, really fought to keep this Giral around and is now just picking off a Dark Enthrall with it. A 1/1 Dark Enthrall at that doesn't seem like the best value. And doesn't have the World Ender advantage either. This really seems to be slipping out of Matry's grasp here.
It all comes down to the blocking Badger Bear, having it for the mirror, as you pointed out, Boulevard. And it's just a slow grind down. Matry is at 9 HP. Both Aatroxes evenly matched at 6/6. We didn't get any sort of Darkened Spear to break that mirror. And now Medeo gets the Darkened Spear onto Ranger Knight Defector. Makes it harder to answer. Harp is still in hand as well to turn this into an absolute monster. And this is going to eat the Fleet Feather Tracker. It's going to eat that Steadfast Elkin. Also setting up massive World Ender discounts. And if we look at both sides of the board, Boulevard, and we see World Ender versus World Ender, Umedeo is going to come out on top every time.
I'm running math, Skarzik, and you know how difficult math can be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Matry has the potential to get into a position to tutor a second Aatrox here and resolve a World Ender next turn. That's not the way that it happens, though, and it is now completely off the table, as the lowest they can get it down to is 11. Will not have the full spell mana needed to cast that spell next turn, but does at least have something to contest more of this board. That Ranger Knight's going to the moon, though, and this actually should be a level on Quinn on the next attack, so that Zelani's going to get pulled to the side.
Yeah, no blocks available. Still nothing big enough to take down Ranger Knight Defector. The single combat had been used. There's no fish fight there. And so is this going to be a full swing? Sacrifice the Aatrox to try to push some damage before it's too late?
It's possible. It's a little awkward given that Matry still has an Aatrox tutor available, and once Aatrox dies, we'll have 2 weapons to actually tutor it up. But with the mana next turn, not going to be able to play the Aatrox in the same turn that they tutor it. Actually doesn't go in with the Quinn. Says, I'm fine just going back in with the Ranger Knight Defector. And Matry might just have to take this. Throwing out the Fleet Feather doesn't seem like a bad idea either. I don't think that little bird is doing a whole lot for you, and that World Ender is coming down very, very soon.
I don't even know if the 7 HP matters, ironically. You aren't going to lose this game because I needed more Nexus health. It's I lost because I just felt way too far behind in this board-based mirror, but Fleet Feather Tracker does get sacrificed. Might as well maybe try to buy yourself a little bit more time.
And this is why I'm always making fun of Aatrox Vayne as just sort of Shen Fiora reskinned, where you're just kind of looking at, okay, I have bigger stats than you do. It's, sort of the core of Demacia, right? All the way back to the beginning of Runeterra, just my units are a little bit bigger than your units, and that means I am going to win the game.
Yeah, with no concerted strike, we're looking at Condemn potentially to have this Aatrox come through. Deathbringer sweep needs to happen, but with only one Dark and Aegis, not able to trigger the Aatrox as far as I'm aware, it's going to be just this stat line disparity, slowly letting Umedeo grind Matry out of this game.
Matry,
and this is game number 3, Boulevard, so...
Ooh, and we are getting down to the wire here. Now, there's not 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Don't worry, there are 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Once this tikes down to 0, then we do get to a red 5-minute timer. So I don't think that's something these players are going to have to worry about. Unfortunately for Matry, I think that is because Umedeo is going to kill them much, much sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. You can take
even this attack feels desperate.
If you want. Yep, form up. Or you just let this go through, just keep the trade. Both players can see the face-up World Enders, and Umedeo still gets credit for this Aatrox striking.
Catch is available for Matry, but no matter how they slice it, it doesn't beat the form up, and Umedeo just says, you know what, I'll take the damage. That's fine by me. I don't really care. I can go down to 7, meet you down here on the ground floor.
Mm-hmm. Fleet Feather Tracker comes through. You can equip Bloodletter to make it set up the threat of turning this into Zolani. Blocking Badger Bear also available. It's going to be a nice wide swing. Quinn can come down with Valor. Pulling that 7/7 to the side means that Aatrox and Quinn can swing very consistently.
And we're at a point where next turn, both players are going to be able to cast the World Ender, but unfortunately for Matry, they're not actually assimilating anything. They've already got down the Zolani. The Jiral's already on board. Assimilating a Jiral is the lowest value Darkin you possibly could. Meanwhile, Umedeo is about to get 2 Aatrox.
So cheeky to shuffle around that Darkened Blade and assimilate another Aatrox. This is 2 10-10s with overall... Oh, pardon me, 1 10-9.
Yeah, get it right, Scarzy.
I know, the Darkened Blade is what gives that bonus stat. An 11-11. And it has to be responded. You're forcing it from the opponent. This is the great crescendo we've talked about, Boulevard, where the Aatrox mirror results in just this. We've got Stratu with Scout, drawing cards and discounting them. This is where the fish fight comes through. This is where things get gross with Anaka.
And this might just be a full... Oh, no, actually is going to go for the Scout attack, pull the Aatrox over to the side, draw 2 cards at a discount, and they are a spear and a fish fight. And with 2 Aatrox, all of the Darkin are reduced by 10 cost.
This is, yeah, just maximum overload, clearing the game, form up. You can spend your 2 mana because the fish fight is free, the Anaka is free. So Quinn gets to survive and pull another big unit to the side. Matry, even with that healing, it doesn't matter. Anaka procs first, so no Valor gets summoned? Question mark?
That is how that would work, and we see Umedeo potentially rearranging the attacks because of it. Though I must say, I do not think it matters. Going to fish fight the Aatrox beforehand, just for good measure. Going to heal up to 9, and then go into combat.
Yep, so Umedeo coming out on top in game number 3 in this Aatrox mirror. The Quinn did a lot of heavy lifting, so did that Badger Bear. Badger Bear plus Darkened Spear to keep Matry from snowballing the game with the Ranger Knight Defector resulted in this monstrous finisher.
And I gotta say, at last week at the Mastering Runeterra Open, one of the things that me and Sparkling Iced Tea were keeping track of was how often an Aatrox player opened with Ranger Knight Defector and a weapon and the ability to play them on curve. And surprisingly, they went like 1 in 5 when that was an available option to them. The Ranger Knight Defector, as scary as it is, in practice on camera has just not been working out as the most threatening way to win the game.
In the mirror, it's a little bit diminished because there is additional threat of having those big stat lines. If your opponent has bigger stats than you, even with a 4-3 tough scout, it's just not enough. When you're going
really
up
need
against
to draw the
Alawi
Darken
Swain,
Yeah.
exactly, then it just wins you the game outright because they can't chump as well. There's no Ravenous Flock anymore. Even Heavy Metal doesn't do enough. It's still going to 2 or 3 for 1 you.
Yeah, it is just, it's not enough. You need to find sort of the perfect opener. And speaking of the perfect opener, this is the perfect closer. We're going to throw you to a quick break before we get into the top 32 here at the heart of the Huntress World's Qualifier. Welcome back, everyone, to the heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. I am Boulevard, joining me is Skarzig. We're going to be with you all day. The day is still young. We just finished our top 64. We're into the top 32. And just in case you're tuning in a little bit late, kind of woke up late, didn't see the tweets in time, we're going to take a look at what happened last round just to remind everyone. So we're all on the same page going forward. Here we have Spids versus Frozen Thrall. Kicked us off with that Heimer Jace mirror match.
Ran away with the game. Triple Heimerdinger draw, put on too much pressure, brought it back here in game number 2. Frozen Thrall taking it down with the signature locked down Echo Jinx, and it was just a slow grind down to the bottom.
Then, of course, you know, we kind of had to watch Spids flounder for a little bit in the later stages of the game. Just way too much advantage from Frozen Thrall to actually punch through. But then once we got into game 3, things flipped on their head. And honestly, I'm pretty happy that both players got to win with their comfort decks.
This game number 2 especially was like way closer than we thought it was going to end up being. And what was nice is the Thralls came through in the early game, and then Rock Bears came through in the late game, which is a bit of a reverse from what we're used to seeing. And after the double Jinx draw, the Chrono Breaks lining up immaculately in this matchup as well, Boulevard. Spids pulled ahead, had that classic Jinx's get excited Mystic Shot finisher.
You know, it wouldn't be a competitive Runeterra event without Mystic Shot finishing off a Nexus. I think that has happened at literally every Tier 1 event that has ever happened in the history of Legends of Runeterra, or ever will.
And we got to catch the tail end of a second top 64 match as well. Was an Aatrox mirror, and you can just see the difference in board quality here. 2 Aatrox, Stratu, Anaka, just to close things out in very cataclysmic world-ending fashion indeed.
It is always a little strange to see a super one-sided mirror match, but hey, when your opponent draws the Badger Bears, you're not drawing the right weapons. Things just kind of play out like that. Now, I'm sure you're all at home wondering, what are we going to do for the top 32? How are we going to one-up this? Obviously, we looked at Spids to begin because she's fresh off of an APAC top 64 cast into a top 64 for the Americas playoff. The first to ever do that, I believe. That is cast 1 while then playing in the other end, making it to the top cut. And now we're going to take a look at a fan favorite in Max Got the Tracks and their opponent, Carver.
Max got the tracks, bringing the Alawi Swain. This deck is very well positioned in a general ladder environment, but for the tournament ends up being a bit more of an underdog. This is a hard read on what you think the meta will look like. Max got the tracks, combining this with the Heimer Jace and the Aatrox Vayne.
And get comfortable looking at this, everybody, because Aatrox Vayne plus Heimer Jace plus a third deck is definitely the theme of the day. We saw it a little bit earlier on out of some of the other players, and we will see it in a full-on regional mirror match here as Max's opponents has brought the same thing of, you know, Aatrox Vayne plus Heimer Jace plus a Bilgewater Noxus deck. This time, though, going for the Samira Fizz as opposed to that Alawi Swain, getting a little bit more aggressive.
Judgment!
Two Judgment!
Two Judgment!
Who let you play two Judgment?
The point I wanted to make, Boulevard, was that the interesting thing is with these builds, even though they're similar in theme and archetype and champs, there's still a way to manipulate your recipe to call out the mirror, to call out certain matchups. And with 2 copies of Judgment, your opponent is just going to be stun locked the entire late game.
What's really funny about Judgment is that, especially with 2 of them, the bluff potential is massive, but so is the downside potential, because you might just get blasted by a Condemn onto your Judgment target, and suddenly the game completely falls apart. I do want to quickly also shout out the Mist's Call here in Carver's Heimerdinger Jace. That is something that is considered to be a massive mirror breaker and just a huge pressure point in other control matchups, something that always lets you play Heimerdinger on curve with protection, which is not something you ever see out of this region combination.
Yep, Vhagar put Mist Call on the map, and everybody else has to remember that this is broken. 1 Piercing Darkness, no Ruination, no Albus Ferris. This is a deck that's all in on Heimerdinger, as we can see, thanks to that Mist Call. But we cannot overlook Samira Fizz. This deck's been nerfed repeatedly, doesn't use Powder Monkeys anymore, but man, if you miss a beat versus that Fleet Admiral Shelley or versus Samira, the game just gets completely taken from underneath.
Samira Fizz, I think, is one of the decks that has the most polarizing view from the community, not necessarily in whether or not it's good or fun or anything like that, but the fact that there are still some monkey players out there. People are not willing to completely give that up. So we've got a bit of a dichotomy here between the players that are like, no, 7 mana is too much for that. I want to play the Elusives like we did originally. And then the other players that are like, no, even at 7 mana, it's still a very powerful card. Luckily, no one has tried to jam them all together, as I don't think that would work out very well, because then you've got 8 mana Burblefish with 7 mana monkeys, and suddenly your aggro deck is looking extremely expensive, especially when your main draw engine Barb Chain gives you fleeting cards.
And what's great about the threat of Samira Fizz is your opponent has to ban it if their matchup isn't particularly prepped. And with this deck specifically, you can sidestep a lot of standard aggro answers. In our previous round, Boulevard, we got eyes on a couple avalanches, the only avalanches so far in the top 64. And outside of that, it's very difficult to answer, Samira Fizz outside of, well, I'm playing Heimer Jace and I drew triple Mystic Shot. Could get very snowbally here.
It's definitely something that Max is going to have to keep in mind, and I'm always interested to see, as I'm sure that we will continue to see throughout the course of the day, when you have this Aatrox plus Heimerdinger lineup going into another Aatrox plus Heimerdinger lineup, where are you looking at for the ban strategy? Obviously, what their specific third deck is going to play into it a little bit, but maybe you just don't want to play an Aatrox mirror, or maybe you just don't want to play a Heimer Jace mirror, and you're prepared to take whatever the third deck is at face value.
This is just an isosceles triangle of matchups. When I'm playing Alawi Swain, I do not want to play against Control Shadow Isles. If they draw triple Vengeance, 2 copies of Vengeance, even well timed, just wins the game for them outright. It seems to be you do a good job of keeping up with early pressure, maybe even answering Scrap Traption, Heimerdinger number 1, couple turrets, but if they get double Hextech Handler, and it's just they get so far out of your reach, and it's impossible to set up Swain Leviathan as a way to truly close out the game. If Max is going to bring Swain Alawi, it almost forces a Heimer Jace ban.
And I'm wondering if Max is looking at the specific Heimer Jace deck list from Carver and going, there's no Ruination in this one. I'm the only one playing Ruination in this matchup in my Heimer Jace, and maybe it could cause a little bit of a slip. Maybe you go, okay, yeah, without Ruination, I actually don't have to ban this. That's the big thing that I'm concerned about. And then your opponent, like you mentioned, just draws all 3 Vengeance instead and continues to clown on you from there until the end of time. I don't really know where Fizz Samira comes into all of this. I do not play Noxus Bilgewater anymore. It's just not a region combination that, nothing coming out of that region really appeals to me right now. So as far as the actual head-to-head of Alawi Swain versus Samira Fizz, I would assume is pretty heavily favored for Samira Fizz, just looking at this is a very aggressive deck versus a deck with, some inefficient style removal. Jagged Butcher even is going to be a little difficult for Alawi Swain to really chew through unless they get their tentacles going very quickly, which is always the problem I have with Alawi Swain. If you draw the 1-drop into the Sea's Voice into Alawi, yeah, you're chilling. But when you don't do that, you can really falter in some matchups, and Samira Fizz is going to be great at punishing that.
With a Fizz opener, it gets really sussed. You're taking 2, 4, 6 damage in the early game with no healing. Maybe Samira comes down, but your heavy metals are at the bottom of the deck. Burblefish comes through, and you put your removal on the stack, but then Burblefish procs 1 time before it goes down, does its job, gets that value. It does spell disaster. I think that to make it to the top 64 with this Alawi Swain, top 32 rather, Max got the tracks, knows what he's doing. And Carver has brought a fantastic lineup, I think, as well. Every single deck here presents a new conundrum for the opponent to solve. And there it is. Yep,
you called it, Skarzig.
This means that Max really believes in the...
Oh, never mind.
Jump in. Okay. The no Ruination. You can see, the Samira Fizz. You don't want to answer it. Oh my god. Any of these bans would be appropriate.
In the top 32, kickoff game number 1, Max versus Carver.
All right, Heavy Metal's good. Make It Rain is not as good because of Fizz.
I think Make It Rain's a heavy liability because of Fizz. Yeah, gonna toss that away, despite the fact that Grandfather Fury is a great hit.
Okay, It's not looking too shabby. Float 1 mana. We set up for the heavy metal onto Samira on turn 2. This next draw, hopefully, idle. Ooh, a little slow.
So pretty.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you just take the pot shots of heavy metal at Fizz? But with your opponent playing a Coral Creatures and having a 1 mana spell, there's no universe where that is the kind of risk that you're willing to take. And it looks like it's either just going to be another turn off for Max, or maybe they go for a Tentacle Smash. Whether or not they target the Coral Creatures, totally up to them. But it's something they're going to have to keep in mind just to not take as much damage here in the early game.
The Tentacle Smash is very tempting, but it's only 3 damage is, famous last words from a lot of players who play against Samira Fizz. You take a lot of damage early saying, it's only a little bit of damage, I'll be fine. And by the time you stabilize, it gets a little bit out of range. No Seize Voice, no 3 mana play, no idle. Just a lot of reactive cards, but doesn't quite line up.
Oh, taking the heavy metal gambles now says, you know what? I know that you've got this Coral Creature spell. I'm willing to see what it is. Maybe, and honestly, we meme a lot about Bloodbait, but forcing your opponent to Bloodbait to protect the Fizz, not the worst play in the world. You're generally going to be okay with that exchange.
After seeing the warning shot, Max backs off of maybe going to the Tentacle Smash to answer. And after a heavy metal is played, Carver sees a window of opportunity to develop Samira safely, but Max has second heavy metal for the Samira.
And, looking back on it, I think I really would have liked Max to use that Tentacle Smash on turn 2. It would have forced Carver to either not attack with the Fizz or use the spell preemptively, especially if Max's plan next turn after a dead top deck was to try and take a pot shot at the Fizz. Maybe a little bit lower than they needed to be, but if this Tentacle Smash just gains massive value later on, then it will all be worth it.
But there was no Plunders there, no Father Fury, no Swindle to follow up that attack, and this maybe signals that Carver doesn't have that great of a hand, so now we have Alawi plus Eye of Nagakaboros to get a big swing in the mid-game to catch up. Carver going to block down with Coral Creatures, 3 HP, beautiful to take some of the sting out of this attack.
And I don't even know if I love Carver going for that block there when it looks like what they really want to be doing is jamming Fleet Admiral Shelley into Fleet Admiral Shelley. You could have had a 3/5 Coral Creatures when all was said and done. Granted, it wouldn't have traded with the Alawi anyway, and that's probably something Carver's looking to ignore from here until the end of the game. But Carver's got to get on board a little bit more. 2 Shelley is great, but you need a little bit more than that when Max has, Disintegrate, Pirouette, Riptide Sermon. Third Shelley feels like overkill.
This is the make or break turn. If these Shelleys get way too much value, Max is just going to get eaten alive. Even if it's just Fizz surviving, it's a lot of damage coming through. The Burple Fish as well in hand means there's going to be consistent access to spells to keep this elusive.
This is the big payoff turn for Max on not using that Tentacle Smash on turn 2. Going to be able to 100% take one of these Shelleys out, and is actually just going to go for a Pirouette, damage 1, stun the other, and make sure that Fizz is the only thing coming at their Nexus this turn.
I do like it a lot. After going for second Shelley, most of the rest of the mana is going to just be spells to proc the Shelley. So if you're removing one and stunning the other, even if there are spells for Carver, Max says, I won't take too much damage, and then Alawi is going to crack back even stronger next turn. That's more spawn, more tentacle power, more overwhelm.
Looks like Carver going to buff one of them up before the Shelley goes down. Barbed Chain comes out. We've got a 4/3 Fizz now. But Max can make this tentacle so large going into the next turn with the Alawi attack, and while Alawi herself will not be enough to end the game, Carver might have to sacrifice one of these elusive units to the tentacle.
I was wondering, yeah, no, you have to go for the race. I was thinking like maybe Test of Spirit, trying to pull this idol to keep the tentacle under control, but this is just a race from this point onward. Max is in a good position, has a big Alawi, has the tentacle, another Eye of Nagakaboros perhaps to fish some removal out. We have to control the potential for Burble Fish, another Shelley, but Fizz has to hit 2 more times for it to be lethal.
2 all-out fleeting off the top from Carver. No way to proc damage on the Nexus from an open attack. Would have the Pirouette otherwise. If they even value getting the +2/+1 as opposed to just the +2 attack. But Max really has to decide how they want to navigate this turn. The open attack is almost certainly not going to be lethal, but it does force a block from Shelly or Fizz.
Shelly wants to be the block, and Carver must respond with more burst speed spells to get value out of the Shelly. Even if Shelly does activate, you know, Fizz is getting just a little bit bigger, and there needs to be just a tad more. I like the open attack now that Max has sort of explored that line, because you reserve the tentacle smashes to remove whatever might be developed post-combat.
And I think that's what Max is debating right now. You know, before I go to combat, what if I tentacle smash the Shelly and then force a block with the Fizz? And if they throw down something else, maybe I just use second tentacle smash on that one. Or I can then go for an Eye of Nagakoboros into an attack at that point and still have this very large Alawi attack coming through. And I think part of what it comes down to is, I think a tentacle smasher would level Alawi, right? Yeah, would level the Alawi, which increases the Eye of Nagakoboros as well as the Alawi. Max is thinking about it, but is running out of time here. Slams a Leviathan instead. Says, let me get more overwhelm damage onto the field.
More overwhelm damage, more chip damage. This would seem like a much better play to me if Max had a smidgen more HP.
Yeah, now Carver gets that beautiful pirouette to stun out the largest attacker, almost certainly the Alawi here. No shot at lethal from this point forward.
And there it is. That's one spell for the Shelly and the Fizz. Fizz will get boosted from this. The double fleeting all-outs are begging to be put down as well. And that's the overextension. The early game was a bit rocky for Max, but Alawi Swain has to draw the correct cards to answer a lot of these different outcomes.
Now, folks at home, you might be looking at this 11 damage and going, yeah, that's fine. You know, you go down to 4, you go down to 2, but then you kill them on the open attack. I do want to remind everyone that Max does play 1 Noxian Fervor. So going down to 2 for Carver is not an option. Instead, going to take a very large Fizz block onto the Leviathan.
Boulevard, why is this Fizz so big? Where did we go wrong?
Fizz
why is it still alive? There's mana for Test of Spirit. We can proc Shelly next turn now with Ransom Riches. This is... Oh.
Nerf Fizz. Had it too good for too long.
The double tentacle smash, I think, had to be the better line. Was there some fear of Disintegrate? I'd have to remember Carver's list. I know that some Fizz Samiras run the 1 Disintegrate as kind of a bait play.
No Disintegrate out for Carver. Swindle might have been some kind of consideration.
The Bilge Stones as well for Playful Trickster. You hate to see it.
It's all over now.
But that's what we talked about, Boulevard, before we jumped into this game, is that Alawi Swain is, in a lot of matchups, favored on paper, but no plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, is something I imagine Swain himself would say.
Yeah, the pirouette just continuing to prove to be one of the strongest and most versatile cards that Noxus has had in recent memory. Truly the new Ravenous Flock for the region, and continuing to carry both aggro, mid-range, and control archetypes alike.
Ping the Nexus, ping a 1 HP thing, stun a big attacker because of the pressure of that stun. That's legit main deckable. Nobody really played Guile. And it means that your opponent has to open attack, potentially not doubling down on a consistent threat like we saw.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of avenues that Max could have taken. I think just got a little jumpy. Like we mentioned earlier, we're pretty sure this is, if not his first top 64, close to it. Might have had... You're playing against an aggro deck. Why do they have a punish for development attacks?
But now going into Quinn Aatrox's Vein, Max got the tracks, has a much stronger curve with Watchful Idol, has Swain in hand. What's great about Swain on curve in this matchup is if your opponent's just drawing a lot of early game stuff, Elkins, Broadwings, Swain's going to just swing through, get a lot of free damage.
Something that Swain does very well is not even necessarily being played as a win condition, but being played as a resource tool. A lot of decks have to like 2 or even 3 for 1 themselves to take out a Swain. A 4/7 Overwhelm Fearsome is not to be trifled with, and it might just be at that stage by the time it comes down, thanks to the Forbidden Idol opener.
Vayne plus Darkened Harp to shut down the Ivnaga Kaboros. You can't keep my Vayne from attacking. She's going to get a little credit here. Tumble now in the hand with Quinn. Potential for Valor. Super strong with second Harp. This is already looking pretty rough with Max having no heavy metal to fight back.
Now, in Fish Fight onto the Tentacle is a beautiful play from Carver. Going to really keep this Alawi from getting out of control, resetting the progress on the Tentacle. But luckily for Max, Carver probably not going to have a follow-up for this block here.
Does a little bit of damage. Has Pirouette now. It's going to be close, definitely. And this is a point, too, that you touched on way earlier in the broadcast, Boulevard, that we've got Vayne, there's Tumble, that's great, but without Range Knight Defector or something very devastating to make use of the Tumble, it's not really that big of a deal. Here comes Badger Bear, combining the attack along with the equipment to play around Pirouette. Just another big bear coming.
Max has an option for Disintegrate plus Make It Rain to guaranteed take out that Badger Bear. It's just a matter of how much do they value this. And with Carver making this their turn 5 play, rather than going for, you know, maybe banking a little bit of spell mana last turn and then going for Ranger Knight plus this weapon, Max should have a pretty okay read that Carver's got a bit of a bum hand here.
Yeah, it's a pseudo scout. Make your own Ranger Knight Defector.
Yep. There you go. Okay. You know, we saw the Disintegrate getting put on the stack first really made me worried about Max's mental, but does pull it back, gets it down in the correct order, Make It Rain, then the kill spell.
Disintegrate, and then it resolves in reverse order. And now we've got solo Vayne. Still another Darkened Harp to be equipped, a Lodestone. If you want to just keep those equipments running to tutor up Aatrox. This is basically the key card you need for the matchup, right? Boulevard, all my champions, all my weapons, couple fish fights, well-timed. I think it's the vogue right now to have only 2 fish fight.
One thing I do want to point out, though, little bit of a missequence there from Max, I want to say. Didn't do it in response to the Tumble, waited until the Badger Bear attacked, and that gives more level-up progression to the Vayne.
I think Max was perhaps considering maybe just chumping with the Tentacle, maybe taking 6, and realized that was just too much to give up. I forgot about the Judgments, Boulevard.
There's 2 of them. Judgment in the hand for Carver, but no... Wait, like, this is one of the concerns I had with Judgment is the largest unit Carver could possibly get right now is 5 attack. And the synergy between Alawi and Swain is that they are 6 health champions.
So, safe swings for the foreseeable future. Swain doing a little bit of damage. Ravenous Flock is massive, too, with the double draw of Swain. If Carver does tap down... Oh, just goes for it right now to take out the Vayne. She's about to level. It is too scary. The 0-mana Tumbles, Boulevard. This level, Swain gets to swing through and catch this Quinn trying to slip through with a value trade. Sets it up to die to Pirouette.
Things looking pretty good for Max here. Carver just on too many weapons.
I thought that the lack of heavy metal would be too much to handle, but with all of these equipments coming through, Aatrox is now the next boss that Max got the tracks has to overcome in this match to survive to game 3.
And it looks like Carver is just always behind on the attack to health ratio. We were talking about you can get to 5 attack and Judgment, but you're against all these 6 health units. Now we're looking at Fish Fight and Aatrox into the 7 health of Leviathan. And if that Leviathan does manage to table back to Max, they will have the first priority sequence to slam down Riptide Rex.
Is that the line? Valor trying to take this Tentacle down. You still get credit towards Alawi. Maybe trying to play around Tentacle Smash.
Here comes Aatrox. Tentacle Smash is available for Max, as is Heavy Metal, but Leviathan would be totally unthreatened in a situation like this. There's nothing that your opponent can do with 1 mana to actually kill that unit unless you dare block it into Aatrox and get caught by a catch.
And now Max hesitating. In game number 1, playing the Leviathan spelled doom. You have to be very confident that you've calculated every line and that Leviathan would be correct, especially with Riptide Rex chilling at the far left of the hand, as our 8-mana cards tend to do, Boulevard.
And picks
the
up
play.
another Ravenous Flock. So if Carver sends that Aatrox into combat, actually has an opportunity to take it out with a Tentacle block, or could use it to kill the Quinn. Really depends on how Carver wants to send into combat here.
Unbelievable. Alawi Swain putting up a pretty strong fight versus this deck. With no Range Knight Defector, it does become difficult to maintain that pressure.
And this should just be lethal on the following turn. Max could go ahead and let this through, throw a Ravenous Flock onto the Quinn, which isn't even mandatory, and then slam down Riptide Rex at the start of the turn. I am a little concerned that if Max doesn't flock this Quinn, that actually it doesn't even matter if every shot goes on to Quinn, because when Rex touches the Nexus, it's going to stun the Aatrox. There's no chance for a Judgment Blowout.
Okay, so there's the double stun thanks to Leviathan and Swain.
Okay, yeah,
the
it might just
open
be
attack.
Open attack makes a lot of sense. You can save the Riptide Rex for post-combat should Carver basically have to use all of their mana in order to stop this from happening.
Yeah,
but that
like
is going to be all
angle.
It takes. Wow.
Okay. Alawi Swain. And we're getting the full gamut, I think, Boulevard, of Alawi Swain, where it looks so good and then things go wrong, or it looks like it could be pretty nebulous and it pulls through in the end. Using those resources very precisely is the key. And now that Max has that win for Alawi Swain, we go into game number 3. Bless you.
Thank you. I was trying to hold it in. It wasn't working. And
It's
know that there is some poor sap in the top 64 that also brought Alawi Swain, had it completely fold on them, and is now tuning into the stream like, why didn't my deck work like that? Why didn't I draw Alawi and Swain and Forbidden Idol in the early game? Why didn't I have Leviathan into Riptide Rex?
I mean, but that's because they missed game number 1, where if you play that Leviathan, the game immediately slips out of your grasp. And heading into game number 3, what was Max's second deck? I believe the Heimer Jace
or Aatrox. So then we're looking at an Aatrox mirror. That is something we are going to be saying consistently throughout the course of the day as we get into game 3 is, oh yeah, we're looking at an Aatrox mirror.
Because you take your bad matchup with Aatrox.
Never mind. It's Heimer Jace.
Heimer Jace was able to make it through. And it's odd, too, because banning the Aatrox, rather, you feel like you'd be favored in that mirror because of the double judgment. And from this perspective, I guess, with the threat of judgment, it means that Max can't tap out under mana. You have to save Vengeance as an anti-judgment answer for your late game swing. Or what? You're going all in on Floor Begons over and over again, 2 or 3 of them to one-shot before Aatrox just clears?
Either way, it doesn't really seem like a winning strategy, and Max, I gotta say, definitely feels like they have the better of the opening hands here. Once that Scrap Traption comes down, like it did in the Echo Jinx matchup that we saw earlier, it's really gonna turn off a lot of what Carver has going for them, and in this case, it's the Vayne. You know, you just get stat checked that early on in the game, and it's not something that you can handle.
Oh, the Quietus here is so juicy, but you also want to just float mana and do 6/6 Scrap Traption to hold down your mid game. And will Max take 5 damage in exchange for getting a 6/6?
It's a tough call. Obviously, you really want to get 6/6 spells down, but the only thing or 6 mana spells down, but the only thing they really do is accelerate the Jace level up, which in this matchup, without a Jace presently in hand, I'm not sure is Max's biggest concern. My bigger thing about Quietus is that the Darken themselves are very difficult for Control to deal with. And so, even though Petricite Broadwing is an extremely juicy target, I feel like 99 times out of 100, you've got to save that Quietus for weapon removal.
And we've got Scrap Traption regardless, so... another point I just recalled as well, Max, I believe, is on double Piercing Darkness and is more comfortable taking this early damage.
That is only on 1.
Okay. Must have been another Heimer Jace. They all run together for me, Boulevard, but big Scrap Traption hits through with
no,
Brash.
I lied, you're right. I forgot which one of them was playing Ruination. Carver having the Judgment made me think they were... No, there are 2 Piercing Darkness, and this was a good call out, Skarzig.
All right, and yeah, so Broadwing goes down anyway. Beautiful 6/3 still in play. Trades up into Range Knight Defector, which is huge. We've got Quietus to answer Harp, if that is the big play. And Max wants to float this mana. Ooh, goes for the Handler to rebuff. All right, this is looking better and better with the Handler
I like
top
this
deck.
line because, like, floating 3 spell mana into a Heimerdinger turn doesn't really mean much nowadays. Unless you're playing Mistcall, we've really moved away from the burst speed spell that generates a random 6 cost to, like, just get out as many turrets as possible.
Yeah.
More often than not, you're actually just kind of, like, floating turn 5 and trying to threaten a Vengeance or something like that. So then on turn 6, you're going to have all your spell mana anyway.
Very true. Nope, with no Flash of Brilliance, the Heimerdinger just comes down. And against a deck like this, as long as you have a 7-4 and a 4-3, I think the Heimer Jace player is feeling pretty confident. I can just chill. You could pass here. There's still mana for Heimer and Quietus. So if a Harp is through, then it has to be catch, right? It has to be catch to skip that Quietus window to get the value. And just going to be Ferris Financier. Lord have mercy. Utter Devastation is useless. But Dawning Shadow looking kind of nice.
So Utter Devastation, I think we actually got caught off guard by this last Worlds Qualifier, only survives allies. It will kill all enemy Darken and equipped enemies.
Okay. I think it's just perhaps a bit too expensive.
Probably.
Because you still cap out at T-Hex. There's not a lot of Heimerdinger synergy there. And Dawning Shadow being a hard kill plus a debuff punishes development. So it's definitely a nice ace in the hole. It's going to be a card that your opponent isn't going to really expect off of Financier.
Ranger Knight Defector going to survive its run-in with the Hextech Handler, and Max doesn't have a whole lot to say about this. Probably even going to have to throw down the Reggie before the turn is over, just because Carver has that tumble available with the Ranger Knight Defector. Hasn't been able to find a super impactful weapon just yet, but it doesn't matter at this point in time. Oh, never mind. That 7-2 survives. I thought it was dying. Throw that out the window. This is an awkward tumble.
The 7-2 still hanging out, and Carver can chew through this big swing, right? And once this mid-game threat goes down, it just opens a floodgate for Carver to again take over the game. Reggie always delivers.
Reggie really wants to give Max an Utter Devastation. Just please take my Utter Devastation. And Max is like, no, you've got better wares. I want that one. I want the one that kills a unit and takes away its weapon.
And here comes the Brash. Only Vayne can block this. And if you're Carver, I think you take 7 here, no lie. Ooh, really?
Ooh.
Huh. I guess you're moving this target out of the way to open up a Ranger Knight Defector. Like you were talking about, Boulevard.
A little bit of a transition into Quinn-style gameplay here. And if you can bait Max into developing something so that they no longer have Heimer, then you actually get to freely use the tumble instead of representing Fish Fight.
It's a very hard call. You don't want to Vengeance a Ranger Knight Defector. Quinn and Valor do such work against just a single 2-1. It's just another Scrap Traption.
Max definitely has to do something here, and I think it's either Scrap Traption. It might be Production Surge also. But first, it's going to be Quietus. Never mind. Nope, it is going to be Quietus. Just changing mode's going to take out the Valor. And if Carver chooses to save this, then Max can freely throw down Heimerdinger.
If you form up to save Valor, and that goes into an open attack.
Ooh, this is a big window for Max.
Quietus fizzles. Yeah, still no
Heimer
token
comes
for
down.
Carver. No Fish Fight threat. Formula off the top would be immaculate.
And Max could even try to play this super safe and use one of their X-cost spells here just to make sure that they are so wide on board that there's no way their opponent could possibly kill them. Instead, it's going to be Mystic Shot to take out the Dark Enthrall, throw down an MK2.
This is teetering on the edge of disaster. Now that Heimerdinger's down, it feels like things could be safe. We've got a couple form-ups already out of Carver. We know the Ranger Knight Defector still pretty difficult to deal with, but with a 3-2 now, because of the Hextech Handler buff, Heimer could carry here.
Let me paint you a picture, Skarzik. Carver plays your all, Max responds with Dawning Shadow.
All right, just gonna be Valor going in. A lot of scouts.
Uh-oh. It's a reasonable line from Carver for the Geralt because there's no other way to actually threaten the Heimerdinger, but as you've talked about before, double Piercing Darkness in the list for Max makes this development so scary. And now I like this from Carver.
Yeah.
Debating, like sort of forcing Max to try to use some kind of slow speed removal here to open up a window for Geralt to come through.
There's 7 mana, and it means that it's going to be one big play. Is it a Vengeance? Is it just going to be big production surge? What's the 7 mana turret is a barrier turret. So it does help versus a scout attack. But if you tap down, you can no longer respond to some of the other potential darkened developments in Tumble.
It's a very expensive hand from Max, only going to get to play 1 card this turn outside of the turret. Takes the pass, though, and now it's back to Carver, who is, it's looking like, going to throw down this Geralt. Oh no, it's an equipment of the shield, actually.
Putting tough onto the Valor in order to swing on this Reggie consistently, keep this challenger threat up. And I think what Carver is drilling into is, as long as this Valor is alive as a challenger, I can pull a big turret to the side. I can pull Scrap Traption to the side and still get more damage, maybe forcing Heimerdinger to block when he doesn't want to.
And this does open up a lot for Max. The Dawning Shadow is now relatively safe as it does give -2 attack to the rest of the board. So if you were to throw that out onto the Ranger Knight Defector, you know, there's no way that Carver can fish fight to kill Heimerdinger this turn. There is one single combat in the deck, but at this point, I think you know 3 cards in your opponent's hand. If that last one is single combat, that is a you'll call that bluff.
And now another turret, a 7/1 to just swing in next turn. Hexbliterator, also a massive threat versus the Aatrox development. Piercing Darkness to stabilize even further. Production Surge to redevelop after a big swing. It's looking like Max got the tracks, has every angle covered.
And now just trying to get level up progression onto the Quinn. It's not even going to touch this MK2. That tough keyword coming in clutch. And now Max gets to throw down the MK7, one that we really don't see too often, Skarzig.
And as an 8/2, it has a lot of resiliency. The barrier doesn't really matter here. You wall out the second scout attack. I suppose Valor could just pull the Reggie, but he's
just
alive.
To take 1 damage.
Like, what are the odds that Quinn is really going to survive? There's Tumble there. Demacian Tellstone's very cheeky.
This is really feeling like a dominant turn for Max. I don't know how close this Heimer is to leveling, but it can't be too far off. It's certainly going to happen this turn.
And actually kills Valor rather than destroying the weapon, trying to keep these scouts under control. Max is still very wary of that 2-mana Tumble that's in the hand.
And let's take a look at Demacia Tellstone here real quick, because I think players constantly forget what spells are actually underneath of this. We are looking at Prismatic Barrier, Detain, and 4 Demacia.
Ooh, yeah, Prismatic Barrier is quite nice, I think, in this matchup.
Just giving you all a reminder of these cards that never see main deck play and what they do.
Detained, yeah, is very solid still right now at 5 mana. The problem, of course, in this particular matchup, it's not really that good, but the Detain would be so good for the Mirror or certain other matchups, right? Having that fast speed answer is great. And despite how far ahead Max gets, you have to remember that the Vengeance has to be held in order to beat Judgment for your final swing of the game.
Well, there is not enough Judgment mana from Carver right now, although, of course, would still normally have to worry about the fact that the health on Heimer's turrets doesn't get particularly high. A Judgment here would wipe the board, but again, not enough mana, so just goes in for the full-on swing. A couple of value trades available to Carver, but just going to take out the A2. Going to take out the 2/2 as well. And Max able to just continue to float mana to threaten the life of that Aatrox that Carver really has to get down at some point.
The match is just going to be a slow grind. Now Carver's playing Heimerdinger's game plan, and if it gets to the late game, we're eventually going to see like a 12-12 epic scrap traction. Has Hex Obliterator off of Reggie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Darken Blade is obliterated, and an 8-3 elusive.
And Max throws out the GG Shen, perhaps a little preemptive, but with this point, with such big information on Carver's hand, and this is
4
why,
out of 6.
as much as people love to talk about the surprise factor of Judgment, this is usually how it ends up playing out. You draw it in the later stages of the game after you have lost the board. Harazi gonna come down, but even then, Max has a blocker for it, and could get another one with this Scrap Traption.
And with Carver down to 1 mana, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Free Vengeance now into the Quinn, so Harazi doesn't even have something to support. Gonna go for Piercing Darkness, actually.
And that should do it, Skarzik. Jace also has it. Wait a minute. Oh, Skarzik. I'm looking at that Judgment. I'm looking at that Spell Shield on Harazi. I'm looking at Max pulling Harazi to the side because they need 1 more damage to actually end the game. Oh, never mind. Jace is going to double the Vengeance. Jace is going to double the Vengeance. We're fine, folks. Crisis averted. Vengeance will push through the Spell Shield with Jace.
Yep, the 0 mana production surge, the prophecies all coming together, the doubled Vengeance. How many Aurelian Souls I've lost to this matchup. It is, as they say, Daijobu. We got the open attack now, beating the Judgment.
And Carver must be so excited right now. Carver must think that they've got it. The Judgment finally gets the big payoff, but no, Max has the answer. Max got the Vengeance, Max got the Jace, Max got the top 16.
Beautifully done. Heimerdinger comes through, the double Piercing Darkness as well, giving Max the confidence and courage to take that early damage, to commit to the Scrap Traption play, to hold down that mid-game, winning in game number 3 and advancing.
Oh, and I feel for Carver, man. You're in the top 32, you're on stream, you've got the Judgment, you've got the blowout Judgment with a Spell Shield Harazi. Your opponent can only play 1 spell. I mean, Mystic Shot would have done it too, but the Jace coming down secures it, the doubled up Vengeance. It's the reason that you play a deck like this. Spell Shield can be so difficult for control decks to deal with, but not for Jace.
Doubled Vengeance, classic. And the fact that Max held that Vengeance for so long. There was a couple spots where I'm like, oh no, what about this Quinn? What about this Ranger Knight Defector? This could force the Vengeance, but Reggie had the sauce as well. The Dawning Shadow and the Hex Obliterator is exactly what Max needed to fill out that game plan.
Reggie doing a lot of work post-rotation, a lot of chaff kind of taken out of the pool from some of these other regions that you're playing in. And it looks like we are going to be getting into Kawako's game number 3 here to see another player that will advance to the top 16 here at the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier.
Now, Kawako's a player who has developed a reputation for being just a monster on the ladder. Picks out these very hard to pilot decks and makes them look ridiculous. We're seeing Varus Samira, it looks like,
up against B, who has been a bit of a fan of, assuming this is the same thing they ran at the Mastering Runeterra Open, then we're looking at Mono Teemo champion strength.
There is, of course, a 4 Demacia in hand. I'm seeing a lot of elusives in play. And is this lethal? Hang on a second.
Probably not through the Darken,
okay,
or the Violent Discord.
Yes.
But it was getting dicey there for a second. Even still, this is going to be 9 damage. And I don't think Kawako... Okay, I can't say whether or not Kawako's winning the game next turn. I can't do Varus math for the life of me.
Yeah, it's +2 per, and then with the gem, you get +1 on top of that, and then Samira gives you 1 damage, so that's 3, 6, 9, 12. Then Transfusion targets 2, so it buffs Varus twice. Kawako is also a mathematician.
It's only turn 5. So it's reasonable that this Varus isn't that far along on the level progression. I don't know if they could actually level it next turn. It's hard to say. We've only seen 1 double target spell come out. We've obviously seen an equipment come down, so Taking a look at the bans here. Oh, did B just go for triple Demacia, triple champion strength?
Mamma mia, champion strength. It's a great call out, right? It's like, it's basically saying, okay, how many Buried in Ice and how many Ruinations am I going to run into? And to make it this far, B had a somewhat of a correct call.
Yeah, and Quaco going down to 3 here in game number 3 against a deck that, you know what, I'm going to take a look just to see how many blowback B has jammed into this list.
Now, I guess the important thing to note is Quaco did double draw the Varus because of the tutoring mechanic, so can grant vulnerable to a couple of these elusive units, maybe try to clear the board a bit.
Oh. Wow, okay, so there is no burn in this list. The only spells are Jury Rig and Champion Strength.
Well, that means that Quaco can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but in a situation like this, B would love to have at least a couple Mystic shots.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not the case. Going for consistency, not going for the sort of over the top, especially blowback where you've got to discard cards. It's just like a cheeky finisher, and Champion Strength on its own is supposed to end the game. And now we see how deep can Quaco get? How big can the Varus get? And is it enough to end the game?
And you've only got a couple, minutes to crunch the math here. If it's not lining up, you can only clear one elusive threat because you've already committed to the Lunari Cultist, and we can't use the Chains of Corruption anymore.
Yeah, I think 100% if Quaco doesn't win the game here, B is going to take it on the following turn. 3 out of 7 is so far away on the Varus. I cannot imagine that Quaco is going to be able to turn this one around.
Wow, and then we can pick up Ferris, discounted, search for that Shock Blast.
Yeah,
there's
Quaco's
not even
able
enough
to take
mana
out...
here to level Samira.
No, Quaco's best play is probably just to take out 2 units with the Flare. Gonna forgo that, though.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, what? Varus.
Well, Varus will level, but I don't know if it will be big enough.
I am more than this.
It might?
We are more.
I think there's 1 mana, 1 gem left available, which would put this Varus at 15? 16? 16's exact.
What?
Plus Flare.
Wait a minute.
Like I said, don't ask me to do Varus math, folks.
Yeah, because Flare is still burst speed. So you just attack with Samira here, so she strikes and you get Flare next turn. Unbelievable. Turn 6, by the way? It's Xaxes, folks! I did not believe it. This math was beyond my comprehension, Boulevard. All the Varus players in the chats are just like, oh, yes, of course, pushing their glasses up the bridge of their noses. It was a foregone conclusion, they say. And
yeah, it was pretty simple. We knew that Quaco had to end the game that turn. We just weren't 100% sure whether or not they could actually do it. And it turns out that they could. The double target from the transfusion was enough.
Yes, and that's exactly why that spell is in the deck. Not only do you get the double targeting, you have a nice HP and attack buff, and a great way to punish a deck like B's with very small units. And thanks to running Varus, you get your Cultist spells. We saw in the hand there is the protection from beyond, I believe, that gives spell shield for 2 mana burst speed, just basically a negation, and Quaco advances.
Yeah, and that was, I think, much faster than people anticipated that deck to be able to kill. Usually when you're looking at Varus decks, we're looking at closer to like a turn 7, turn 8 finish, not, oh yeah, I entered turn 6 with my Varus at 3 out of 7, and I'm just going to swing for 15 damage. Now we're going to take a look at yet another game, because there's so much time left in the round, tuning in with crowd favorite Grandpa Rogi up against ABG Rogio in another Vayne Aatrox mirror match.
Got the Bane skin on deck. Rogi has Aatrox in play, but is about to go down to a gigantic Fleet Feather tracker with a harp on it.
And that looks like 3 out of 4 on the Vayne for Rogio, who has the board advantage right now with the quick attack, and Rogi just drawing what is that? A 7-card hand with, or a 9-card hand with 7 weapons, a tumble, and a world ender.
Too many weapons. We can play Giral, equip the Darkened Blade, try to block down, set up for World Ender.
I want to know what happened this game that Roji's hand is 7 weapons and we still have a 15 mana World Ender. Just at every turn, it looks like Rogio, I guess, has been fish fighting the larger targets, and Rogio hasn't, or Grandpa Roji hasn't actually been able to strike with these. And this tumble, I believe, is going to level the vein and give it an opportunity to trade onto the Giral if Roji wants to go in for the strike.
The Fleet Feather Tracker with Quick Attack has just been feasting on Roji's board for sure. Is the only way to keep this under control. Now Vayne is leveled with the tumble. And it's a crazy snowball. We remember Darkened Heart back in the day. It was the reason to run Demacia P&Z, to just do this to people.
And it looks like, was Roji playing Pantheon Varus? Is that what that Targon Runeterra deck was? Pantheon's made a surprising resurgence at this WQ. We saw 8 Pantheon in the top cut of APAC, 1 Pantheon in the top cut of EMEA. Roji does like his Varus decks. Maybe went back to the Pantheon.
We've seen it before. It can pop off, and a lot of decks, not a lot of Frostbite in the metagame. As long as you're avoiding Vengeance very specifically, you can outplay a lot of other mechanics that deal with those bigger threats.
Rogio gonna lose, Rogio gonna lose the Vayne to the Giral here, not able to play the Condemn.
Oh wait, no.
It looks like we had the bands backwards there. Rogio's on the Pantheon Varus, but
second Vayne. Oof. 0 mana tumble still. We get to keep sending this quick attack unit into play, Boulevard. Rogio tumbles once again, and the Fleet Feather Tracker swoops in from the heavens to deny another target, to deny another blocker. Rogio's receiving the attack token next turn as well, with 2 challengers still in play. I think that is going to be all she wrote. Is Roji on Judgment?
I don't think Roji is that I don't think Roji's that spicy of a player. And like you mentioned, I think just gonna fall here. Way too many weapons in the hand, and this is a common sort of line that has turned many a player off to the prospect of bringing this deck to a tournament. Roji, if they are on a one of single combat, could still turn the game here. Another Vayne top deck for a Condemn could keep them in it, but they get none of those. And so Rogio should be able to take it with this open attack. Might play it a little bit safer just to make sure that Roji doesn't have any tricks up their sleeve.
It would be, because Dark Enthrall can't even block, so that's just 4v2.
Yeah, 4v2 seems really safe for an open attack.
No way to stop this. Has to be double single or Condemn plus. And that is going to be Surrender. Rogio advancing into the top 16 at the tail end. Glad we were able to catch that, Boulevard. That's going to be Pantheon as well, advancing.
And that means that Grandpa Roji cut a little bit short in their run back to the finals. Of course, did get second place at the previous Runeterra Open, the Siren Song Open, if you will, for anyone that tuned into that. Now unable to get it through in a more mid-range meta, which is usually Roji's wheelhouse. But, it's just because Roji's very good at playing mid-range doesn't necessarily mean that the mid-range mirrors are always going to line up in his... I mean, we all saw that hand. Yeah. That wasn't Roji's fault. That was 7 weapons. That's way too many. And unfortunately, his run's going to stop a little bit short today. But Roji's still on a tear. Has been doing great in terms of topping all of these events this year. But again, congratulations to ABG Rogio, another longtime top cut competitor, advancing on to the top 16.
And again, doing it with Pantheon. It's going to be the classic third deck, joining Aatrox now as we get into the later rounds of the World's Qualifier. I love that, again, we're seeing classic decks, a lot of the same decks, similar lineups, but each player has tailored their specific build of the deck to match the matchups they're looking to beat, match their playstyle a little bit more. And as we advance through these rounds, Boulevard, we're going to see each player's individuality really come to the forefront.
Yeah, and the individuality of each player is very clearly expressed on whatever their third deck is that they're pairing with Jayceheimer and Aatrox Vayne. But more of that when we get into the top 16, or at least we hope not, here at the heart of the Huntress World's Qualifier. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Heart of Huntress Worlds Qualifier. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Skarzig, and we are down to just 16 players from 64. A lot of them eliminated, and we're going to give you a quick reminder on how things played out. Just in case you're just tuning in, don't worry. From this point forward, we're all going to be on the same page. Last round, we got to see Max got the tracks go head-to-head to Carver in a Noxus Bilgewater Battle of the Best.
This matchup really got away from Max there in the first game. There was a development of Leviathan, got countered by Pirouette, but then Swain was able to keep up versus Aatrox. So rare to see Swain and Leviathan on the board at the same time, and that's what happens when it comes together. Game number 3, however, it was Heimerdinger versus Aatrox Quinn Vayne. A lot of pressure on board, but Heimerdinger was able to find a way to come down onto the board safely, and then Jace doubles the vengeance to stop the judgment.
Such a heartbreaking end for Carver, who thought that they were getting a big judgment blow just for Jace to double the vengeance. Then we watched Quacko have an insane turn 6 lethal at 3 HP against B.
The champion strength was a massive blow. Wasn't enough. Quacko had to end the game on that turn in order to survive, and it was perfect lethal.
And then we even got another game in where, unfortunately, we saw Grandpa Roji, the runner-up from the previous Runeterra Open, eliminated in the top 32 as they just drew entirely too many weapons in a Vayne Aatrox mirror.
Fleet Feather Tracker plus Harp, devastating in any board-based matchup, and in the mirror especially so. Forces you to have Fish Fight very, very specifically, but we can now look at the updated bracket as well, so we can look now at our top 16 players for Heart of the Huntress.
Yeah, up here at the top, we have whittled it down to Apple, Chips, and Fenrir, as well as Umudio. I'm never going to get that. 7 vowels is too many versus Magus.
I mean, classic Umudio. We saw actually against Maitri in round number 1. Loser Beam advancing as well. Took down Drizzoth and Taigai. Now up against Seku, Grave Trail, and Tank Buster. Some very memorable names there too.
Yeah, RPG still in this one. Then we see on the other side, Rogio versus Max and Katani versus Hawk362.
I love this mixture of old and new names, Boulevard. NNT Space versus Nos, and Quacko advancing to go up against Jables for the next round.
And Jables actually taking down some big names there in L Games BR as well as Kevor. I know Kevor said that he's playing from the rooftop of a hostel at some other card game event at the moment, said if he loses to blame it on the Wi-Fi, so probably did. But that's fine, you know, we get some new faces into the top cut. Now we're going to take a look at our featured matchup, Loserbeam versus Seku, and the decks that they have brought to play against each other, starting off with our featured player this round in Loserbeam, who has brought, to the surprise of pretty much no one, yet another Vayne Aatrox, but pairing it now with the Jax Varus, something we're seeing for the first time here in the Americas, as well as the Gnar Darius Samira Overwhelm, a variation of what the Tank Buster won the Mastering Runeterra Open last week with. Even though he warned players this might not be the move, Tank is back in the top 16 with the deck himself, and Loser copying it as well.
It might just be the mix of so many different colors and regions in this third deck, but it looks like an absolute abomination to me, Boulevard. Can we break this down a little bit more for our viewers? Like, what's the game plan here?
So the Samira deck is an Overwhelm deck. I'm also a little confused by some of the... It's like giving Jax regions, even though there's no Jax in the deck on the color scheme, which is a little confusing. But trust me, it is not a Runeterra deck. It is straight up Freljord Noxus. And it's been a while since Darius has made it this far in an event.
Yeah, this is, when you're channeling this sort of Rico Rex energy, it's hard to replicate these numbers. It's hard to get a good read on whether these decks are good. Jax Varus, we got a small taste of Varus last round, but we know that some players were very hype on this deck and then soured on it. The Loser Beam has managed to bring it to the top 16. We'll have to see if this other combo deck manages to continue performing. Seku on the other side, champion strength Bandle Gunners, we've seen that before with Tristana, champion strength elites with the Garen and Bard, and combined of course with Aatrox.
Yeah, I don't think we're really going to be able to get away from Aatrox for the remainder of the day, but You know, EMEA was really hyping up this Jax Varus. There were quite a few of them in the top 64, but from my understanding, none of them made it further than the top 16. So this is really the America's chance to prove that the deck has legs and take it all the way to a top 8 finish or perhaps even beyond. But Seku going to stand in the way with Champion Strength, a card that has, you know, it got nerfed really quickly after it came out at the World Championship last year, and since then has kind of almost like Seraphine stayed in the back of the meta, not being super prominent for the most part, but when it comes to one of these big events, you just throw it back in a lineup.
This card, it allows you to give a finisher to a deck that already has a solid game plan of going wide, being very aggressive, very tempo oriented, and Champion Strength can only be countered by, you know, Ruination, Buried in Ice, these big counter commitments from the opponent, with Ionia really MIA in the current metagame in a big way, especially for the tournament scene. It's unusual. This card has a lot of breathing room right now, Boulevard, and it just means that if you're behind, maybe Champion Strength can allow you to convert into a win. If you are stabilized or even against the opponent, Champion Strength also allows you to convert those games before your opponent has a chance to snatch a chance at victory away from you. And with so many similar decks, right, it's just tripling down on Demacia. Your opponent is going to struggle, I think, to ban correctly.
I do want to point out that the loser is prepared for this. They've got one Unforgiving Cold in the Jax Varus, which not a perfect answer to Champion Strength, but will certainly help. But we see the return of Buried in Ice here as well, a one-of in that Samira Nardarius deck. I'm excited to see how that is going to play out into this matchup. And like you mentioned, we're not seeing a lot of Ionia. Pink Seraphine was something that was kind of hyped up coming into the weekend. It appeared in APAC, it appeared in EMEA, and we just haven't seen it on camera yet as we get down to the top 16 of the Americas. It doesn't mean it's not out there. We haven't really had time to dig into the deck list of everyone left in the tournament, but so far it has been absent.
If I am Loser Beam in this scenario, I'm looking across the board at 3 different decks, and the thing is, I feel the Gnar Overwhelm is going to be the weak link, right? Because of the Champion Strength, there is a chance that if you have a big turn to swing through with your Overwhelm stats, your opponent might be able to respond in kind, especially in an Aatrox list. We know, right, that these Darius decks don't really come online until, you know, turn 7, turn 8, when these other decks are hitting their stride as well. So I think that what are you trying to do? Keep Bandle City up because that's probably your best bet for Overwhelm to find its home. Are you counting on Aatrox to be the ban and Seku wants Loser to be on 2 kind of oddball decks?
I think one of the big questions is, how confident are you that you can find your Buried in Ice, your single Buried in Ice in a timely fashion to completely blow out one of these Champion Strength decks? And ignoring, you know, the Vayne Aatrox, which of these, if you could only ban one of the Champion Strength decks here, Skarzik, be it the Bandle Gunners or the Elites, which one are you going for?
That's tough. I think I would just ban Aatrox. Just play against the others, and that might even be Seku's strategy. Aatrox is the very clear outlier that players already have a strong read on the strength of the deck. But
I guess they have a strong read on the weaknesses as well, as it has been left open here and is going to be queued up for game number 1 from Seku.
So we've got Aatrox versus Jax Varus. This deck, because of the Weapon Masters and the Cultists, has a very strong curve as you build up towards that Varus combo. And Seku has single combat and fish fight. Great way to respond to those big finishing turns.
And a Badger Bear to really sort of smooth out the curve from Seku here. A 4-2 quick attack with tough on turn 2. Probably one of the best units you can put into play on turn 2, but as you scale into the mid game, the effectiveness starts to fall off a little bit, and Loser looks like they can go wide enough that Seku might have to use this as a blocker.
Yep, just take the damage early, play to your strengths. Could be an open attack with Loser Beam on this Jax, maybe play around fish fight, but doesn't care. Wants to keep developing to the board, keep getting weapons. These count as, you know, attachments for Varus's level up potential. And Darius was the ban. How surprising.
As was Elites. So I guess that answers the question of which Champion Strength is the better one, or at least the more threatening in Loser's eyes. And I guess that Buried in Ice really got to Seku.
There's no chance, right? If you're gonna respect the one of card. I think that you can have pretty strong reads against Jax Varus to say, well, this deck performed well on ladder. It didn't do super well heading into the next stage of Top Cut for EMEA, as you talked about, Boulevard. So Seku might already be aware of those numbers and is just gonna let it rock.
And the hand from Loser still looking pretty good. I mean, that combat reel is going to do a lot of work in terms of like buffing up the attack of these units, pairing with the fish fights that are available for Loser. And for the most part, it almost just feels like we're playing an Aatrox mirror, as it tends to when this many fish fights are flying.
Great way to respond as well to this Badger Bear. The Harp lets you run the board, right? Your opponent can't really answer. Even if Loser Beam has the Unforgiving Cold, to have that Frostbite, this is going to be the sort of cards you need to save for the late game to stop a Condemn or a fish fight once Varus becomes a real threat.
It looks like just a re-equip onto the Varus, now an equip down onto the Bakai, and Seku finally going to run out a Steadfast Elkin to contest one of these units. The Bakai probably going to get traded down here, still 4 damage to the Nexus, but honestly a pretty smooth board for Seku to throw that Aatrox into.
And yeah, with the Badger Bear gone down, here comes the Broadwing. It's just been the single weapon, right? The Darken Harp over and over again. Loser Beam has another fish fight to take this down. What's great about this combination as well of Jax and Varus is not only do you get fish fight, you get Furious Wielder.
And
so
if
these
Loser
one-sided
does want
strikes
to,
are just good.
yeah, Loser's got an opportunity to buff up this Varus and take out the Aatrox with the fish fight, or could make a burst speed blocker, block the Aatrox, then finish it off with a fish fight. It really kind of depends, because Seku also has this catch available to try and take out the Varus while sending the Aatrox into combat. Loser going to develop a blocker, and now we see exactly how Seku wants to play this. Going to take out the gem generator, and that does open up a window for Loser to kill the Aatrox. Maybe get traded back onto with a single combat, but only time will tell.
With Aatrox in play, it's going to be consistent damage, consistent healing, and even though Loser Beam is playing a combo deck, having to burst your opponent from 15 or 16 versus 20 makes that a much taller order.
Loser still thinking through the motions again. I think what they're considering right here is discarding the Light of Acathia to make a 3-2, blocking the Aatrox, and then using the fish fight with Varus' 3 attack, finish off the Aatrox. Not willing to do that into, 2 mana left open from Seku, though.
A little bit too risky, for sure. After seeing the way this game is played out, right, with the fish fights, Seku's been tapping down most of the time to get the greed plays, the additional potential snowball power of the Darken Harp, and now that Seku has some mana in reserve, Loser Beam does not want to extend after all.
Loser just...
but decides to go for it.
And this leaves Loser pretty light on threats, and I don't think any Darkened spells have been played. I think we're still at 0 out of 3 in terms of the Varus tutor. But with that draw spell in hand, Loser's in an okay position. Seku doesn't really have a big punish coming as we get into turn 7. Not enough to get down the Seratu and start to threaten that. But this is Loser's turn to kind of develop the board and try to get back into this one before Seku just starts throwing down the gauntlet.
Double Shadow Blade Fanatic. Great quick attack users, and we know, again, in these board-based matchups, quick attack is so massive to get one-sided trades, build up that value, build up that potential. The Shadow Fiends are great, just free developments, cheap one-mana plays to give you blockers. And Seku, after the sequence of relying very heavily on the Darken Harp, has signaled to Loser Beam that there isn't too many other units in hand to double down on this. Gets Bane off the top. Tumble's great, but you've kind of missed the mid-game spike where Tumble is at its most effective.
Yeah, but next turn, Seku is going to have 3 mana Tumble plus Seratu, and that could be absolutely massive. Loser, I don't even think has a top deck to try to contest that, given that a Furious Wielder is still only 5 damage into the 6 HP of Seratu.
That will be drawing 4 cards, each card drawn discounted by 2 mana, and that's permanent, Boulevard.
This is a disaster for Loser Beam.
Well, and 12 HP, it's not even about, oh, can I combo? You have to get your spells to tutor Varus to even stand a chance. Seku has Fish Fight. And
Gonna see
even
the
more
double
draw,
draw.
more developments. Oh my
Warm up
goodness.
for 0 can always potentially be a blowout in these really stat-based matchups.
There
Loser
is
gonna
no
go for the discard
counterplay.
draw. Finds a Jax, finds another Expanse's Protection, but Seku so uninterested in trying to target the units with spells right now. I imagine Saratu's just going right back in.
Just a classic attack with the tumble. Even if your opponent has that free blocker with the ephemeral, Seku wants to draw those cards.
Seku
I think
takes
it's a great
pass.
idea.
Further development comes down, and now we'll see if Seku wants to go for the tumble, get a few more draws, or if they are saving that for something else, not wanting to, use it into the ephemeral unit, wants to wait until next turn when Loser Beam has to sacrifice a real unit to the Saratu, perhaps.
It's an interesting concept to save the mana as well. If there was a play of Varus, potentially, Seku would just immediately be able to fish fight. But now Loser Beam has Jax, Light of Acacia with Overwhelm. We can put the bow on, trying to keep our targets going, try to tutor, but as it stands right now, you can't go wide enough around this board either.
It looks like Seku actually going to go for a Valor. I imagine this is going to be a sacrifice to the 5-4 on the following turn. Try to line up some other trades as that Broadwing will go back to a 1-4 with Formidable thanks to the regen off of the Aatrox weapon. Turn passes back over. What's off the top for Loser? What can they draw to get back into this? Is they're in a bit of a dire position. It's going to be a Bakai. And the double Expanse's Protection actually looking pretty okay into the fish fight plus Cataclysm that Seku has.
After the Piltover Castaway finds Pot of Pain, there's Cataclysm. Now, even if you have the spell shield to protect the Jax from getting dragged, Stratu does still enter combat with the way Cataclysm resolves.
That is
This is
true.
gonna be 2 more card draws, 2 more discounts, too much value in mana, I think, in this first game for Loser Beam to even think about contesting.
No, Loser just unable to find the spells in a timely fashion to tutor out a Varus, and even if we miscounted earlier and it was actually 1 out of 3 on the Varus tutor as opposed to 0, then 1 could come now, but there would be no mana or follow-up left for Loser Beam, and with a 4 mana Aatrox, you've got to assume that Seku is going to be able to take this one all the way home.
Down to 2 HP, 1 more or 2 more attacks for Vayne. You can keep tumbling a quick attack unit to force Loser Beam's blocks.
You can even tumble in the Valor and get a scout attack this turn.
Yeah, there's just no way for Loser Beam to maintain any sort of board, any sort of threat potential. There was no card draw, especially compared, right? Saratu drew 6 cards this game, completely obscene.
Yeah, 8 attack Jax is nice and all, but Seku, might not even go for the tumble this turn, might just take the damage, go for a really big open attack. Loser's deck list, even if it wasn't an open deck list event, you're very aware of it because of how restrictive Jax's and Varus's regions are. Your opponent can only be playing so many cards, and the one Unforgiving Cold is really the only thing that could possibly threaten Seku right now.
Now that Loser Beam is playing Shadowblade Fanatic unironically, it gives you an idea of how much you have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to even fill out the deck list. Forsaken Bakai gets Predict. I didn't even see the pick there, but this game is not going to go long enough for Loser Beam to even draw that card. Fish Fight takes down Jax, has to protect it once more with Expanse's Protection because he's carrying all the hopes and dreams with the overwhelming quick attack.
And even if Seku's board gets annihilated here, if they lose everything next turn, they can still play a Feet Feather Tracker, equip it with the Aatrox weapon, throw down the World Ender, and go ahead and take a victory home with that massive, overwhelming Aatrox. But I don't think that's even going to be necessary. Seku able to run out 2 additional units on this turn between the Fleet Feather and the blocking Badger Bear.
It's just night and day, Boulevard, when it comes to these Aatrox lists. Sometimes they get bullied, and if an Aatrox deck draws well, especially with Heart, there's just way too much. And the double Aatrox coming through, Seku going to win this first game in stellar fashion, knows absolutely that Loser Beam has no way to contest this massive play, and that's going to be the surrender.
And Jax Varus coming out with a little bit of a weaker performance than players might have been expecting with how hyped up this has been, especially in the EMEA region. But again, we've got a couple of players in the top 16 with it. Didn't make it further than this in EMEA, but this is the Americas. We do things a little bit differently here. And even though Loser is down 1 game already, there's a good chance to come back as I would say the terror of the meta in Aatrox Vayne has been defeated here. That is certainly, I think every player we've seen on camera for our feature match today has been playing Aatrox Vayne.
It's so well-rounded, and the meta has shifted completely to favor it. With no Ionia, we don't have any recalls. Remember the found unworthy that that sends it back to the hand, destroys the weapon. That really stifled a lot of these World Ender plays. A lot less deny, Rite of Negation in the matchup. Nidalee proved to not really find a foothold. We don't have to worry about ambushing Vastaya.
And, I like Loserbeam going, hey, that looked really good. What if I try that? And switches over to the Aatrox Vayne. Not quite as good a hand as the one that Seku had in the previous game, though. And Seku's hand looks as good as a hand without champion strength can look, I suppose.
Just keep playing on curve. If Loserbeam doesn't summon an early 1 or 2 drop with a harp, Seku can just kick back, develop a wide board, and then suddenly Loserbeam is under immense threat of champion strength closing out the game. Vandal City specializes in getting tons of chump blockers.
We're probably going to have to see some awkward-looking, proactive fish fights from Loser just to try to keep the board under control and make sure that a champion strength isn't waiting in the wings to steal another game away from them and crush their hopes here in the top 16. But so far, Seku's hand not really leaning towards that style of strategy. Combat Cook, certainly the best play they could get down this turn. The Ranger Knight from Loser, a little stuffed by the inability to equip a weapon to it. And maybe that Combat Cook just gets to keep board parity this turn.
It is, yeah, just an attack. Take 4, I think, to be honest. But just blocks down with the free token that you got, the Hungry Owlcat. Loserbeam, with perfect caster vision, might want to fish fight the Bandle City Mare. Looking at all the multi-region followers in hand, the double attune is also massive to develop board and keep floating mana, preparing for the champion strength.
Seku debating on Pano Pain versus Quick Attack. Goes for the Quick Attack. Gonna get a 5-3 cook, and this might be a fish fight target from Loser. Gonna develop an Elkin first, a second Elkin second, and no more Elkin, no more turn. Pass the attack token over to Seku.
Yep, just some chump blockers, hoping to draw another weapon, but no dice. Fish fight can send the weapon back to the hand. If there is one more action available, Loserbeam can then re-equip to get the extra tough keyword onto the Steadfast Elkins, but at this point it's looking pretty dire.
And this is definitely a turn where Loser wants to use the fish fight. We're going into the potential champion strength turn, which even if it isn't lethal, would completely decimate Loserbeam's board. On top of that, I think Loser really wants to get access to Geralt to start picking off some of these, smaller units going into their next attack turn.
It has to be that way, right, Boulevard? You didn't get your Broad Wings, you didn't get Fleet Feather Tracker to proactively fight for the board, and Bandle City is happy to just keep chump blocking down with no Vayne as well. The Ranger Knight Defector isn't as effective where you can't threaten with Tumble and Scout, and Combat Cook is a great mid-game answer to threats of this nature with the Quick Attack, with decent stat parity.
Now we're going to see how things want to pan out here. Actually going to take the block with the Badger Bear, free up the weapon, and get tough onto those Elkins. Seku not taking advantage of the ability to double group shot those, but we don't see a re-equip from Loserbeam, hanging on to that Geralt for the next turn to threaten the life of the Bandle City Mare.
With preserving, I think that by preserving the mana, Loserbeam just wants to set up, Aatrox, form up, Aatrox, fish fight, to get massive trades. Once that 6/6 comes down, it does become difficult for Seku to enjoy this potential stat advantage any longer. And now, in order to truly finish out the game, does need champion strength.
And that is what turns a lot of players off to the archetype is while Seku is in a great position for when they draw champion strength, the longer the game goes on, the worse that position is going to be for Seku. Loser's going to start to take over the board from here on out. Not a lot of damage has been pushed through. There's no elusives for Seku. Aatrox is probably going to be able to heal Loser back up to 20 at some point. Seku really needs to find champion strength, I would say, by turn 9 at the latest, or their board is going to be too small. A World Ender may have even resolved. Granted, this is a slow hand for Loser, right? There's only one weapon that's come down so far. Really haven't been that many strikes, and we're still kind of debating whether or not Loser wants to play out Jiral here and go after Seku's board, or just develop that Aatrox.
I think when you're looking at the board from Loser's perspective, just committing to the Aatrox is too dangerous potentially into champion strength. I think you might want to fish fight this combat cook just to get that quick attack weapon out of the equation. And if there is a champion strength, maybe you just slam down the Aatrox.
Gonna go for a really non-committal line and throw the Bloodletters onto the Ranger Knight Defector, see how Seku wants to respond. Champion strength, even if Seku had it, very unlikely to come out this turn, would wait until the following when they can get the scout keyword as opposed to the rally and really push through an endgame scenario.
And at the very least, Ranger Knight Defector is going to scoop up a couple more.
There's one form up. Do I see two form up? Seku, do I see two form up? There's two form ups. Loser Beam, what about form up number 3? How are we feeling on that one? Do you want to go all the way? No, cut it off at 2 form ups, 1 from each player.
Grumble Slug off the table, Scout Weapon back in the hand. List leaves mana open for Aatrox to enter the fray with another attack token thanks to the Scout. Goes for Jiral, committing to the line of picking off the board to minimize champion strength Boulevard.
Yeah, now Seku, I think hovering that group shot to take out the Dark Enthralled, this does take them off of the ability to play form up in combat. And maybe, you know, looking at the mana from Loser Beam, says even if they come after my Bandle City Mayor and I commit all of this mana to the form up, they might still have a catch, and then I'm really in hot water. And now Seku down to just 3 units in play, 1 in the hand, 2 in the hand now, but still no champion strength, and I do not think that Jiral is going anywhere.
I like the potential here. Rather than just going for an open attack to say, well, I've got a potential stat line advantage of Combat Cook and Jiral, I've got Bandle Commando with Scout. And this means that Seku can get a couple Owl Cats.
Yeah, no fish fight from Loser Beam to take out the Scout elusive. Seku gonna get quite a few units out of this.
And Loser Beam saving this fish fight for something very specific, it looks like. Knows that World Ender's kind of waiting in the wings. Not enough mana to cast it next turn, even if you save it. Yeah, it's too scary to block with the Aatrox, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this fish fight is hard-coded to kill a Bandle Gunners and is just really afraid of like a quick attack Bandle Gunner coming down and starting to take over the game with 3 impacts and 7 attack.
Oh my goodness! Loser Beam commits the Aatrox after all.
Form
Group
up
shot
3
to fix
meets
the map.
form up 4.
And it's going to be just enough. Aatrox now out of the equation. Wanted to get the extra strike to discount the World Ender for next turn, but now Seku is back in a dominant, swarmy position. And what does Loser Beam now? Oh, God! Champion Strength arrives perfectly on time, right when it's needed, with a full board.
Seku gonna lose 1 unit here, but again, I don't think that fish fight is getting committed anytime soon. Maybe it will if Seku throws down a 6th unit with 1 card in hand, and Loser goes, okay, if that's champion strength, then I need to take out whatever I can here. Although ultimately, I don't think it would matter. I think that with a scout weapon and an overwhelm weapon, there's no way that Loser Beam is going to be able to stop this champion strength from ending the game next turn. Still not on the mana to play this World Ender.
And there is no need to worry. You don't need to pull the champion strength now if you don't want to. You
ripping
get the
it
boost. Now. Ooh, wow. You get the boost and the rally. Because of the board advantage, you're forcing Loser Beam to trade everything in just to stay alive. Then the attack token naturally comes back to you next turn. Even with reduced stats, you've got 6v0 on that follow-up attack.
And Loser can only contest and kill one of these units, has to full block everywhere else. And from my math here, Skarzig, I think even the 2 weakest attackers getting through is going to be lethal. Loser still has, equip plus fish fight available, but unfortunately, all of the 5 attack units, or the 5 health units rather, have spell shield. So you can't even go for, catch on a weapon and fish fight. There's just no, I guess you could take out the 8/5, but even then, you're just losing your entire board and certainly dying to the open attack on the following turn.
Aatrox going down, negates healing, removes big stats from play, and even if you hadn't committed the Aatrox with the form up, thinking that, I have the 3rd form up, what are the odds? The group shot and form up still would have just been in Seku's hand.
And now 0 trades out of Loser Beam. Just loses the entire board along with 7 Nexus health. And with full information of Loser Beam's hand, Seku will be moving on to the top 8 with an open attack on the following round.
Very impressive. What can I say? The Jax Ferris didn't come through versus Aatrox, and then good old-fashioned Bandle City Swarm champion strength does it once more. The draws there from Loser Beam's list were just not the right early game recipe to keep up with the board. You want, Fleet Feather Tracker Harp. So not only are you forcing blocks with quick attack, keeping your attacker alive, you're also able to pick and choose those blocks to keep the board under control. And the window of opportunity, right, where the champion strength wasn't there with the Swarm, I thought personally that Aatrox might be able to salvage, force a couple more blocks before the champion strength came through, but there's 3 copies in the deck for a reason, shows up right on time.
Right on time is exactly right there, Skarzig. The perfect moment, able to get that kill through, make it look clean even. And you gotta wonder about that fish fight from Loser Beam and how long it was held on to. Seku going very wide off of a Scout Elusive that got a couple of Alcats. And I guess it was just really worried about a Bandle Gunner coming instead of the Champion Strength. Understanding that Seku didn't have access to that card for a majority of the game. And I'm sure that is something that was more on the forefront of the mind of Loser Beam, and unfortunately not prepared for the top deck when it happens. And that is why Champion Strength in the lineup twice has brought Seku all the way to the top 8 here. And now we are going to go into NOS versus NNT Space here in another top 16 match.
I love catching the tail end of these games, Boulevard. We get us a glimpse of what's to come. Space on the Echo Jinx, running the Castaway as well, having an additional threat outside of Voice of Risen and your champions. Having a weapon is also great, maybe if you high roll Scout onto Echo, but this is versus NOS on classic Scouts.
Oh, this actually, so I went to check if it was Echo Jinx or Echo Nidalee, and it's neither, it's just Echo.
Mono Echo, interesting.
We also finally found one of the Pink Seraphine players. Space has that rounding out their lineup, but that's a story for another time. Scouts, I guess, we just saw out of Seku, there are multiple champion strength decks that you can be running, though I would think the crowd favorite for the most part is still Scouts, maybe lagging a little bit behind Bandle Gunners these days.
And Time Trick, maybe looking for Rite of Negation, instead finds Chrono Break. For Demacia resolves. Quinn and Valor are absolutely enormous. We can see the bans now. Samira Fizz, I think, was the ban. The other one was Runeterra, Freljord, maybe a Jax Ornn then.
I only say that because I checked there was like a Nico Freljord in the top 64 of Apex, so, not fully unrepresented is that champion, RIP Poro King, who didn't quite make it into the Worlds Qualifier this time around, but maybe he'll get there next time. Valor going to take out this Chronomancer. Space, unfortunately, in a bit of a weird spot where they can't develop the voices and play the Chrono Break, so not going to get as many trades off as they'd love to this round.
And with Valor and Broadwing working in tandem to get these champions to clear this board, it kind of forces Space to Chrono Break this turn just to maintain some parity.
And it's going to be a pretty good Chrono Break, I would say. I don't remember if Piltover Castaway actually just generates I believe Piltover Castaway will make a weapon, even coming off of a Chrono Break. This is not a card you see very often in Echo Jinx, or just Echo decks in general, as this is not an Echo Jinx. But going to rearrange the attacks here so that the Petrocyte Broadwing does survive its interaction here. And then it just comes down to Space rolling the dice on that draw spell, and then firing off that Chrono Break. Because like you mentioned, this Chrono Break is mandatory this turn.
When Piltover Castaway revives, it attunes, improvises. You don't get to pick the weapon. It'll just grab something out of whatever's available. So that'd be another weapon. And maybe that's why, right? Space isn't running the Jinx, because having the Castaway in here for some additional board threat means that these weapons are kind of gumming up your hand and it becomes awkward to discard them.
I think I found the reason. It's a little weird, but rather than a second champion, Space is on triple Heedless Resurrection, and any champion you would traditionally pair with Echo will be stronger than Echo and would whiff out on the Resurrection. So, and then you throw in the Castaways to reduce the cost of that spell. It's something we're not completely unfamiliar with, but it's certainly not the standard for this archetype.
And thanks to the quick attack weapon going back onto the Echo, or rather combat reel, Echo can now swing in versus this boosted board to deal 7, get another time trick, get more card draw. The weapon's also buffing Echo stats means that he can get a lot more continuous value. Time trick, finding another Chrono Break, potentially setting up for Voice of the Risen.
Heedless Resurrection getting a second Echo and pairing that with a Voices does sound a little spicy for the next turn, but that Quicksand also looks very good into a formidable unit. Takes a time trick, though. I don't remember if that was a skip or if time trick was an option.
I think that was a skip. Impressive. Here's Voice of the Risen. Echo is enormous. We've got Overwhelm on Castaway. Time trick in hand, a second time trick off of Echo. Potential for another Chrono Break. Is Nos's scout deck going to get out-rallied?
It very well could. A bit of a low roll on the 1 cost of 1/1, about as bad as you can get. Not no one, but would have liked some stats to try and contest the board a little bit. Time Trick is going to make it so that Chrono Break is not available this turn for Space. No, it will be after the combat reel attack.
The combat reel attunes! It's so smart, Boulevard, to maximize the chance of getting the Chrono Break. With the second time trick, the Piltover Castaway was cast away from Reggie's factory. Let me tell you, he is also always delivering.
Yeah, these Piltover units that let you look at a couple of cards and pick one of them, we really got to have a long talk with Runeterra about why they're still allowed to run free. There are too many 2/1s out there making cards these days. It's going to be 6 damage pushed into Nos's Nexus, which I believe means this Chrono Break will be lethal. Nothing should be able to stop that Overwhelm damage.
The Fishawhack, the combat reel, the perfect weapons for this situation. If not for that Overwhelm, I feel like Nos almost could stabilize from here. Quinn is just about to level and bully through, but Space is predicting way too much with these 0 mana time tricks. Predict and draw.
And it doesn't matter if it takes 1, 2, or even all 3 Chrono Breaks. You get 3 of them for a reason, and Space gonna tie up the series 1-1. About 25 minutes left in the round, so of course you know we're gonna stick around for game number 3 and see what is left open here. Believe it's gonna be Seraphine set, so we actually get our first look at Pink Seraphine, and although Scout's probably not the matchup we expected to see it into.
Scouts has been the kind of anti-meta, like probably the most aggressive you can get without going directly into Fizz Samira. Has the same early game potential as Aatrox Vayne, but just doubles down, goes incredibly wide. It's almost a hybrid, right, of the best aspects of Aatrox Vayne's early game alongside Vandal City's early game, because you go so wide so quickly.
Oh, I just want to... These opening hands are sending me, Skarzig, because there's only 1 deny in the list for Space, and they managed to catch it into the champion strength.
We'll see if that's enough. If this is the sort of deck that if you don't get the champion strength, you missed your window of opportunity before set takes over, or if it's a, so what if you deny this one, I have another. Space very happy to pass, keep floating mana, drag the game out as long as possible. Now, just refresh my memory, Boulevard. This build for Space, is this the one you were hinting at earlier that is maybe only down to 1 or 0 copies of Karma?
It is down to 0 copies of Karma, and in fact, this one seems very anti-aggro. We're looking at only 2 copies of the Back Alley Bar. There's 2 Caustic Riff in this list, so not going to do a whole lot against Scouts as much as it would against one of the Jinx decks or Fizz Samira. 3 Forge Chief as well, to try and make sure that you are contesting the early board out of something like Scouts. So Space was prepared for a matchup like this, has the build to match it, and now it's just a matter of finding the right cards in the right sequence. Both Disciple of Doran in the early hand does give a little bit of board contention, but probably not as much as you would have hoped for. Set right on time, though. A huge pressure point for this deck to make sure that the board stays in a suitable position.
When I just read the quality of the hands, it's exactly what you don't want to see. Concussive Palm to stun a big potential Scout turn, get another blocker besides, Set to get free trades, finds the Caustic Rift discounted off of Clockling, the preparation from the Disciple of Doran, discounting formula as well to draw into some emergency removal. It's going to be an uphill battle for Nos, certainly. Scrutinizing Sergeant is a great play to fill up this board to 6 and try to get some pressure down.
And I've never seen a Scrutinizing Sergeant whiff, and I'm not sure if this one even physically can. 3 of the 9 spells rather in the hand for Nos already, so with one of them committed, yeah, all 5 spells in deck would have to be the 5 remaining spells for this player.
And Nos, I think, just asking the question, do I want to go for my whole turn, essentially, of Scrutinizing Sergeant to get another 3/3, or is it better to open attack here, force these blocks regardless, maybe force some mana? Because if Nos is able to force out enough mana in response, then Space can't play Set. I think that's
Nos
the
dream. Nos might even be thinking about a 4 Demacia line, and either playing it right now and only giving Space 1 window of interaction, or perhaps running out the Mirai Warden first. The difference sort of being, if there is a Caustic Rift, not playing the Warden leaves you form up to save this Fleet Feather tracker, but at the end of the day, it is just going to be a Scrutinizing Sergeant. A lot of spells in the top, apparently, going to get shuffled away as MF comes out.
Very nicely done. And again, this is the pressure that Nos was hoping to get out. Caustic Rift plus Mystic Shot. Going to protect Misfortune with Form Up.
And that could get met with a high note. So Space has the answer for the answer. Nos's board going to be put in shambles here. And even the 3/3s are softened up for the 2/2s.
Yeah, the trades still go through. This is all you care about if you're in Space's shoes. Nos tries to protect the Misfortune, but
a full disaster for Nos. Looking at the hand, they're so light on units. They need to preserve some of this for the champion strength. And when they're met with that deny, that could just be game over. Space now going to get down the Set and start to just continue to take over this board. Even a form up is not enough to save one of these units, just enough to proc Set's ability.
I love the Forge Chief here as well. Gets a fantastic 1-for-1 trade potentially while attuning, setting up for formula, deny, concussive palm, the perfect spells you want. And how many Caustic Rift was Space on? 2, you say?
2 is the correct number for this list. A lot of people leaning really hard into trying to figure out which cards need to be one-ofs to make sure that the Catastrophe is a viable win condition.
And this is just a very motley crew of stats for Nos. And when you're playing against PNZ Ionia, a deck that just wants to get to the late game, bury you in value and resources, it's not about trading evenly. You have to force the game to not be in your favor. And what it's going to come down to, I think, Boulevard, is Nos trying to force out the deny, maybe with 4 Demacia before attempting the champion strength.
I just don't know if that's going to be enough. Skarzik, Nos, very aware that champion strength is the game-ending spell. Yeah, and if you're trying to bait it out with the 4 Demacia, like Concussive Palm gets to come out, you're probably going to trade with a little bit more of your board. I just don't think it's a bluff that Space is going to fall for.
Double Inspiring Light does make this board a bit more formidable, but with a board like this, you need to go for a champion strength. I agree. I agree with this for sure.
Especially when you're only playing against 1 deny.
And so that's champion strength number 1 negated. Nos's turn shut down. Next turn, we've got more attune with the Forge Chief. Set gonna come through to pull one more attacker.
The good news for Nos, though, is with that single deny out of the way, the second champion strength guaranteed to resolve. There's nothing Space can do about it outside of generating another random deny. But I think that Set getting very close to the level up off of these formulas does mean that Nos is not going to have enough of a board left unless they can resolve these Inspiring Lights back-to-back. Nopify available, though, going to make it a little difficult, and Set is going to level here, not taking any damage from this interaction.
Rejuvenating Breeze draws spells, heals for 3, Aftershock, Sump Fumes, Nopify, the perfect answers to this small Mosia deck.
And Time Trick's going to generate the Showstopper, so Nos is not going to get an opportunity to play the Inspiring Light. This is an absolute disaster.
Showstopper on the 2/2, 1 HP clears 2 more blockers. This isn't even a, I need to get to my combo turn. This is, I'm a P&Z deck that plays to the board. You have no answer.
Form Up has to be used to save a Mirai Warden here, and even that I'm not sure is enough as 2 units go down to the Showstopper. A third is going to get lost to the Set here, even after the Inspiring Light comes out. And at this point, I'm actually not sure that a Champion Strength would be enough. Nos would be able to stun 1 unit, recall another, perhaps recall 2 more, perhaps, and or just block down. It doesn't matter. Scouts is not a deck with comeback potential.
And ironically, with the Yeti Yearling off of Mirai Warden going down, there's 1-mana 5/5s that aren't really that great from this position.
I don't know what is great from this position, Scars. Like, looking at the deck list, there's no good draw.
Insult to injury. There is not even a way for Nos to dream of coming back into this game.
Oh, Nos, you're going to have to pull out a miracle.
Genevieve for Demacia still doesn't do it. Way too much removal. We've got Unworthy Soul to just bounce that 6-drop back to the hand. Aftershock to clear the 5/3. Tons of blockers still. So much mana spent to level up Set. Get another Showstopper as well, Boulevard.
And for Demacia is really just looking like 2 additional spell mana going the way of Space.
Yep, we get to block down with the Forge Chiefs. Set up for the Sump Fumes, whatever you like. Takes the damage like a hero.
Oh, and this is better for representing lethal on the following turn. Space wants to get this one done and over with and secure their position in the top 8 of this tournament. Set going to challenge the Porcupine. The rest of the units coming in, and there is not enough defensive power coming out of Nos. NNT Space moving on to the top 8, keeping the dream alive for Team Ninetales.
I'm staggered by the deck choices, the deck building. Mono Echo was not something that was on my radar at all, Boulevard. And now Pink Seraphine, kind of after it broke through into this next stage of the tournament, it seems to be a solid idea. This anti-swarm build with the Caustic Rifts, the Forge Chief, Disciple of Doran, a card that I have never, I don't think, seen in a tournament yet. Does a lot of work to keep the cards flowing.
I forgot that was Pink Seraphine. I thought that was Karma Set because we didn't see Seraphine, we didn't see Back Alley Bar. What we saw was a lot of the cards that were played in Karma Set, Caustic Rift being sort of the main one that comes to mind. And, you know, Set is really all it takes to take over a game. I know people were really concerned for how Set was going to fare if he couldn't be paired with Karma because, you know, when Set came out, we tried a lot of different things. None of them really stuck. There are some crazy people out there still running things like Set Viego, but for the most part, Set is married to Karma. And to see a little bit of a separation, I think is nice for Set. I think it's good for him. It's healthy.
Yeah, to get out there, try new things, discount your spells with preparation, formula still showing up, and we got a glimpse of Rejuvenating Breeze, the new Ionia spell, to heal your Nexus and specifically draw 2 spells. And it is allowing Space to keep 1 deny in the deck and seem to have it whenever it needs to be put down for the matchup.
And with that, we are going to take a closer look at the top 8 after a short break here. The Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. Don't go anywhere. We are down to the wire. Only 8 remain. Who will be moving on to the World Championship later this year? Welcome back, everyone, to the heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. I am Boulevard. This is Skarzig. I hope you didn't think we were going anywhere. That's not how we really do things around here. We are with you until the finals, baby. And we are coming up on our top 8. Now, we're going to take a look at how we got here, because I'm sure that some of you are just now tuning in. The top 8's very illustrious. Here we have Seku versus Loser Beam, our top 16 feature match, where Seku was able to take out the Jax Forest Menace with Aatrox Vayne.
Yeah, the single combat there was so clutch to take out Varus number 1, and Varus number 2 never came. And as we moved forward, Seku had champion strength. Vandal City specializes at going incredibly wide. Aatrox unable to keep up versus that onslaught of stats.
And I know the Spade made you think we were going to a Game 3. That is not the case. It was a 2-0 for Seku, finding that champion strength in timely fashion. Then we checked in with some of our other competitors since so much time was left on the clock, and we got to see Space with a crazy comeback here with the Mono Echo deck against Scouts.
This deck really knocked my socks off, Boulevard. Having the Mono Echo with Heedless Resurrection, able to double down on Castaway to have weapons to augment Echo's effectiveness even more, and Scouts just was not able to keep up, got out-rallied, and then tried to make it happen one more time versus Ionia PNZ. The only Ionia deck, I think, here in the top 64, and there's the deny. No, second one. Ikedo was there too, but to make it this far, certainly.
That is true. It is the only one that we have left in the top 8 at the very least, and then, again, we just get to kind of see the end of the game here. The very few amount of counterspells in Space's deck, finding the perfect targets time and time again, while Set just takes over a game with a low interaction opponent. It's what Set loves to do, and making the showstopper such a showmaker.
The Scout deck was just headed off at every turn, really demonstrating that a lower to the ground idea of Seraphine and Set can pay dividends with the right matchups. You have the late game potential of Set and Showstopper. You can beat Swarm because of that AoE damage. Being able to obliterate a single target allows you to catch anything from mid-range to big targets too. It's a great idea combined with Caustic Rift, Unworthy Soul, to catch a lot of these Aatrox matchups we've been seeing.
And speaking of Aatrox, we're going to take a look at our top 8 now. Let you know who is left in the tournament. You can see the names up on the screen here. Fenrir, Yumi, dude, I was ready to say it, and then I lost it. Seku, Tankbuster,
I believe.
Yume Odeo. Let me write that down. Rogio, Hawk, Space, and Quacko. And of course, in true Boulevard fashion, while we were on break, I ran some stats on the top 8, and let me tell you, 7 of these Brave quarterfinalists have brought Aatrox Vayne.
It is such a well-rounded deck, but we're going to get closer into our featured match, Rogio versus Hawk. I want to look at Rogio's lineup right now. We've got the Aatrox. We've seen this time and time again. This version's not running Quinn, much more all in on Vayne, getting that potential early snowball. Am I not seeing only 2 Badger Bear in this deck? Interesting. Alawi Swain, however, making it pretty far, and this is combined with Pantheon Varus, a deck from a bygone era, seemingly coming back into the forefront thanks to Targon Tailstone buffs and Youngling, I guess.
What's interesting to me is that while Pantheon had a very high presence in APAC this morning, it was all Pantheon Yuumi Demacia. There wasn't really maybe one Pantheon Varus player, so it's almost like we looked at APAC and said, you know, you're onto something with the Pantheon here, you just don't have it quite right. And I do want to shout out that Silence and Suppress in the Aatrox list, going to do dividends in this mirror match here as we look into Hawk's decks, and guess what? You're going to see a lot of the same thing. That's right, it's still Aatrox Vayne, it's still Alawi Swain, this time rounding it out with Echo Jinx.
Echo Jinx shot up in play heading up to this tournament because of its anti-aggro potential. If you're against a deck that wants to just fight for the board, is attacking into you a lot, you get to get a massive punish with Chrono Break. This version even running even more early game with Forged Chiefs to have that attune, which paid off a lot in the last round as well, thanks to the combat reel from Castaway. So that was pretty cool.
We're heading into pick and ban now, and you know, I'm taking a look at these Alawi Swain lists, trying to spot the differences. They're pretty minute. We've got a hired gun out of one player. I think the biggest difference is that one of these players, I'm not sure which list I clicked on, and they're not really named appropriately, but one of them is running 2 Noxian Fervor, while the other is only running 1. So that is definitely something we're going to be on the lookout for, and it is Rogio that is on the double Fervor.
Yeah, Fervor's great for getting some fast speed interaction in the deck. We know that a lot of the other power plays with Heavy Metal or even Riptide Sermon are a little bit too slow. And Hawk bans the Pantheon Varus because of that spell shield. It's a little bit too hard, I think, for Aatrox and Swain to counter it reliably.
Now, I know you're all tired of me and Skarzik talking you extensively through the pick ban, so we're going to speed run through it this time, get straight into the action. Alawi Swain versus the Jinx Echo here at the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. Okay hand at the top there for Rogio. I believe that was a keep on a parlay to try to punish the numerous 2-1s in the deck, but there's a 1-3 off the top.
You love to see it. 1-3, a lot of chip damage. This is how Echo Jinx gets it done. So much chip, so much early pressure, and Alawi Swain doesn't have any healing. No way to stop the rallies. No obliterates, as other decks have used it. Fireth grabbed off of Mirai Warden, and Fishawak picked up. That can be useful for maybe a big tentacle somewhere in the mid game.
I am a little worried about how Hawk wants to try and navigate this one. It's a bit, Echo Jinx is a pretty light interaction deck. You're very susceptible to just getting hit with a Swain and having your board cleared. So if you're not already ready with a Chrono Break at that time, it can really spell disaster. And, you know, not having C's Voice in the hand grabs a Fishawak to give the Tentacle Overwhelm anyway.
The idea, I think, is to start looking for your quicksands. If you can stabilize, they don't have Swain on curve, start playing towards Jinx, can be very effective. Voice of the Risen being offered up. I don't know if you just want to pick another predict there with the Scrying Sands, which is also perhaps a great way to stop Swain, but notably, this deck does not have good Fearsome Blockers Boulevard.
No, it does not. Not until that voice gets down. And in case you missed it on the bans there, folk, a little confused about what happened, Rogio's Pantheon Varus has been banned, and Hawk 362's Alawi Swain has been banned. So we're looking at an Aatrox mirror.
And that's, you know, something I would not really expect, but that's fine. Was that an answered prayer to get the tentacle? I must have missed it. Answered prayer, you don't see too often in Aatrox Swain, but it's a nice way to run just a 2-mana 2/2 to help out in your early game.
I think that was a Tentacle Smash that didn't hit anything.
Oh.
Or maybe hit the 1/3? Yeah, just Tentacle Smash and pass. A play that not everyone is aware that you can do. You do not have to pick a target. You can just spawn two.
Well, yeah, I definitely didn't know that, Boulevard. I thought you would want to fight for the board a little bit more, but keeping the tentacle healthy, to boost it with the Alawi, the second Tentacle Smash, the Eye, and the Fishawak shows that Rogio is willing to sculpt the matchup, to sculpt the line of play around this Overwhelm weapon.
Oh, my big concern here for Rogio, though, is if that Alawi disappears, Rogio's hand looks so mediocre. Maybe they can climb the tentacle to new heights, put the Fishawak on it like we were mentioning earlier, and Hawk, for what it's worth, doesn't have a clean way to deal with Alawi right now other than sacrificing Jinx into it and hitting it with a Mystic Shot, which seems very unlikely. Hits another drop border, though. What is with these Echo players today?
The drop border swarm is real. We know that the threat potential's there. Augmented Clockling results in even more unblockable damage. Rogio does not have Heavy Metal or some of the other clean answers you like to see versus boards such as this. And this is the big window, right? Hawk has made it through the woods of, okay, potentially no Swain. If I can get set up here where Voice of the Risen and Echo are in play, Chrono Break becomes a massive liability, because all of the removal slow speed, very piecemeal, allows Hawk to keep digging to find that Chrono Break for a final punish towards the end of the turn.
And there is an Echo to pair with the Jinx. Unfortunately, a little bit of a heavy hand on the side of Hawk. Going to be a while before they can actually get down a level 2 Jinx, but that seems to be the least of your concerns when Echo is available, and you would think that it'd be a snap pick from Hawk, but they really sat there and debated that one, perhaps thinking more about a Voice of the Risen, but you need the Echo down to get the voice turned on in the first place.
I really like this hand, to be honest, Boulevard, because what's going to happen is you get through, you know, a handful of damage, maybe Rogio's down to 6 HP or so, then that's when Jinx is going to come down. You don't need her as part of this kind of mid-game fiesta that's brewing. Echo's leveled, token to get a time trick, fish that out 3 mana in reserve for the Chrono Break to beat up against this. The only good counter right now would be a Pirouette.
Instead, Rogio's going to have to go for one of the reasons that many players like myself are not in love with Alawi Swain. Going to have to 2-for-1 yourself here using a parlay to set up for a Scorched Earth. And after that happens, Tentacle Smash is still looking like a good removal spell for whatever Hawk does throw down next, though. If you lose the Tentacle, then a lot of the steam comes out of the sail of Rogio, who is really just relying on this Alawi to carry them through the mid-game.
And because you are under so much pressure as Alawi Swain, you're forced to respond over and over again to your opponent's aggressive plays. You don't have the luxury to play your whole turn on just Swain or just on Eye of Nagagoboros. You have to take several turns off, right, to keep the board under control, Boulevard. So this Scorched Earth will go through. This does deny the time trick as well, which is massive. And that means you miss the window to resurrect Echo, forces Hawk to dig it a little bit deeper to reassemble that threat potential.
And Hawk has a Mystic Shot. Could take out the Tentacle here to try and stave off some of the attack from the Alawi next turn. Now that the Forbidden Idol is down, if Hawk lets this persist in the next turn, Alawi will take that Tentacle out of range and will gain quite a lot of overwhelm damage going into the following turn, especially if Rogi opens with the Eye of Nagagoboros. So we are just going to see Hawk take a bit of a safer line, take this out. That could still be a 4/4 Tentacle coming at them, though, with that Eye of Nagagoboros, and 6 damage on the Alawi, almost certainly set to level on this turn.
I think hitting that key break turn to keep the Echo Chrono Break Resurrection off the board is a great play, but the Overwhelm finds the Tentacle. Rogio is going to slow play this one just a little bit more.
And that Riptide Rex off the top could be disaster later on. Now, obviously, Hawk has access to Rite of Negation in the list, but it's only
so
a 1
good! The double pirouette draw! Okay, Alawi Swain is back in business, folks. We always say it, Boulevard. We've said it so far over the course of today's tournament that Alawi Swain is favored on paper. But if you don't draw the right cards, it doesn't work out, and it looks like Rogio is drawing correctly.
Hawk's not going to have an opportunity to get that Jinx down. At this stage of the game, the damage is done. Rogio could go ahead and sacrifice that Tentacle to take out the Jinx and make sure that Hawk is completely wiped out of the game. And I don't know what they could possibly draw to come back from this. Even a Chrono Break or a Voice is not phenomenal given how much damage their board is going to be dealt this turn. It almost feels like this needed to be a Chrono Break, but I think the predict there, a little useless in the sense that whatever card it was, unlikely to come out. I think we're going to see a copy of the Clockling come down and try to find a 2-mana Chrono Break or a 3-mana Voice and full send next turn, but it is getting very, very dangerous.
And Alawi levels up. This is extra spawn value off of this idle. Tentacle Smash going to take out anything big that's summoned without Chrono Break to back it up. All Rogio needs to do is float a little bit of mana this turn to set up for the Riptide Rex, and that will be all she wrote.
Oh, Chrono Break.
But without Voice of the Risen, is it even worth?
It is if your opponent kills the Jinx.
Second Jinx, 5 damage. Get a rocket.
The mana is a little awkward for Hawk, and right now they are only representing 8 damage if they take second Jinx. As Rocket, Get Excited, Mystic Shot would only be 8, and then they probably just lose the game on the following turn. I'm really not sure. Like, these are the 3 perfect cards that you want to be offered, and I'm still not sure any of them get Hawk out of this situation.
I guess you can take, no mana to develop Voice of the Risen. Wait, no, this is off a Clockling.
Yeah,
So
you'll
Voice
be able
is
to play
playable.
Voice, but the double Pirouette from Rogio is going to shut down any big attack.
But takes Jinx, has to pray for a burn out. Looks like it's going to be Tentacle Smash on the Jinx, or will Rogio flinch? Yeah, just decides to go for a stun and a ping here to stop this Clockling.
Ooh, this is dice. It's not a guarantee kill onto the Clockling here.
And when you take chip damage like this, I thought for sure it was going to be a stun onto the Clockling. Oh! Gaming deals 2 damage! It got through, Boulevard!
It got through, and now Hawk is just 1 damage off of lethal. Get Excited, Mystic Shot, Rocket is what they have exactly enough mana for. And then it's just up to a Mystic Shot top deck?
And with a Tentacle Smash, we can knock out this Jinx, so Hawk will be truly on the top deck.
That miss, Skarzig, put Hawk back into this game in a big way. Just gonna fire it all off and get the rocket and set Rogio to 1 Nexus HP.
This is... They're giving us a really great show, Boulevard, I gotta say. I'm a scaredy pants. I would just 100% stun that elusive, sacrifice the tentacle into Jinx. I've got Swain in hand, Riptide Rex. The overwhelm doesn't matter to me anymore, but this game number 1 is way closer than it has any right to be. The Jinx nerf giving Rogio one more shot at staying in this game, receiving the attack token. 1 Mystic Shot has been spent by Hawk from earlier. This tentacle is massive, and there's the rocket.
Chances are extremely low, but they are not zero. Rogio
Yeah, Mystic
banking it
Shot's
on
live, Time Trick Draw is live.
There's so much. What do you got? Hawk 362. Time trick.
Oh my
Oh.
god, the numbers get so good with 3 choices and a skip.
Let's take a peek at 3 cards from your list. Hawk. Skip available.
Skips. Time Trick. Draws it. Oh, the border.
Oh. You know, I thought EMEA was going to get to have all the fun today. They had a lot of, like, 1 HP finishes and back and forths in their finals with shrooms and things like that. And we really haven't had a nail-biter like that just yet. But that one was absolutely the highlight game of inches that we have seen so far. A hyper low roll from Rogio's Make It Rain gives Hawk a glimmer of hope.
And there's no way to predict, right? That Mystic Shot going onto the tentacle when it did was basically necessary to keep afloat in that mid game. When you're the Echo Jinx player, you're always worried that Swain is just going to come down and seal the deal on the game. So to play towards that out, I think was correct. But going into the next stage, game number 2, Echo Jinx versus Aatrox.
And historically, Echo Jinx does pretty well into mid-range, right? You kind of trade down the boards, and then you get your Chrono Break rally. Suddenly you have the board back, or at the very least, your opponent's board is softened up, and you get to send in multiple quick attack units. That doesn't always tend to be the case against these Aatrox decks. For example, a 6-4 quick attack Badger Bear, or even a 5-5 Badger Bear, not something that you can really send the cavalry at.
Mm-hmm. And we have, Rogio does have the Harp and the Badger Bear in hand. That'll stabilize the mid game very effectively. Even trying to deal a lot of early chip damage, maybe setting up for Jinx, is not a guaranteed line of play because of that Aatrox healing.
Now, luckily for Hawk, there's no fish fight just yet in Rogio's hand. That one slow speed piece of interaction that's really going to decimate Hawk's combat strike-based deck, you know, kill the Voices of the Risen, all these different kinds of problems. But Hawk has to respect it, so it doesn't really matter that it's not there as long as Rogio continues to threaten it, and holding up 2 spell mana really isn't that big of an issue.
It's a luxury that an Aatrox deck can kind of float some mana here in the early game if they wish. Petrosite Broadwing comes down, just great attacking threat to keep up on board. I kind of like Chronomancer to keep going wide. Mystic Shot also pretty strong to maybe fix a trade down the road. Ranger Knight Defector becoming part of the equation is also devastating with the quick attack weapon.
Luckily for Hawk, it's not going to happen on curve. It's not going to be until turn 5 when Rogio can kind of establish that and try to take over the game. Quicksand is nice and all, but in case those of you at home haven't seen it happen before, Quicksand will not take away those keywords from a weapon. The attachment is not affected by the Quicksand. That Ranger Knight Defector will lose Tough, it will lose Scout, it will still have Quick Attack.
And as long as it attacked before it got Quicksanded, you still get your attack token back anyway. But here comes Broadwing with Lodestone to keep this early mid-game stat pile going. And now this is where Hawk is being put on a bit of a timer. If you're forced to trade your board down to keep chump blocking, you don't have anything to resurrect for Chrono Break.
No, and while Rogio doesn't have a very reactive hand, they just have so many stats, Skarzik. You can't do much about this Darkened Lodestone on a tough unit when you're only playing low to the ground removal like Mystic Shot. The attack of these units is so high that even the Scrying Sand and the Quicksand don't feel like they matter too much, and Hawk is unable to find any champion.
Time Trick comes through, finds Clockling for next turn. We can go for Ancient Prep as well to figure out our next draw. Gonna keep the 3 mana floated, though, to just keep the Quicksand available, it seems.
Yeah, and with Rogio passing, that might... Oh, no, Rogio didn't pass. Never mind. Got a little confused there. Just going to throw down the Ranger Knight Defector. Ancient Prep still unable to find the Echo. Every deck has their vice. We saw Grandpa Rogi fall earlier to Aatroxes of drawing too many weapons, and now Hawk is suffering for the Echo Jinx, just unable to find any champion and turn on this Voice of the Risen.
And the longer your Echo's delayed, the higher the chances your opponent's just going to have a big Darken down where Echo can't attack anymore freely, or they've finally drawn into the fish fight. They're going to take him out as soon as he enters play, a one-sided strike denying the Time Trick to find the Chrono Break to respond.
Finally, a little bit of reactivity for Rogio, the ability to buff up one of those units, but it doesn't matter. Ranger Knight Defector, a classic 12 damage to the Nexus or lose 2 units. The choice is yours. Neither of them are good and could even be up to a 7-4 by the time that this Darkened Lodestone gets its fingers on it. And Hawk predicts and again whiffs.
Is this the point where we start skipping Boulevard? It's nice to pick up a Mystic Shot, maybe nice to pick up the Ancient Prep, just to have a conveyor belt of 2/2s entering play, but skips, finds Jinx.
I am a big skipper when it comes to Echo. You know, I know I'm looking for Echo, and anything else I don't really look at. I know what I need. Unfortunately for Hawk, Jinx is a little bit harder to level with Voices in hand, so still needs to find that Echo. Once again, not finding it in a prediction.
Now, the Echo Jinx enjoyers in the chat right now probably have a better handle on what the actual numbers are to predict this many times and not even draw into the Echo naturally on top of that. But I suppose if you're predicting, then you're kind of whatever. I don't know. There's weird maths there for a certain Boulevard.
I'm sure that they know what it is because they've probably posted on Reddit about it after a particularly bad ladder run. Like, oh, you know, it's only a 2.378% chance that I didn't find Echo. And it's like, well, unfortunately for you, that is not 0, and that is the world that we live in, as Hawk is feeling right now. The opportunity to go down to 1, but probably going to trade off a little bit of the 4.
Scrying Sands can help a little bit to get 1 extra predict. But you're trading your board down anyway. I guess it's better to save. No, goes for it anyway.
Still no Echo. Finds Jinx in the Voice, the pieces of the puzzle that are already assembled.
18 HP. There is a world if you had done a little bit more early homework to just go for double Jinx, try to make it rock. Time Trick off the top. We can maybe find Echo here, but then the window where you have potential for Chrono Break, resurrecting a big board, is beginning to shut. Aatrox can just come down on 6 and start chumping down.
I think this is the last turn that the window is even a little bit open. If Hawk can find the Echo now, and then next turn take a big block, find the Chrono Break off of the Time Trick, and throw down the Voice of the Risen, that's the only way it really feels like they're back in this game. Because now, you can't just float 6 mana. You need to start to empty your hand to play towards your Jinx win condition, and Voices or Jinx don't feel like great throwdowns right now. You always need that Echo having been in play to get the Chrono Breaks into your deck to at least threaten your opponent for trying to remove. And finally, the Echo comes out 8 out of 4 on the prediction, double leveled up.
The Time Traveler, better late than never. Lost in a Time Stream, finally makes it here on turn 6 to get the Chrono Break shuffled in. And from this point, if you're Hawk, you found your champion, you found your key start to your win con. But what if I play this Echo and there's just a fish fight here? But
at least the Chrono Breaks are in the deck, and at that point, you know, next turn it does get really awkward if this Echo does go down. You won't have the mana to play Jinx and Voices and Chrono Break, and I think you kind of need all 3 because you're about to lose pretty much all of your board to the attacks from Rogio on the following turn.
And what's a nice piece of information from seeing the Echo come down this late is we know that 8 predicts have been used already, Boulevard. So that's 4 predicts that don't come down post Echo to set up the Chrono Break. It's going to be so hard to fish these out of the deck without time tricks coming from this Echo. This is probably the most flimsy establishment of a win condition for Echo Jinx I've ever seen.
I've seen ones as flimsy as this still get the W, though, Skarsig. Game 3 is not out of the question just yet, but I do think Hawk needs to find a Chrono Break this turn to stay in it.
There's the fish fight, the one-sided strike. Hawk couldn't even take the additional risk of trying to challenge the form up, and here comes Ranger Knight Defector collecting the taxes. Bring out your dead. I demand 2 blockers.
Oh, and Hawk, if they want to get greedy, if they say, you know what, I'm pretty much down and out of this game anyway, Hawk could go for a full quicksand onto it, take the block with a 5-3 into a 2-3 in the hopes of keeping the board alive a little bit and maybe greedily getting 2 time tricks off the Echo this turn, and would just lose to the form up.
Hawk respected it last turn with Voice of the Risen at 4, Jinx discounted by Clockling for 3. Could just be a quick development here, maintaining some threat, right? With Voice and quick attack units, could be the best way to play this one. If I'm Hawk, I think I would pass one more time. We've got Broadwing as well, threatening the Echo now too.
I don't mind Voice for a little bit of trading power, and again, I think the only way that Hawk is winning this game is if this Echo finds a time trick, or finds a Chrono Break rather, this turn, and can full revive this board and go for a bit of a comeback. I think it's really the only shot, so this fish fight should secure the win for Rogio. The only way that Rogio can't get it done here, I guess, is if they go into combat. The other avenue was Aatrox into fish fight, getting blown out by the quicksand, not leaving up mana for the form up.
And despite everything, Rogio does find this incredible fork in the road where there is a losing line of play.
There it is, though. The Rogio putting the fish fight on the stack. This will hard secure the victory. Too much of the board gone. Echo coming down too late, which feels weird because when, we looked at this Echo and 9 predicts were fired off to find it, that was by turn 6, Skarsig. 9 predicts on turn 6. This Echo couldn't have come that much earlier. And it just shows how important it is to find this champion on curve.
And normally, when you have your natural draws for turn combined with predictions skipping as aggressively as Hawk was doing in this game to get the Echo, it just massively unlikely, and it gave Rogio so much time to draw into this one fish fight. And if you quicksand here to save the Echo, then you can't Chrono Break anyway. Is there a way to block down here even to stabilize? You can even play Aatrox before you attack because of the scout. It's just way too much pressure from Rogio.
Yeah, there's no comeback at this point from Hawk. If they lose their entire board here, then that is game over. 18 Nexus health is entirely too much, even for old Jinx to try and get through.
And there's still 7 mana available. Zolani also on the table for Rogio, maybe thinking about it. But
I think what Hawk is trying to bait Rogio into here is a nice double quicksand to kill the Badger Bear and kill whatever the Broadwing is going after. Take the Formidable keyword off of it, as well as take away its only attack so that the Chronomancer or whatever it comes after survives. But honestly, with this many 4-attack units on board, Hawk might end up dying anyway.
Yeah, just keeping wide, not developing Aatrox in order to keep mana open for this form up. Whatever goes unblocked, I'll just boost to find the lethal this turn. Now that Echo's been cut off at the Vine, the Chrono Break isn't going to be resurrecting anything worthwhile.
Now in Chrono Break, there's no ability to draw a Chrono Break this turn either. It's just a bit of a disaster that, unfortunately, Skarsig, you and I just have to watch this train wreck unfold in front of us. There's nothing that we can do to help. We can do nothing but sit back and watch as Hawk is crushed beneath the Aatrox train.
It was a solid run, though, Boulevard. I have to say, Echo Jinx did a lot better than I thought anyone expected it to do in this metagame. But contrasting with other regions, right, that didn't play as much Aatrox, we come over to America, and big green number is what we see on this side of the pond.
Now, Hawk does have a surviving line here. Obviously, I think they're going to quicksand the Petricite Broadwing. And then since the quicksand -1 attack doesn't save any of their other units, they might as well throw it onto one of them that are hitting the Nexus and play around Rogio's singular unknown card being a form up for lethal.
And so Voice of the Risen survives, Jinx comes down, it's a big quick attack. Maybe drop borders come out of the woodwork, because I don't think we found too many drop borders either, despite all the predicts.
You know, that's a good point. I don't actually remember how many drop borders came out, but I feel like it was very close to 0.
And so there's the safety block, there's the quicksands. Voice is gonna, oh, okay, I see. I thought Voice was still going to go down. So there's form up to make sure Voice of the Risen does go down, right?
No, it'll
+2,
only be
+2?
3 attack, and it lost the Formidable. So it'll be a 3/6 with tough, not enough to take down the Voice, but it will let the Petricite Broadwing survive. But it's not a line Rogio's interested in. Just wants to get the Gerald to hand, take out the Voice the old-fashioned way on the following turn.
And so Pharaoh Prescience finds another predict, and this is, okay, I want to try to find Chronomancer to predict again, maybe pull drop borders to keep chump blocking. Fortunately, Ranger Knight Defector is no longer skipped and gets the drop border.
There's that drop border you wanted. Now, even if Hawk had managed to find Echo or Voices and start to build up some kind of board that looked threatening this turn, we see Rogio play out the Aatrox, and this was the big concern. That World Ender only costs 5 mana. It can be played this turn.
The cheapest I've seen in a great while, Boulevard. It just goes to show how much work the Ranger Knight Defector and these Elkins have been putting in.
Yeah, so even if you were able to take out everything other than the Aatrox itself would still be lethal on the following turn. Hawk throws out the Surrender and the GG Shen. ABG Rogio moving on to the top 4, our first semi-finalist confirmed, Skarzig.
Very impressive play, recognizing those key windows of opportunity to answer the Echo. That's what you need. The deck thrives versus lists that are kind of just forced to attack into it and cross their fingers they don't have the chrono break. But with a deck like Aatrox that has a little bit more specific targeted removal for those vulnerable turns where Echo is down with no voice, or even vice versa, you can keep those chrono breaks from having maximum effectiveness.
Yeah, turn 4 has become a pretty powerful turn for a lot of decks, and unfortunately, spending the first 3 turns trying to set up into an Echo and then finding the Echo is just not a winning strategy if you don't find the Echo, while all these other decks have a litany of different 4-drops that they can throw down. Ranger Knight Defector, Combat Cook. We're not talking just Aatrox here, obviously, but every Demacia-like deck has something going for it. Now, I'm going to see if we can get us into another top 8 matchup. We're not into the top 4 just yet. There will be a little break before that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But with Hawk being eliminated, that is the last Echo. Jinx going down, but we do still have a mono Echo that is in the tournament, as well as a Nidalee, so we'll see if we can get that one on camera for you. There's a lot of spice left in the top 8. I know I made it sound a little doomer by letting you all know that there's 7 Aatrox Vayne floating around this top 8, but there's some cool stuff in there too, I promise. And there's only one Heimer Jace, so that Aatrox plus Heimer lineup that we kept joking about at the top of the day has really fallen down as we get into the final stages of the tournament.
You can run a solid idea for constructing your lineup that just gives you moderate success, but to get to that next stage, that next step where you're getting an edge over your opponent, is where you need to start thinking outside of the box. And so we're seeing a little bit more of that individuality show itself here in the top 8.
Yeah, because once we get past the Aatrox Vayne, I think the next most represented deck is like a 2-of, and there's like 2 or 3 2-ofs, and then it's just a bunch of 1-ofs, everybody. So don't worry, the spice is there, it is present. And speaking of the spice, we're actually going to take a look at Kwako's top 8 match, and Kwako is the Nidalee player, but we're seeing a Samira level up on screen because this is their Samira Varus, another kind of spicy deck here.
Furious Wielder trying to take down Set. Unworthy Soul bouncing Varus, destroying the Darkened Bow. Set takes down Samira. She flipped, but no rally in response. Bakai trying to find a little bit more pressure. Space down to 5 HP. Kawako is just almost there to get the lethals. Receiving the attack token here soon. Has double flare in hand, plus the Chains of Corruption.
Oh
So
man, if only Flare was still able to give Challenger to anything, not just Samira. See how it goes though. There is still the rejuvenating spell. Give a little bit of health back to Space, but
There's Formula, Breeze, 6,
yeah,
11.
nothing to actually deal with this Varus, and you can't formula into an answer for the Varus and still play the rejuvenating Breeze in order to survive the hit from one of these 2 attack units plus the flares. Yeah, this is looking like Quaco is going to take out NNT Space here. We're unsure of the game count. Haven't gotten that information just yet, so this could be game 2, could be game number 3.
Formula Palm, Rejuvenating Breeze, heals 3, draws 2 spells guaranteed.
Ooh,
tag out! Bounces
Honestly,
the Varus.
I think I forgot Rejuvenating Breeze draws cards. I was like, yeah, 5-mana heal 3. They just play that. That's what we're doing here with our mana. But no, saves the game. No spell shield available for Quaco.
So the tag out goes through. The chain gives +2, +3.
+1. So it's actually 1 shy of lethal from Quaco. If they want to use double chains and then they have double flare for the next turn, they could set Space to 1. And then they have lethal if they ever draw Samira.
I like the line, I gotta say. Formula
You're not
is
doing anything
there.
else with the mana this turn.
Pursuit of Perfection is there. Still not enough to get the showstopper off of Set either. And this means that if Space ever leaves a window for Varus to come back down, it's just an open attack with a lot of overwhelm.
It looks like it was a Jack. The Nidalee got banned. Space banned the Nidalee. That's not cool.
Too much negation, right? With the Vestaya and the red
So now-
negation.
Now the question is Catastrophe online? By turn 9, my assumption is no. Like, usually this isn't turning on until like round 12, round 13. Round 10 would be incredibly early for this to be able to come down. And the lead with the Seraphine leads me to believe that it is in fact not a viable option here.
Yeah, there's Drop the Bomb found, a little bit more removal, which is nice. Sudden Surge picked up from the top deck. Formula going to find even more board presence.
Oh, and this is a problem for Space or for Quaco rather, as Space, can just pass the turn with this setup, and then when Quaco goes to play Varus next turn, gonna get hit with a Face Breaker.
1, 2, 3. Is there any hope here, Boulevard? Anything that's developed gets stunned, gets removed. Finding one more point of damage is going to be almost impossible here. Even with 18 HP, the window is shrinking, especially with the Pursuit of Perfection. We don't know how close it is, but every time a new card is played, a new generated spell is played, we know that that is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, and it's really, as soon as Quaco draws Samira, that's game over unless Space can find more healing in the meantime. And now,
Rejuvenating
Set
Breeze,
gonna
I
get
think, is
offered
only one
up.
of-
Yeah, Sudden Surge is about to blow out and kill the Set, and Palm might get forced here to protect the Set. It really depends on how much Space values that potential Face Breaker versus, potentially surviving the next time this Varus wants to come in. Set is your answer to the Varus, and so the Palm will be committed.
Yeah, we need Showstopper. And once you get that, you have the Obliterate onto the Varus, which is so key.
Space throwing something out, pulling it back, and end up dropping the bomb onto the Cultist. Still no Showstopper. 17 out of 20 on Pursuit of Perfection. Certainly,
Thank you, Production.
Space can get to that next turn.
I don't know if any coins have been cast. There's potential for the Disciple of Doran with the Preparation as 2 potential new spells.
It's always much easier when Bar is in play. Okay, we're at 18 thanks to the coins. Showstopper this will be the first Showstopper as well, so that's going to count.
Unbelievable. And Showstopper again obliterates Varus. This is so key to get this big overwhelm threat out of the way. Multiple Varus had already been used for the Chain of Corruption to get that continuous fleeting spell to buff.
Space does need to clear a board space, which they can do with Aftershock.
At this
But they
point,
do
it's not
have
even about
to do
Pursuit
it.
Perfection lethal, right? You're getting the attack token, open attack here for 5, 8, 10, 12.
And with the double up onto that Piltover and Telestone, I believe that is 20. So by clearing out their own board space, they will be able to play this Pursuit of Perfection next turn, which does still give Quacko a window to draw Samira. Forsaken
man.
Bakai, so close yet so far.
And Violent Discord does not go face.
Unfortunate. Well, fortunately, no, it does not
Yeah.
go face.
We're just making sure. Yeah, nothing really to grab here.
Beat losers.
And there is Pursuit of Perfection. The Seraphine claims another one, taking us to game 3. Space still in it.
No Unforgiving Cold, no Samira, none of the outs that were necessary to buy another turn and dig for that last 1 point of damage. You know, Skarzig, the top of the day was kind of cut and dry. A lot of players playing mirror matches and drawing the wrong portion of their deck. But today, as we get down to the wire, these games are getting down to the wire. Consistent 1 HP comebacks.
The flair was there, the lines are there, and that's the important thing, right, Boulevard, is that even if the cards don't come out in your favor, as long as you work very clearly on a proper path to victory, you had a line, you had an out, you can reflect on that game and say, you know what, this was a pretty good one for me. And now I'm seeing Echo Jinx versus Samira Varus. We've got a pseudo combo deck versus a combo deck, and as long as Quacko lines up what preemptive protection to beat Quicksand, I think the overall might just do it.
It's very possible. And again, this is the mono Echo from Space. Jinx totally absent from this lineup, just wanted to go for the Heedless Resurrection instead. We see the copy there in Space's hand, and Space is the one finding the Echo consistently this time around, you know, able to get it very early on, and will be one shy of leveling it on curve, but we'll see what else comes out. Yeah, Time Trick will give the ability for Echo to come down leveled.
When we look ahead, we know how to prepare.
Beautiful 2/3 to block the 3/2. Hookmaster, I believe, is just like a 1 or 2 of in this deck. Just having the weapon as an additional target to keep things up. Pink Seraphine picks up the win. Getting another preview of the bans here. Castaway is another signature card in Space's deck. Just a great on-curve development. Another weapon gives you a lot of aggressive potential. It's a great attachment onto Echo or even Voice of the Risen, giving that key unit quick attack potentially.
Yeah, or even just giving the ability to double Heedless in the same turn.
Yeah. The Attune is great to get just a little bit more juice out of every single turn.
Drop border pulled. I don't think
it's only
Wright
good
has
versus
any good hits.
It's only good versus Furious Wielders specifically, and because of Heedless Resurrection, you don't care if Echo goes down.
Yeah,
it's a great way to solve a lot of the awkwardness in this deck. Is to say, what if I ran 6 Echoes instead?
Yeah, it's you know, whenever you look at counter spells, you still have to think about like, oh well, what about champion spells? But unfortunately for Space, Quacko running double burst speed champion spells.
Mm-hmm. Got a big Forsaken Bakai. 2 HP with Tough is actually super good into this current board.
That's all we got? Hey, I've done
But Castaway is here to get the uptrade.
Yeah, Space actually going for the Castaway rather than Echo into Voices. And I don't remember, is Echo not leveled yet? Are we sitting at 3 out of 4?
I think that was 3 out of 4, yes.
Okay.
Saving the Time Trick as well, not using it to level Echo, but maybe using it to find that Chrono Break instead. Right now, the board is still pretty under control.
Oh, and Quacko's totally tapped out, so gonna lose a fair amount of the board here. Actually not going after... Oh, it was challenged, right.
Mm-hmm.
Not often that you see Rune Squire.
pretty solid card, to be honest, right? Having the Challenger, and then the Reforge, potentially giving a quick attack or +2 to get a better uptrade. And this is pretty dire for space, right? You've only taken a little bit of damage. I'm down to 14, but this deck has no healing, and without the proper resurrection rally mechanic or a quicksand when the moment is right, very easy for Quaco to burst Space's Nexus down.
Quaco will need to find... Well, I mean, Quaco has the Varus, has so many gems and just so many 1-mana spells to pair with this Varus that I don't... Again, not great at Varus math. Please don't ask me to do it. But it looks pretty close to lethal.
That's a lot of and you know what I just realized as well, Boulevard?
What is
when
that?
Varus levels up, he puts Overwhelm on the weapon, right?
Yeah.
So Quicksand can't take away the Overwhelm. It's only to actually lower Varus's attack. So there is a world where you get so strong that you just overkill everything. Here comes Varus with quick attack. And is Quaco just going to chill here, not do anything, and save this for a full crazy combo? Because the quick attack, I believe, is native to Varus and not on the bow, correct?
It looks like Varus has the quick attack and the overwhelm. Are you thinking of Jax, where he gives the weapon overwhelm when he levels?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So Varus has quick attack natively and then overwhelm. All right, it's been a long time, Boulevard, since I've actually
I think you
seen
just got it mixed up with Jax, who does give his
Okay.
weapon overwhelm, even though Jax also has overwhelm.
It's a nice little thing, and so here we go, where Quaco is going to level up the Varus, is going to force the quicksand, it looks like. I guess with Momentous Choice, it's a chance to 2-year for second Varus as well here soon.
Unfortunately, not quite able to get into lethal range, as the Varus still remains unleveled. So even with this Momentous Choice, well, Momentous Choice might actually get you there, because no, that's right, it doesn't double target anymore. That was the big change. So I believe this is going to be 15 or 16 attack on the Varus, which could actually just get blocked by the Voices.
Yeah, block with Voice of the Risen, block with Echo. It has quick attack, yeah, so you don't get the time trick either. Goes for it right now. Finds Quicksand.
All coming back to me now.
And because all the mana and all the resources had to go into this Varus, there's no leftover for the protection. No spell shield here. Just going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
And gonna sack the Echo to double Heedless Resurrection or Voices plus Heedless on the following turn.
And Quaco misses the window, I think, recognized with the Echo, with this specific build of the deck, and the Heedless, the Voices, Chrono Break. You have to go all in to close out the game right then and there, or you're just going to get potentially mauled next turn.
Oh, and Chrono Break is found from space. So now the question is it... Okay, it's Echo, I guess. I was going to say, is it second Voices or is it Echo? And it looks like Space just really wants that Echo. But without Varus, there is not much left for Quaco, and with them sort of going all in on that first Varus, even if they find a second one, I don't know if they're getting it to lethal numbers.
And the, Furious Wielder, one-sided strike to clear the Echo, not give that time trick. Gem to play around Mystic Shot. But
Heads
there's
up
a second
play for
Heedless.
Quaco. Luckily for Quaco, this does slow down Space a little bit.
Oh yeah, you can just attack here and then just Chrono Break whatever gets cleared regardless.
That is true.
It can be
Quaco
undone.
does not have enough defense to keep up with this.
No, this is looking like it is going to just be lethal.
And it's the outcome I talked about earlier, Boulevard, where you force your opponent to block down and they have to cross their fingers, pray that Echo does not have the Chrono Break, but after saving, this is the key, saving all of those predicts as well. Having the Echo on curve allows you to save your predicts to look for Chrono Break afterwards.
And I gotta say, if those Heedless Resurrections were Jinxes, this would not have looked nearly as good from Space. Really, sort of getting rewarded for going the mono Echo route.
And the Samira Varus, the early curve was there, the pressure was there, but Space found the Quicksand. in order to avoid any potential threat of lethal, and Space will be advancing, keeping the Pink Seraphine alive in this bracket. This Mono Echo, I'm just so impressed, Boulevard, when a player like just solves the problem of a historically very awkward deck. Like, oh yeah, it's kind of clunky, but if you've got legacy knowledge and the matchups are good and the meta's good, it's a solid idea. But for your third deck when you don't know what else to bring, but this is making Echo look nutty.
Yeah, and I know a lot of players were talking about how this meta kind of felt like your first deck felt like your third deck, and you were kind of scraping into like your fourth and fifth deck to actually fill out your third deck, which I think is why we see so many one-ofs. I didn't get a chance to fully break down APAC and the MEA because I'm still missing one deck from each. I can't find it on the spreadsheet. I probably misspelled something when I'm control Fing, but there are so many one-ofs, so many unique decks running around in this meta. And we can see it here in the top 8. Yeah, 7 Aatrox Vayne in top 8, whatever. Next deck's 2 of a lot of one-ofs. And unfortunately, with Quaco bowing out, that does mean Nidalee has been eliminated from the tournament. I know that that is one of the new champions that everyone was really excited for, but unfortunately not able to go on for a full-on victory. But a top 8 still admirable for the Huntress.
I mean, a 5-3 quick attack, we can see the aggressive potential, but also the lack of defense. That's very punishing in the current metagame, especially when you're up against Aatrox Vayne, a deck that forces you to play its game plan a little bit and actually fight for the board, rather than tanking damage and then trying to strike back more aggressively.
So we're going to take a look at the top 8 bracket as our top 4 has been decided now. You can see the winners here. Fenrir versus the Tank Buster and Rogio versus Space. A good amount of variety amongst what these players have brought and what is remaining in the tournament. And I gotta say, Space keeping the dream alive by being the single player not running Aatrox Vayne.
Echo's been getting through. Pink Seraphine's been getting through. Space's third deck is Jack's Ornn, by the way. We haven't had a chance to see. Everybody's banning it to say, well, what if I just don't want to play against Buried in Ice?
You know, I don't like Fish Fight Skarzig, and we've got 8 out of 8 Fish Fight representation. There's still 2 Jack's Ornn making it through here into the top 4, as Fenrir is also running that deck alongside Aatrox Vayne, and also keeping the hopes alive for Jace Heimerdinger fans everywhere. But we are going to take a look at what that top 4 looks like, how it all plays out, right after a short break here, the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. My name is Boulevard joining. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Skarzig. Great start to the top four, and that is where we are. Everyone is the top four. Going to give you a quick look at how we got to this point because so much tournament has happened, and it still feels like there's so much left to come. But in this last round of 8, we watched ABG Rogio destroy Hawk after they were unable to find an echo.
The potential for the win to still go in Hawk's way is spelled out by this play, Boulevard. The Make It Rain missed, 2-1 elusive managed to connect to the Nexus, and there was a lot of burn in Hawk's hand. Came down to one more draw of a potential Mystic shot to bring this one out. Alawi swing with no healing, always susceptible to those last minute plays, but no luck there. Rogio also expertly answers Echo with Fish Fight, denying the time trick, denying a way to find the chrono break. Hawk took forever to find that Echo, and Aatrox just comes through to claim another victim.
Yeah, really got sort of baited there by that time trick top deck in game 1 to give us the hope that there was still a Mystic shot to come. Then we checked in with Quacko and Space, where fortunately every time Quacko went for that Varus lethal, we saw a very early one earlier on in the day, and I believe the round of 32, it was just completely snuffed out by what Space had available. And so the sole pink Seraphine from the top 8 will continue on to the top 4.
Aftershock to open up a space on board to make room for Pursuit of Perfection. Gigantic 30-30 overwhelm comes through to close this one out in incredible fashion.
And I believe that was the last round that we got to take. Yeah, Space versus Quacko was the last one. There was just another game to come through with the Mono Echo, the Heedless Resurrections, doing big things for Space here, rather than pairing that with a Jinx or even a Nidalee.
The idea is so solid, Boulevard. I'm looking forward to seeing perhaps more of that as the tournament goes on. But when we go into the top 4, we've got another match already set and ready to go. Tank Buster versus Fenrir.
Yeah, we didn't get to take a look at either of these players last round. And again, you know, a lot of Aatrox vein on both sides. But outside of that, I'm sure that a lot of you are going to be very pleased with the other decks that are rounding out their lineups. And, you know, I hope that one of your favorites is still in the tournament. I know Tank, fresh off of a World's top last year, definitely looking to make it back again this year. And a win today will make that so much easier.
Moving throughout all of these different decks in the top 8, a lot of one-offs, a lot of unique decks means that these players' individual playstyles are really at the forefront, Boulevard.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at Fenrir's list. It's a player that we haven't really gotten to check in with today. And we were, you know, top of the day, we were talking about, yeah, you know, it's Aatrox plus Heimerdinger plus X. And Fenrir is the only one sticking to that script here in the top 4, rounding it out with Jax Ornn.
Going for the most classic 3 decks I think we can really account for at this point, but already the spice is shining through. 1 Quinn, 3 Vayne, 2 Aatrox, a nice one of Condemn for that deck. No Ruination in the Jace Heimerdinger, but the Jax. Wild Claw's Ferocity, a couple copies of Here to Help. Really looking to bully out every other board-based matchup here, even with Bellows Breath for aggro.
And that Buried Nice is such a sick tech that we've seen many a deck bring into the top 64 today. And then when we take a look at Tank's lineup, you're going to see some familiar faces. That's right, it's Aatrox Vayne yet again. But then we are treated to Jax Varus, something that is a little bit of a surprise factor from the later stages of the week that has made it all the way to the top 4 here. And of course, that's Samira Darius Nar that Tank won the MR Open with last weekend and said, you know, I'm not sure if this is going to be the play. It's a deck that I really enjoy. If the Red Pup Games guys agree with me, then maybe we'll bring it in, and has continued to bring it today. Now, what is really cool about Tank making it this far is that no one has ever won the Mastering Runeterra Open and then gone on to win the Runeterra Open or Worlds Qualifier the next weekend. Usually they'll make it back to Top Cut. They don't make a very deep run. So Tank could be the first to set that precedent of back-to-back grassroots into big open win.
And when you're running a lineup like this on 3 kind of off-meta decks, things that have been flying under the radar, the sorts of lists that exactly come out of the, you know, psycho players that do a lot of testing in the shady corners of Discord, then you catch your opponent off guard. Nobody's really played against the Nar, Darius, Samira deck in a serious fashion. So if you go up against a lot of lineups with not enough stats, they're going to get run over.
Yeah, and this is something that's a little unique. It's not what we usually see out of Samira. I know we've seen just about every flavor of Samira coming into the day, right? We've seen Varus, we haven't seen Pantheon, but we've seen the Fizz, which actually absent from the top 8. No Samira Fizz in top 8, no Jinx Kennen in top 8. Those aggressive strategies really did not pay out for the Americas players. Instead, it is all mid-range all the time, baby, with that Jaceheimer that we see out of Fenrir being a little bit of an exception to that rule, at least in this matchup.
Yeah, just some slower mid-range. We've got classic mid-range, OP, darken mid-range, slow mid-range, fast mid-range, and then, red mid-range with the Darius. If you look in a mirror and say overwhelm 3 times, Rico Rex appears behind you. And there certainly is a little bit of divine inspiration with this deck, I think, to just play for tempo.
What's funny to me is that the Jax Ornn from Fenrir contains the Wild Claw Ferocity. We don't actually see that out of Tank's Overwhelm list. It's not even really an Overwhelm list. It is just Darius and the newly buffed Glacial Saurian that have inherent Overwhelm outside of, a level 2 Gnar, but Gnar's a one-of. It's very much a tertiary champion within this deck, which, you might have expected that Darius to be the one-of. No, he's 2. There's 2 Darius in here. Tank has unlocked Decimate.
Brought it back from beyond to close out a game when there's no other hope. And when we look at Fenrir's lineup, especially with that Wild Claw's Ferocity, being able to cast that on, a Weapon Master with a forged weapon, that's a lot of aggressive potential as well that certain players might not be accounting for.
Now, when it comes to ban strategy, I think we're going to see what we've continued to see throughout the day, which is like an acknowledgement that Aatrox Vayne is very powerful, but a little more scared of some of the lesser known factors in the meta. Tank might end up getting the Samira Darius banned again, might end up taking the Heimer Jace off the table, though that would surprise me a little bit, as I think Tank came into this tournament really prepared for Heimer Jace. It's almost certainly one of, if not the most popular deck that players brought here today.
And the Heimer Jace didn't have Ruination, so there's always a chance.
There go the unknown factors.
We got to play something a bit more classic. Jax Varus, when we're comparing it versus Fenrir's remaining 2 decks, is going to be a bit of a wild card in top 4.
And Tank was saying that something similar happened to him in the MR Open last weekend. His Samira Darius Gnar was consistently banned, players not willing to play into the unknown. So we're going to kick it off with an Aatrox mirror.
Classic. 3 Broadwing, 2 Steadfast Elkin, and a Spear is not too shabby. Spear, there's 2 ways to consider it. Where do I want to mulligan this weapon, try to get something better like Harp that lets me be very aggressive, or do I want to keep Spear because the boosted stats might let me win the Aatrox true mirror in the late game? But throws everything. Tankbuster had a very specific opening hand in mind, and those cards were not it.
Ooh, and Fenrir here is the one that has not only Ranger Knight Defector and Harp, but the attack token on turn 4. And Tank, if they anticipate that, could try to set up for a Badger Bear into a Condemn. I know it sounds a little weird, but it might be the line the Tank has to play to not take 12 to the Nexus here in the very early stages of the game.
We know how snowbally this can be. If you take a bunch of early damage from Ranger Knight Defector, or it gets a lot of free trades into 2 or 3 units, there's just no way to consistently develop to come back onto the board for the late game. That's also a lot of equipped attacks to discount World Ender. But with Broadwing, though, staring down Broadwing, maybe with a Harp on top of this.
Yeah, that Condemn line is no longer available for a Tank. They do have Cataclysm, though, so, might be able to string together a line with that to take out the Ranger Knight next turn, only take a little bit of damage. But for now, it's looking like a nice Harp line here to take a more advantageous position over Fenrir's Broadway.
Yeah, okay, so just goes for Aegis, putting a little bit of extra tankiness onto the Broadwing. Tankbuster with the Spear can try to find a 1-for-1, depending on catch and form up.
And I think Tank's pretty happy to take this attack even if they are walking into a form up, because if form up comes out from Fenrir here, it means that Tank doesn't have to worry about Ranger Knight plus weapon next turn.
So that's out of the work. That's out of the woods. The Spear proc, if it hits the right targets, is so massive Boulevard. Like a +1/+1 on an Aatrox just allows you to keep bullying. +1/+1 on Ranger Knight Defector gives you such a great advantage. But Ranger plus Harp with the attack token.
Oh, we might see our
mid-game play.
first non-weapon fish fight of the day. No mana left available for Fenrir. Tank has fish fight Badger Bear to take this out, but leaves Tank's board in a bit of an awkward position. No great follow-up on the next couple of turns. There's no weapon coming out anytime soon. Tank really needs to find something because this Cataclysm and this Condemn are not doing anything with an 0-1 Broadwing and a 2-2 Elkin.
All this is going to be is just 3 free damage, another proc for the Darkened Spear.
Monsters still lurk in Demasia's every shadow.
Wants to bring out this 4/4 Bane to threaten the tumble as well, start getting that discount through. And we know that Tankbuster doesn't care. I've got a challenger unit, so you play one big thing, I just pull it to the side. I still get my Darkened Spear proc, 6 damage to the Nexus, and then I get this weapon back in my hand to re-equip to get a better trade down the road.
Either way, though, Fenrir is in a great position, especially with the draw of the Bloodletters, as that is the third weapon necessary to tutor an on-curve Aatrox, a play that is wholly unavailable to Tankbuster.
And with the buffs in the deck, if your opponent plays a 6/6 and you can't contest, that's all that matters. Form Up plus Condemn is massively expensive.
And Tank doesn't even have to sacrifice the Broadwing. The representation of the Form Up is enough to scare Fenrir off of the block.
A lot of very high-level mind games, but no matter how dicey the board state looks, Boulevard, we've seen it time and time again where one player can completely jump out with the Fleet Feather Tracker top deck and the Petrosite Broadwing. Could just be another wide development alongside the double Harp in hand to fight for the board and really lay out the red carpet for Aatrox.
And Fenrir actually not going for the Aatrox tutor here, respecting the fact that Tank is the one in control of the board, and if Fenrir goes for an Aatrox tutor, follows that up with an Aatrox, it leaves them completely tapped out while Tank gets to throw down their own, and then they don't have the Ranger Knight Defector, which is now going to die to a Condemn from this vein.
The fish fights and the Condemns perfectly timed to stay afloat in this matchup. So that's going to be 2 more fish fights in the deck. No single combat in this build. The Cataclysm as well is going to be fantastic to double down on another key attack. Now Fenrir can pivot, right? Go for the Bloodletter equip to get the Aatrox, but you're still losing out very heavily on board. Continues to stay to the course. Quick attack, Challenger. Keep the board under control.
That said, that Aatrox is an inevitability for Fenrir, and once it does come down, it's a great stabilization tool and one that Tank doesn't have a good answer for.
The chain of different weapon equipments to get the tutor is not there. And even with all of the buffs from Darkened Spear going into the deck, it's only landed on Banes so far. You have to draw your units and not spells, not weapons.
Fenrir needs to tutor Aatrox now and get a very solid open attack setup, because we are now, I didn't even realize how late into the game we had gotten Skarzig, but Tank is going to be able to start throwing down a Naka or the Darken Lodestone. Going to pull that one back, maybe think about turning it into Harazi on the following turn, but Fenrir has kind of lost the window for their Aatrox advantage on turn 6 and an open attack on turn 8, and I understand where they were coming from, respectful of the fact that Tank might have one, but now needs to understand that I don't think that's the case, and that is the one advantage that you have that Tank doesn't.
With the Darkened Spear also messing with the math, Tankbuster's potentially just going to be favored in this late game. If Tank's Aatrox comes down with +1/+1 or +2/+2, it's that much more work to find that safe attack. The hope now is, because of the fish fight and the early Condemn being forced, if Fenrir doesn't immediately get rolled, if it is grinding to a stalemate, Fenrir having access to their fish fights, etc., can fight back. It's just it's a high tension board state right now, Boulevard, and one player has to break it.
Bloodletters is equipped, Aatrox is tutored. Tank doesn't have much else to do for the turn. Really wants to save the Cataclysm and the Tumble for once the Darken actually start to come down, get a good Anaka rip, ideally into an Aatrox or another Darken, and really start to snowball the game from there. Even if Fenrir had played more aggressively with the Aatrox, I'm not sure that they would have been able to close the window. Tank still sitting very healthy at 20 life.
And just another clean open attack, getting a lot of credit for Vayne. Form up to threaten the Aatrox from blocking down. Just trying to get some value here.
Tank pulling it back, saying, you know what, I don't think I'm necessarily willing to lose my elk for this. No, actually is willing to. No. Okay, gonna pull it back.
Yeah, you can see how difficult it is to navigate this scenario. Just has to pass it. Now it's back over to Fenrir with a 4-1 quick attack challenger. A nice big Aatrox working towards the world ender now.
And the ability to get another 4-1 quick attack challenger. This one with Scout, thanks to that blinding assault top deck and the Petricite Broadwing they can throw down alongside it. This fish fight, it's okay. It's not great. Tank would love to get down a Naka this turn instead, but it could be risky with a challenge followed by a fish fight from Aatrox.
And Vayne's not equipped, right? This would just be a full single combat to just trade Vayne into the Aatrox with the help of form up. The tumble's not great, and this is something that you alluded to long ago, Boulevard, is if you don't have board advantage, the tumble for the Vayne isn't really that big of a deal. Now Stratu comes through with an attack to draw 2 cards, discount those cards by 2 mana each. This is the breaker here, where Fenrir is just going to pull irreparably far ahead.
And if Tank goes for the form up to defend the Vayne, knows that Fenrir doesn't have any combat tricks, Seratu could change that. And Fenrir continuing to sort of represent the lack of combat tricks, which Tank was mostly aware of. I'm going to find a Cataclysm for 1 mana with Seratu.
And a 0 mana fish fight to clear up any debris from this strike.
Oh, Tank looked like they were finally starting to hit a stabilization point, but Fenrir throws down the gauntlet first and finds the Cataclysm to really hammer this home. At least Tank is going to get off 1 Anaka attack, and a big hit here could continue to make a game out of this, but if it's something like an Elkin, a Ranger Knight Defector is probably not enough, but
yeah,
maybe
very
you can
mid.
get Fenrir to block and get some big form-up value.
Tank is also receiving the attack token. Fenrir doesn't really need to respond to this. Has a lot of Nexus HP plus Aatrox to keep healing. 1 mana for the Cataclysm means that Stratu is going to go back in.
Yeah, and this is so good from Fenrir, softening up the Anaka so that it can be the Cataclysm target from the Seratu, and you don't have to worry about form up anymore.
But I do like this line from Tank to play the Anaka, try to get some pressure down. And now Fenrir is just about to close this one out. Absolutely wild. The Stratu has been so potent in these mirror matches, Boulevard. If it hasn't just been Ranger Knight Defector with Harp running away with the game, it's been Stratu to have a big attack, big quick attack that's just giving you more resources, more viability, more flexibility. 0 mana fish fight is not a world I want to live in.
And it can't feel good for Tank when he goes back and checks the tape and sees how good Fenrir's Seratu was in comparison to how sort of mediocre his copy of Anaka was. Now Fenrir, I assume, going to line up this Cataclysm. It's just a matter of which target do you want to take out. Anaka was softened up so that you don't have to worry about form up, but might prioritize the Vayne. I think Anaka's the right choice here, and that is what Fenrir is going to lock in.
Yeah, with Tankbuster receiving the attack token, that's another potential attacker you have to respond to. Maybe even getting Seratu of his own. So Fenrir just going to nip that in the bud right now and draw 2 more cards.
And this is going to be 9 mana on the World Ender for Fenrir. It's going to be available next turn as they find the 3rd copy of Fish Fight.
There is no safety here. The one-sided strike with Aatrox is too strong. Plays around the form up.
I'm not done.
And this gives Fenrir the opportunity now to turn that Elkin into an Aatrox as well, thanks to that 8 mana now on the World Ender. This is a disaster, Skarzig.
There's Stratu with the attack token, tutoring Aatrox. If only Tankbuster had a little bit more time, could very easily claw this one back with the fish fight. after attacking, maybe getting a little bit more value here. But Fenrir's at 9 mana, already just has World Ender right now.
And this just goes to really hammer home the inevitability that the Darkin bring to the table, the late game assurance that this mid-range deck has, and why Aatrox has remained a meta staple pretty much since its inception at, not too long, around this time last year. I believe it was October, November, somewhere around then.
Exactly. It's the perfect mid-range deck. You've got fantastic stats, great aggressive combat-focused keywords that build you board control, one-sided strikes, and then you have your late-game win condition that tutors to your hand. And you could make a checklist of what you want to see in a mid-range deck, and that hits just about everything.
The consistency of just the Darkin in general is nearly unmatched, right? In a lot of digital card games, you don't get specific tutors, right? You get things like Zap Sprayfin that say, oh yeah, I'll grab you something that I find in there that costs 3 or less, but I'm not grabbing you anything specific. But Aatrox, Varus, Kayn, these champions have remained meta relevant because they are specific tutors, and the consistency of that cannot be matched. We're even seeing Fenrir say, you know what, actually, I'll trade Seratu's here. I'll use one of my fish fight. I'll take that full trade, and still has that World Ender available.
Mm-hmm. It's just so amazing. You can even maybe trade in Fleet Feather Tracker so that you get one more credit for the World Ender, equip the Darkened Blade, keep things chugging along, but it doesn't even matter from this position. The window of opportunity for Tankbuster to play Aatrox, you're going to be 2 steps behind getting your World Ender up. And this is a very long game 1, and you can see the weight of every decision.
Now, I like Fenrir not going for the World Ender here. I think it's a lot smarter to set up a wide board of Darkin and go for the World Ender on the following turn. Doesn't want to take too much damage, though, so looking to trade off the Fleet Feather Tracker. Now going to pull that one back. They've still got a couple of weapons to equip. They can throw down Quinn with a weapon, or just play the Blinding Assault and the Petricite Broadwing. So many options available to Fenrir, and none of them feel like the wrong choice. And pretty soon we're going to be into our game number 2, but it's going to be a little bit of time, sort of in limbo here, where the game is pretty much decided. I don't think there's any top deck tank has that they could come back with here. Are going to get the better of this trade, though, but it doesn't leave them with the ability to fish fight or Cataclysm to stop whatever comes next from Fenrir, who is down to 5 mana on the World Ender.
Mm-hmm. There's still fish fight to remove this 8-2 from play. Now that that tank is completely tapped out, no Nosferatu shenanigans, because that was just nipped in the bud by fish fight number 2 for 0 mana. And this is just Fenrir just having to go through the motions of reaching out to grab victory here in the first game.
A little worried for them, though. They are 2.5 minutes in the whole time bank-wise, which means that, yeah, you're going to see the rope pop up very quickly whenever the action comes back to them, and I'm worried that Fenrir is going to get a little nervous here in the semifinals of this tournament, start to fumble a little bit. We saw them, pull out the Dark and Aegis and then put it back, and they don't really have time to be indecisive. They have to make quick moves from here on out.
Mm-hmm. And with the setup here, finally, we've got a nice open attack for 5. And then figure out what we want to do from there to close out, right? Big Aatrox, 4 mana World Ender, tons of time to just follow through on this game. Right, you would just open attack, right? Take your 5.
I'm 90% sure that if you do this, you get a Scout Aatrox with Challenger, which is pretty appealing.
Very true, very true. Well, especially as well, like if you've been tracking Tankbuster's hand, the hand is just Aatrox, 1 weapon that you've already seen, a couple other cards that just don't work. You spend so much mana just to barely hang on versus a 10-10.
And that was decisive. We saw Tank sort of do what they could to stabilize the mid game, but at the end of the day, one player had Aatrox, the other didn't. It just took too long for Tank to get enough weapons into hand to tutor up their own Aatrox, and by then really run away with the game. Again, we saw a 5 mana World Ender, the cheapest that it has gotten to, at least on camera since the nerf, and now Heimer Jace is probably not the deck you want to be looking to 2-0 if you are Tankbuster.
It certainly could happen, but it is, again, a tall order. with Tank Buster being on the pure Vayne Aatrox as well, you are really doubling down on having a dominant board position to abuse Tumble. We've got Ranger Knight Defector now. We've got a weapon in hand at the very least, but that weapon needs to be Harp. And now it's going to come down to Fenrir. Do you get your Vengeances, your Quietus to keep up with this play?
Tank goes to equip the Bloodletters and then says, what happens if I go in for an open attack here? Because, Fenrir's got the fork. If you go in for the open attack, you're susceptible to the Mystic Shot. If you go for the equipment, then you're susceptible to the Soul Harvest, and Fenrir might even just let the damage go through so that they can play a 6-mana Production Surge.
Epic Scrap Traption off the top would also be great. Jace coming down on 4 mana with Challenger or Quick Attack, depending on how the board is looking. It's very rare, right, to see Challenger Jace, but if you just need to remove a big threat from play, could be the ticket.
Playing Jace as a removal spell is definitely an avenue that I think players don't utilize to the fullest all the time, really wanting to protect him, go for the level up. Utter Devastation. I don't know what it is with Reggie today and offering up Utter Devastations, but he will not quit it. And this time around, no Hex Obliterator, as has been the common grab in this matchup.
And again, it affects...
It takes Utter Devastation!
Yeah, it still hits enemy Darken and equipped things. It saves your own equipped allies if that's the case, but it's going to be a great Hail Mary if the game really does go that long. Reggie knows something, Boulevard. He's known this whole time.
He's got some tricks up his sleeve, that Reg. Meanwhile, Fenrir still unwilling to throw down the Adaptatron. Ranger Knight Defector comes out, but there's, again, just no weapon for Tank Buster to throw on this. No Darken Harp, no Darken Spear, no nothing.
With only 1 mana available, you aren't worried about Fish Fight. There is always the threat of Catch when we're looking at these sorts of decks. So this could be the lane where Fenrir plays Jace as a removal spell. Says, I got a 4/4, and
Tank's
I'm going to try to
Tank
trade
would be
into
happy
this.
to take that trade.
Nicely done. The attack token's still there, so Elkin gets to swing through as well.
Reggie can get more value as a blocker later. You don't got to sacrifice Reggie like this, Fenrir. Yeah, just let it hit. And next turn, Fenrir is going to have the possibility... Oh, no, not quite going to have the possibility of Adaptatron plus the Production Surge. The mana a little tight for Fenrir, but the pressure's not really there from Tank just yet. Again, the lack of weapons is making this very difficult for them to press the advantage.
Mm-hmm. Fenrir really wants to play Heimerdinger here. I think we can tell by the hesitation, but can't take that risk. Just goes for the big Production Surge instead. It's 6 mana. This is credit for Jace. Whoa! Okay.
That's not great.
1 turret.
Yeah, it's... Now Tank's in a bit of a weird position where they're looking at this fish fight like, I really take 6 damage. I really just want to be able to kill Heimerdingers and Jaces all day. The fact that they got a 6/1 is really annoying.
And I think you can take 6, right? Next turn, you've got Aatrox coming through to heal for 2.
The problem is that eventually you are going to have to kill this 6/1, and I don't think you really want to let it deal too much damage to you before you hit that point.
It's at first I thought this was kind of awkward, right? Just to get a 1 big turret off of your Production Surge, but the fact that it forces such a key resource from Tank Buster clears a path for Heimerdinger.
Maybe it's time to go back to 3 mana elusive Heimerdinger and give, what was 6 mana before? Fearsome?
Yes. Oh my god, that was such a cursed Heimerdinger build. But here we go.
Oh, Zalani.
Just goes for the straight up Zalani. There hasn't been a Vengeance yet, and Tank Buster's also trying to tax in return. I've had to use my big important threat of Fish Fight in order to clear a 6/1. Now I'm going to force you to have Vengeance here to deal with the 7/7.
And Fenrir doesn't have it. This does give them an opportunity to safely get down Heimerdinger, but even that could turn into more of a liability on the next turn if Fenrir tries to play loose with their life total, and Cataclysm Zolani over the Heimer could be the end of the game. this is not a great position for Fenrir, who might just have to sacrifice that Adaptatron as a blocker.
You can just scout attack as well with Ranger Knight. So that just forces another block, even more damage. The tough is so difficult for a deck like this to deal with that has damage-based removal.
And
Zolani was such a smart threat here.
I love watching Tank play Aatrox Bane, because a lot of players don't necessarily play as aggressively with their Darkin as I would like them to. You see them kind of just cycle through the weapons, only think about the big ones. But slamming a Zolani on 6 and just vengeance checking your opponent could be the winning line here.
Zolani hits true, down to 7. And now Tumble in the hand, Cataclysm in the hand, forcing Fenrir once again to have vengeance. Formula's got to get it here.
Ooh, and a 6-1 normally looks nice, but it's also a really juicy Cataclysm target for Tank.
And so Tank doubling down on Zolani, the original Zolani.
Yeah, doesn't even go for the scout attack here. Is just going to take Zolani over Heimerdinger. Has the tumble for a potential lethal. And honestly, Skarsik, I think that does it.
Yeah, it's only 2 damage going on to Zolani here. So Mystic Shot is not enough to close this out. Aftershock not enough to fight here.
1 mana shy of playing Aftershock plus Mystic Shot. Tumble's going to come through. It's going to equip the tough weapon to Zolani, and Tank has found the line despite an awkward opener. With no weapons, the Darkened Bloodletters is the only one that he needs, and pushes through to a game 3.
Absolutely stellar to take that line, to have the courage to say, well, even if they have vengeance here, it's not that big of a deal, because I'm just setting up for Aatrox or another big Darken. To double down on a mid-game threat and get that read, oh, there actually isn't a vengeance, to then confidently follow that up to say, well, now I can just use Tumble and Cataclysm, and this is Tank being rewarded for the Vayne. As I said, you want to have a dominant board position, you want to double down on your aggressive potential, and that's exactly what he's done.
I cannot stress enough how difficult it is for Shadow Isle decks to deal with Zolani juggling in the mid game. You throw it down, oh, they killed it, sure. Throw the Bloodletters onto something else, let it die again, play Zolani again. It's going to constantly keep your opponent on the back foot, and a 7-7 overwhelm is just so difficult to deal with. And now Tank has pulled us to a game number 3 where we're going to get to see whether or not this Jax Varus is the real deal. It didn't look great for Infinipatrons, but they didn't have one of the more explosive hands that we expect this deck to be capable of.
And we've seen the tail end, some glimpses of Jax Varus, Jax Samira, that potential for, turn 6, turn 7 to be incredibly explosive. And if Fenrir's looking at a turn like that in the mid game of, I want to try to set up Heimerdinger, or I want to play a big production surge, it's going to give Tankbuster the full, the full send to just open up a Varus.
We have seen Varus be very powerful earlier on in the day. Quacko showing us how powerful and overwhelming that card can be as early as turn 6. And now Fenrir looking okay with Scrap Traption on 3. One of the new additions to Heimer Jace could even buff that up with the Hextech Handler and kind of see where we go from there. Whereas Tank, no champions just yet, but has the opportunity to get to him. We'll make it there, and has some weapon masters to really fix the issue that a lot of players had with Varus decks in the past, where you've got all these spells that require you to equip, but if you don't draw one of your very few equipped units, you're just kind of left dead in the water.
And Fenrir is fortunate that, this combo deck doesn't do a lot of aggressive things super early. And now with Tankbuster not having just a clear development on turn 2, sets up potentially a 6-6 epic Scrap Traption, just something really big to kind of bully out in this mid game.
There is the equipment, there is the turn on for all of the darkened spells, down to 1 mana, down to 2 mana, and here is a Scrap Traption for your trouble. Brash, a little bit of a difficult keyword for this deck to deal with, as I'm just looking at a lot of 1 and 2 HP units in Tank's hand.
This innovative blacksmith has to roll, Pot of Pain or something to get enough HP to really stand up to this.
And even then, Fenrir has the ability to, like, let's say Tank goes in for an attack here. You soften this up a little bit. It goes down to a 6-4. You Pot of Pain your Blacksmith. It becomes a 3-4. Well, Fenrir throws down the Hextech Handler, and suddenly their thing's up to a 7-4. It's still just one outside of the range, and Tank has to commit even more spells. Right now, Tank doesn't have a hand that facilitates a big Varus finish. You know, we're not running Pantheon. We don't have that gem generator. We're very limited on the cards that we can put in this deck, and a big Varus is a lot less likely than it has been in some of the games that we saw earlier today.
Ooh, doesn't take the bait. No momentous choice there to get rid of the Scrap Traption. And what's great here is that Fenrir absolutely can play Hextech Handler, get that buff, maybe even try to see what Tank Buster develops in response to play into Quietus, but just goes for it. Says, you know what? I didn't fall for the bait last time. You're going to have to put everything down onto Momentous Choice just to get enough HP to block, and you don't get the 1-for-1 trade. So much damage and work being done by this single card. Good old-fashioned remembrance style gameplay.
And Fenrir has a new number of options of what to do here. Could pass, could play the Handler, could play Reggie, get offered another Utter Devastation, see where that takes us. As long as that Quietus is left open to deal with this Scout weapon, because, you know, Scout Quick Attack, that is sort of what puts these Darkened decks on the map. It's not something you want to deal with. No Utter Devastation, but the Ruination is an option.
It's good enough. Here, nobody was taking the Utter Devastations. This one's discounted. Take Song Spinner! What a hero.
And Song Spinner will be available next turn unless they use the Quietus here, which I'd be... Oh, actually does not go for it. Gonna let that Scout Quick Attack rock.
Then Entrancing Lure off the top. Quick Attack, Scout, Challenger is a horrifying combination, Boulevard. And this is exactly what Tank needed to get out of this sticky situation versus this 6-3 Brash.
I am a little surprised to see Fenrir not go for the Quietus there.
Taking, I think, a bit of a macro look at this matchup, trying to save it for the Darkened Bow, perhaps. But yeah, this is going to dispel a lot of value thanks to Entrancing Lure.
Tank not willing to go for the open attack just yet. No, okay, gonna put it back on the stack. These players so wishy-washy with what they want to do. No Entrancing Lore though. Tank's just gonna let the Scout go in.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna get your trade regardless. Probably nothing specific to draw for Tank Buster. Wants to just... What's great about Scout is the wait and see approach. Being able to say, okay, I can just attack here because the numbers are good for me right now. I get to threaten with a lot of mana to respond to how my opponent might play, to just get some free damage, pass the priority, force your opponent to play even more mana, then you can respond again. It's a fantastic line, especially in high-level play. Top 4 for the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier.
Fenrir debating a 4-mana production surge. It's not great value. Chances of low rolling pretty high. The 4-1 turret would not look great here, but gonna fire it off anyway. Says, I want to do something. I don't have anything else to do with my mana, and finds the MK4.
Another single turret. Still mana for Entrancing Lure. Goes for Innovative Blacksmith instead. Finds the Pot of Pain. So the prophecy comes through, but opts out and says, you know what? I'm going to put Fearsome down. I have to go aggressive here. My burst combo potential isn't as guaranteed versus Heimer Jace because of Vengeance, etc. I've got to go more all in. Still keeping that 1 mana floated from Momentous Choice, and Fenrir continues to respect it.
And just to point out, thanks to my handy-dandy production surge calculator, you might be thinking that single turret was a low roll, but no, there was actually a 25% chance of that outcome.
Wow. Okay. Well, we get a big turret. We get a nice trade. We still have a 7-4 with Brash as a solid attempt. Hextech Handler can bolster this further. There's just not a lot going on. There's too much reactivity against these awkward stat lines for Fenrir.
And if Fenrir even goes for the Shock Blast here, Tank can actually completely blow it out of the water with both the Momentous Choice as well as the Expanse's Protection. And that's even if they want to. You might not have to save one of these units. You might just be able to let one go. But I do think that the Scout Quick Attack combination, very powerful. I think hanging on to your Jax, very powerful, especially with double Entrancing Lure in hand. But that is the only Expanse's protection available, so I don't blame Tank for holding it back and trying to save it for a big Varus finish or something else down the line.
Now we get the Scout Weapon back in the hand. Try to look for somewhere else to allocate it. It always feels weird to use the Entrancing Lure in a defensive way just to cycle and draw a card, but because Fenrir is tapped out, this is a perfect window of opportunity to maybe draw into Varus.
Maybe. Tank might also have to throw down the Shadow in order to have a brash blocker here, lest they fall down to... No, they're willing. They are willing to go down to 8 HP.
It's a big call-out, Boulevard, recognizing that Heimer Jace isn't actually known for its burn potential.
And with one Shock Blast already gone, that might even be the only main-decked Shock Blast in the deck, and that is the case. So it's just Mystic Shots from here on out, or Jace's Shock Blasts, and playing offensively with the Shadow Fiend is to Tank Buster.
Going wide, baiting out these responses, and we see how clunky Fenrir's hand truly is. Do I want to go for, Sputtering Song Spitter? Has to go for Handler to get an 8/5 down to actually threaten some value trades here. Quietus and Mystic Shot are the only options for Fenrir. Has been babying this Quietus for such a long time, trying to save it for Varus, but I think you're going to have to pull the trigger on it here soon, Boulevard.
Tank does have the ability to tutor up that Varus, though, if that Quietus does get expended. Like you mentioned, might have been saving it for the bow. It would be a little awkward for Tank to proactively fire off a Frostbite spell just to tutor out a Varus, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do, and Fenrir's hand is going to explode if you give it enough time to actually, sort of sit down, take a turn off where I'm not being threatened, fire off my formula, fire off my Song Spinner. And Tank doesn't have great pressure right now. They can push a good amount of damage. They can kill the Scrap Traption with a quick attack Jax. It's going to buff itself up to a 5/3. But from there, we're not looking at lethal damage, at least not without a strong draw off of the Entrancing Lure.
Mm-hmm. And there's always the worry now with 2 Hextech handlers available that the next Scrap Traption is just going to be ginormous. And then the removal spells just become you can't block brash spells. And the Unforgiving Cold has to be saved for that eventuality.
I almost feel like Tank is going for a proactive Frostbite spell here. Otherwise, why would you give up the quick attack on the Jax for Scout? It's not like you can run that into the Scrap Traption here.
And Quietus is finally forced. Gets rid of the Rake. Now we're again in an awkward spot. Light of Acacia can still be re-equipped. And then that's Mystic Shot.
And this probably has to be the Expanse's protection. You can't save this for too long. And with 1 mana, you're very confident that Fenrir doesn't have an answer for the spell shield. So now Tank has their pick of the litter. How do you want to play the rest of this turn? Going to draw the Varus off of the Entrancing Lure, take out the Scrap Traption, offer up a trade onto the remaining unit, which will get traded off board. Just standing at a lone Jax for Tank Buster.
Jax, a little bit more card draw with the Entrancing Lure. Fenrir going back over there, no units in hand, has formula to draw 2 more cards, get a little bit more love, but the open attack is too devastating if you don't hit exactly Vengeance. 2 Expansive Protection has already been used over the course of this game.
Finds Piercing Darkness, no protection from Tank. And has the Vengeance for the following turn.
I like it. I like it a lot. Another Quietus in the hand as well. You might not need to Vengeance the Varus if you can just destroy the bow. All the way back up to 15. We've got Control versus Combo playing out in front of us right now, Boulevard. Here is Varus leveled. He gives the keywords to his bow. No, he's the one who has the keywords. I did it again. He has the keywords. The bow doesn't matter. The bow just gives him the attack power.
Yeah. Now the Blacksmith going to pick their weapon of choice. Yeah, Pan of Pain makes sense. Going to heal up to 9 as well. Still not looking at lethal damage on the open attack, though. only 10 up to 12 with the Entrancing Lure, and that is why you're going to see a swap onto the Light of Acathia to push more damage into the Varus. Probably going to swap back to the Pan of Pain. There we go before the turn is over, and now you are looking at a lethal open attack. Fenrir has the Vengeance, but there are still Expanse's protections in the list for tank and a draw available.
So, let's see it. Open attack forces a response, forces Vengeance, Entrancing Lure looking for third Expanse's protection. I gotta double check the list, Boulevard.
There are 3
Yes.
Expanse's protection. It's such a powerful tool in a meta like this, and also a lot of healing going back over to tank. The awkward part now is that if you do want to use Quietus onto the bow, you save yourself for the time being, but tank is just going to get to equip the amulet onto Varus, still threaten lethal, and the next Varus that comes out is just going to remake a bow.
True. Loses the attack. Still so much damage being threatened here. Exactly 14. And this is Vengeance. Onto
Yeah,
the
and even
Varus.
if-
Still enough mana.
And if tank does manage to draw Expanse's protection, Fenrir has the 2 mana board wipe to try and pop that spell shield, survive at 8, guarantee a kill onto the Varus, and from there, tank's not completely out of resources. We are at 2 out of 3 tutors on the Varus, which means the Unforgiving Cold will generate another champion, and tank can kind of go from there. Fenrir just so light on threats for the time being.
And this is a great outcome for Tank Buster. Varus is going to go down, but you know that the Vengeance has to be spent to answer, and your 2 innovative blacksmiths still do a lot of damage. And tank is thinking, do I actually want to try to fish for third Expansive protection to try to outplay the Mystic Shot? Might as well keep that pressure going. Heimer Jace almost out of cards is exactly the outcome you're hoping for.
And now, Reggie, you've been offering some wild choices all day, but if you finally give Fenrir the Harrowing one last time, we could be looking at lethal. Harrowing's available!
The Harrowing! This is going to bring back... I can't even remember at this point, Boulevard.
Neither
It's
can
gonna be a
Fenrir.
full
We're
board.
taking a quick pause to go back and go through the cycle. I know that we have had very large brash units, but I'm not sure if they actually enter the death pool at their stat point. They're probably just 1/1 brashes, but we've had a 6/1 turret, or was that the previous game?
We had
Can't
the
remember.
we had
Fenrir
the-
probably can't remember.
There was
And
the
he's gonna have to
overworld
go back
turret
and
at the
check.
very least. There's a Jason there, I think? It all runs together, Boulevard.
Fenrir very much going through and looking, okay, what actually died this game? Is this going to get me out of it? Reggie has been offering up these Harrowings all day long, and Fenrir decides that what is in the death pool is not enough to deal 11 or potentially even 13 damage if tank were to re-equip a weapon and get a couple more heals off. Goes for the True Shot Barrage into the Adaptatron. Fenrir hanging on for now, but Jax has Overwhelm. Furious Wielder can get rid of a blocker, and Jax will be too large to deal with.
What's important to note as well is Adaptatron is the only fearsome blocker. There's still Sandworn Amulet in the hand. Tank Buster is going to continue to heal because of the blacksmiths, and Song Spitter is going to be the answer.
And if tank really wants to just pedal to the metal here, they can play out Jax, they can play their Frostbite spell, and play out a Varus as well.
There is the worry. Did my opponent grab Ruination off of Reggie?
It is a scary prospect for sure. Fenrir took so much time in the tank to think about, what do I want off of this? That tank has to be wondering, what on earth did they grab here?
But still a very wide board, an Overwhelm unit, a Fearsome unit. This is still going to spell lethal, especially with Furious Wielder on the stack to maybe move one of Jax's blockers.
Gonna see the True Shot Barrage come out, can follow up and take out one of these units with their other board wipe, but if tank smells that one coming, can equip the Sandworm Amulet to heal up that unit, as I believe Sandworm Amulet is a +2/+1 weapon. I might have made that up.
Yeah, and it's been
constantly think
forged,
it
if I
is.
recall. Yeah, it's +2/+1 natively.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, hasn't been forged though, so. But yeah,
there is the
tutors
tutor on the
for
Varus.
Got a whetstone? Gotta sharpen my lamp.
Wow. just moving a blocker out of the way. The attack token is going back to Tank Buster to set up an open attack. So this is another innovation. Playing the Varus, shuffling around some weapons to get some pre-boosted attack. It's just a repeat of Tank Buster's last attack token.
And Fenrir misses their opportunity to kill the blacksmith. Suttering Song Spinner's gotta do some work here.
I'm trying to think of what 2-mana spells can be.
Oh,
Vengeance again!
Vengeance is top decked, but Tank gets a burst speed attacker as well as a buff. This should be lethal, but the Suttering Song Spinner going to come out. What can you generate?
1 mana off, too, being able to put both of these on the stack. So, Song Spitter can get...
Not a lot.
Jury Rig? No, it's only 2 mana spells.
Not
Hush.
a lot, and not a lot.
Reggie offered up a sweet deal with the Song Spinner, but it was not. It was a bum deal, Boulevard, full of junk. Tank Buster with consistent pressure versus Heimer Jace. No Heimerdinger to come through to take advantage of those spells. To get board presence set up is really what it did. And scholars will analyze that harrowing for the end of time to say what was actually in the death pool, because it clearly was not good enough.
No, and you know, if it was just a bunch of weak, like 3 or 4 attack units, then it makes sense, right? Because if Jax comes down from Tank Buster, suddenly they're at 13 health, they've got 3 blockers, you're worried about them still tutoring a Varus, you know that they're 1 spell off of it. That Frostbite could have spelled disaster for you. It was definitely a hype moment, but the True Shot Barrage didn't look like it did a lot, and Fenrir kind of missed their window to actually pick off a second unit. So again, like you said, scholars will go back and analyze that one. Now, I'm not sure if we have a match to jump into on the other side of the bracket or if that one has already concluded, but the Tank Buster is our first finalist, and it looks like we are going to be taking a look at the bracket here to see Tank's final opponent, and it will be NNT Space, Team Ninetales, up against Team Red Pup Games in the grand finals here of the World's Qualifier.
That's Pink Seraphine, Boulevard, making it all the way.
Mono Echo, Skarzig.
Oh my God, Mono Echo! We've already tripped the curse. I'm gonna have to play against this now. The 6 Echo.
Look, here's the good news, Skarzig. If you can hold it in your heart to stay off a ladder for the next 2 or 3 days before the Eternal ladder opens back up. I know that's going to be hard. We've all got battle passes to finish. There's only a couple days left on that. Don't forget to finish your Heart of the Huntress battle pass. Get that cool Pike skin.
I'm contractually obligated as a coin boy, a lurk player.
But that is going to do it for us for now in the top 4. The grand finals are just beyond the horizon. Do not go anywhere to Tank Buster versus NNT Space. Winner goes to the World Championship. Loser probably goes to the World Championships to get a bunch of Runeterra points and a bunch of money, but we will find out for sure in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the finale of the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Skarzig, and joining us in short order will be our finalists NNT Space from Team Ninetales and the Tank Buster from Team Red Pup Games. Skarzig, these players have fought long and hard to get here, and we're going to take a quick look at how that happened, just so that everyone at home is fully aware that we are in the finals here. Tank playing through their semis, taking out Fenrir after a very hard-fought Aatrox mirror.
Yeah, this was a rough first game, having the Cataclysm to deny the Anaka. World Ender comes through, the cheapest I think we've seen on broadcast so far, and that was the surrender in game one. But Tank Buster fought back valiantly. The other decks in this match came down to just doubling down on Zilani, right? Not just going for a crescendo, a finale of Aatrox and World Ender, as we've seen, doubling down on the Zilani with Cataclysm to keep attacking, with Tumble to keep attacking, and just let that Overwhelm finish off those shrimpy turrets.
And then in game number 3, we saw Fenrir pass up on a harrowing that wasn't going to end the game. Tank, it was looking a little rough for the time being, but eventually did find that second copy of Varus, that second copy of Jax, and was able to overwhelm the rather pitiful removal outlets that Fenrir had accumulated.
It's rare to see, but we can see Fenrir has almost no cards in hand, and it was just a sequence of just solid mid-level threats that resulted in too much pressure. Song Spinner pulled absolute garbage, and Tank Buster was able to squeeze out that victory to move on to the finals versus Space. Space, once again, for those of you just tuning in, has been keeping the Pink Seraphine alive, has the Mono Echo on deck with Heedless Resurrection rather than Jinx.
And you can see the path that these players took to get here. Fenrir not able to take down Tank, Rogio not able to take down Space, and now 64 was down from thousands, now down to just 2. Winner goes to the World Championship.
And these are two players that have wowed us over the course of this broadcast, either spectating them directly or being able to catch the tail end of their best of 3 as we were finishing out a round. We've caught glimpses here and there of what these players are capable of, and as we head into the finals, we've got a fantastic, unique smattering of decks.
So we're going to take a look at Space's lineup here. For those of you at home wondering who you should be rooting for, it is worth noting that Space is the singular player in the top 8 that was not running Aatrox. So if that is your jam, if you hate Aatrox, then Space is who you want to win, as long as you can look past the fact that they are the sole Pink Seraphine in the top cut as well.
The back alley bars are there. The Pursuit of Perfection is there. This was an idea that Aikedo had popularized right at the 11th hour and also made it into the top cut. Now it's carried all the way through. Furthermore, this Mono Echo with the Heedless Resurrection and the Piltover Castaway has not only been able to iron out a lot of the more awkward spots that the list has been plagued with today, but has great offensive potential as well. And this is just rounded out with Jax Ornn. No Buried in Ice in this deck, but just wants the aggressive mid-game potential, and then Harsh Winds might just be good enough.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that there's no Buried in Ice. I'm surprised at how sort of like standard this Jax Ornn list is. Players have really taken their Jax and done different crazy things with it, as we'll see when we get to Tank's lineup and we see the Jax Varus. And I do want to mention that for this Echo deck, we've been praising this Heedless Resurrection as sort of looking better than Jinx would in the times that it has come up, but that does make this list more all in on finding Echo in the first place.
And yeah, we had a game where Echo didn't come down. He was double leveled, 8 predicts before he was even found, and over again, Space has had that Jax Ornn banned and has been able to play these other 2. But when we compare to the Tank Busters lineup, there is this Darius Gnar Samira that's been consistently banned. This really aggressive overwhelm idea with still the one of Buried in Ice, and players have tried to say, well, my deck is decent into Aatrox, or I've got a 50-50 matchup there, and players just having an odd read, a misrepresentation of their matchup into Jax Varus, a deck that really rocketed up into popularity leading to this tournament, and a lot of the players that were on it kind of cooled off on it a bit.
I do want to point out here at the top of Tank's lineup, you can see that he is running catch in every deck, and he is running a different number of catch in every deck. The old 1, 2, 3, if you will. Just really likes the card enough to run it in every list, but not totally sure what the correct number was. And I don't think I've ever seen a spread like that, where normally we joke about these 9x whatever lineups, but Tank just going for a 6x despite it being in all 3 decks.
This is it's so easy, I think, especially at high levels of play, to keep that 1 mana floated. And if you make your opponent second guess a strong play or a removal or even an attack that would buy them a dominant position, if they respect the catch too much, it buys you so much breathing room. And the Tank Buster has managed to take advantage of that. And moving forward, all I can say is hopefully we'll get to see this Darius in action.
At least, and honestly, for maybe the first time all broadcast, there's no Aatrox Mirror.
No Aatrox Mirror on the table. We'll see if Tank Buster is going to adapt, respect this Pink Seraphine with the Unworthy Souls in the deck, with all of the removal and chump blocking available in the early game. The weapons, and honestly, the entire aggressive attacking weapon-inspired lineup that the Tank Buster is running might shy away and finally ban the Seraphine.
And I'm really curious to see if Space is going to ban out this Samira Darius. It's a deck that we haven't got to see perform on camera too often. Tank won the Mastering Runeterra Open with it last weekend, and it was banned quite often. We didn't really get to see it in action. The one game that we saw was a pretty cut and dry overwhelm finish. Got to see a Darius level up for the first time in I don't know how many years, Skarsig, it has been since I've seen that little axe come through with the spin, pull you close to the screen. And I'm worried that we're not going to get to see it here again today, that we're just going to take Space's lineup and go, yeah, you know, I've played against Aatrox Vayne all day. I'm comfortable playing into that. Jax Varus, you know what? I've played against Jax decks. I've played against Varus decks. How bad could it possibly be?
And this ban strategy, Boulevard, results in such a ridiculous mind game where it's like, okay, if I ban the Seraphine, then my weapon decks are a little bit bigger. And if Space is anticipating the Seraphine ban, then probably has to ban Aatrox because you lose out on your key card that lets you beat the weapons. Because again, the Jax Ornn has no Buried in Ice. And then you're opening yourself up to the unknown, right? This Darius deck that players seem to be banning just out of, I don't want to deal with that nonsense type of respect. And again, the Mono Echo also appears to be a wild card. We know that it's good into board-based matchups, maybe struggles to scale up versus Aatrox. Even though it has some staying power thanks to Heedless Resurrection, it could be too little too late. We know that Quicksand's pretty good into Varus, because he has the keywords and not the weapon. I remember this time.
And something that might be going through Tank's mind right now when looking through Space's lineup is that Mono Echo is the only list without weapon removal. We've got a couple copies of the Unworthy Soul in that Pink Seraphine, and Triple Fracture in the Jax Ornn, able to deal with wide boards or single target out a weapon. But when we look at that Echo, there is no such answer.
And it makes the ban strategy uncomfortable, to say the very least, for both of these players, right? I can do well into Jax Varus, and then suddenly there's a lot of tough units with the blacksmith stabilizing, getting that healing, that aggression with Varus, like just being able to cycle the weapons to get free procs for Varus to carry over attack power into the next turn in order to open attack, maintaining a lot of potential to use your mana for that attack token in a defensive way. Having the Expanse's protection, etc., can be devastating. Tank has, I think, demonstrated a new way to approach this board-based combo deck that we haven't quite seen yet, Boulevard.
And that triple Expanse's protection, like you mentioned, has been a pain point for many a player throughout the day. And while Seraphine probably wouldn't have too much of a difficulty dealing with it, something like the Echo might. And I think Echo's such a weird call here. It's such an explosive list, but maybe you hope it flops out for your opponent.
Oh,
in game
Pink
number
Seraphine
one,
got
though,
through.
Pink Seraphine gonna be up against, I believe that's Aatrox. There's so many decks with weapons and fish fights in them, we're losing track, but that has to be the Aatrox Vayne from Tank Buster.
So there's the mulligan, looking for some early games. Set gonna be on turn 5 with that odd attack token. Disciple of Doran discounting the Rejuvenating Breeze. Again, heals for 3, draws 2 spells. Tank has a bit of a curve, and Aatrox as well with the even attack token.
And Tank gets such a slow opener. And then, like, Space is going to give Tank so much room to just set up and try to get on board, and Tank's not really going to be able to do anything with it, especially if Space wants to just fire off the Aftershock here, but no, it's going to be a Disciple of Doran coming through.
I think Bloodletter is a great attachment here. You don't have really a lot of ways to develop the board, so you let Dark Enthralls kind of run your opponent down. Having a I can't block, but it doesn't matter because you're kind of forced to remove it. Like, that undying level of repeated threat is so important, I think, to shore up this early game.
And there we see the bans on screen. Darius once again banned here in the Grand Finals, and Jax Ornn taken off the table from Space.
I think both of these players have had those decks banned every single time here, moving up through the top bracket, and it's going to be a clean preview, a nice retread of the decks we've seen them play on stream already, and finally head-to-head.
Getting into the head-to-head, Tank, finally starting to get on board here. Doesn't have a bad hand, per se. Like, already has the Aatrox available, despite not having the weapons to sort of tutor it, but there's no power play until we get to the Aatrox. And Fish Fight, this isn't really a matchup where you're going to garner a huge amount of advantage off of it.
You are looking absolutely Boulevard for just wide mid-game pressure. You don't need to respond to anything in particular outside of maybe set, but it's just too risky to put that Fish Fight down. Another Dark and Bloodletter found. Elkin and Broadwing looking pretty strong.
Oh man, I was gonna say this is a great opportunity for Tank if they want to, can form up in Fish Fight to take out the set before it gets online, but Space top decks the Mystic Shot. Oh, but it's gonna be the Elkin. The Elkin's gonna be the one to take it out. Doesn't have to do it onto the Broadwing.
Yeah, that's a big boy with Tough as well. Set goes down, no value gained there, which is a lot of piecemeal removal. And now with Tough on this Elkin, with the form up scaling it, with Aatrox coming through potentially with no Unworthy Soul, a lot of this piecemeal removal doesn't line up against the Darkens the way you want.
No, and even with Unworthy Soul, it's so awkward when you're facing down the actual Darken because they just re-equip the weapon out of thin air when you play them again. It's a little unfair the way that they get to do it, but Space has the option to find Seraphine or find Concussive Palm. Would have loved to have found a back alley bar going into that sort of critical turn for that, get those discounts available, and start to really stack up multiple removal pieces to take out what Tank's dealing with. Gonna grab the Seraphine.
I like the idea here. You want to get some additional resources to keep up with this board. Range Knight Defector is horrifying, especially in a damage-based removal P and Z deck. And instead of taking that over Palm, we know that, Cataclysm and Tumble outplay that stun. It's great to get this potential for a 30-30 overwhelm, right? Aatrox cannot deal with that.
We're at a point where Tank doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. Space doesn't have a lot of cards on board. Tank's even going for a second weapon here. And with both of them being Bloodletters, Zolani's not as effective at pressuring this style of control deck. And actually, Space gonna throw down the Seraphine and open her up to a potential Fish Fight.
Oh, Time Trick, such a godlike grab. Seraphine, how'd you know? She shows up at your door with the perfect gift.
Every random generator today has been putting in the work. Reggie might keep throwing another Devastation in there, but he's really just kind of leaving you with two good options and saying, hey, this is available. You can have it if you want it. There's some other good stuff over here, but please take it. Same thing with the Harrowing, but Seraphine, one of the first times we've seen her come down today, immediate high roll.
You're telling me a Seraphine time to this trick? And the Badger Bear gets set down, right, for this Mystic Shot to clean up. Wait for the... I don't even know if you go for the Mystic right now. Yeah, you just chill.
Not a lot of reason to. Oh, and bar on 7.
I like the bar here. It discounts the entire hand. Aatrox comes through, but you don't care. Why is it a 3-3 Boulevard?
We buffed this card, Skarzig. It used to be a 3-2.
Tag out as well. Harazi off the top. Wow, the Lodestone. Now we've got Spell Shield. This is where the pressure gets really devastating.
Now you're cooking with gas, Tank. And Space can throw down another blocker. They're not really in danger of dying this turn. They're going to be able to block the Harazi, whatever comes off it. They're going to fall rather low.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think, well, with Fish Fight, they might actually have to worry about dying, now that I'm thinking about it, because there is no Unworthy Soul. They could go for like a Mystic Shot tag out onto the Harazi straight away to ensure that there's no big spell shielded challenger coming out of this Petrified Broadwing, but instead going to open up with the Mystic Shot onto the Badger Bear, which could get countered by that form up. I'm going to pull it back.
There is, Caustic Rift, tag out, like you were talking about, Boulevard. Just a quick development. I was wondering if Harazi was going to, buffs the Petricite Broadwing to take out another big thing. And this is a growth support, so those stats are going to be permanent.
Yeah, the spell shield, not permanent, but the stats are, and that's probably going to be tag out to save the Seraphine. No answer from tank, as we've got a slow speed answer in the Fish Fight. But that is the one piece of Seraphine protection. When space goes to play it again, tank could take it out with the Fish Fight.
Just obscene. And with
Down
the
to
stats
9
this
men on
big, you don't have to
World
worry about. You don't even need to send the weapon back to your hand if you don't want to. Deny. Woo! We need that for World Ender. And the space has only got one copy of Deny, if I'm remembering correctly, Boulevard.
That is correct. Only one Deny in this list. One Nopify as well, for what it's worth. But still no level up on the Seraphine. She comes down anyway. And honestly, Nopify generated off of Seraphine for the Fish Fight. How does she do it?
Space scrolled through the spells and said, you know what I need right now to outplay this Fish Fight? And now what's going to happen is Space has to draw the Unworthy Soul. And I think it's Daijobu.
Space is in Seraphine's DMs. She is sending him gifts. She is giving him choices.
Yeah, and even using the spell shielded unit for the Fish Fight to kind of play around, but too bad there's Nopify generated off of Seraphine for the extra tilt factor. Back alley bar still going strong. 2 mana Deny is obscene. We get another predict and draw with Clockling. Now, we're kind of hyping up space a little bit too much, Boulevard, because when I look over the Nexuses, I see 5. I see a 5 there, and I don't like it.
It is a very low number, and Space really has to get their Seraphine leveled this turn and start firing off some of these spells in multiple to actually start to clean up the board, kind of missing their window to take out the Broadwing while it was low. And Tank says, I'm not worried about World Ender. I'd rather just play a Naka. I get this strike spell available from my Aatrox. The real Nopify now drawn, though, to deal with that.
And with Harazi still chilling on the board, that's going to be a spell shield going on to another Darken. So it's maybe Caustic Rift here just to pop Harazi's spell shield so that there's not a double down on not being able to respond to a potential open attack.
Yeah, doubling the Caustic Rift doesn't seem very valuable, so I think it's one of those spells that you're more than happy to just push into the Seraphine level up. Just pop the spell shield, because otherwise it's not really doing much. But I'm going to take a reset onto the Anaka and then send in the Elusive Cavalry.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage, but Space has to keep defense going from this point, and that's a tall order, Boulevard. Just go for the World Ender now. You force the one Deny, and then when Aatrox strikes, it generates another World Ender.
Does it really?
Yeah, he just keeps generating them. It's on strike. Unless they changed that, because I think originally it was on strike and on summon.
I just don't think I've ever seen it happen before.
Now, the one weird detail that I happen to remember. But we'll see. Anyway, we'll have to see. Decides not to deny it.
I don't think level 2 Aatrox generates World Ender.
Yeah, he still grows when you put it on the stack. Play cast.
Yeah.
But now with the Deny, it keeps the rest of the Darken from assimilating.
Yeah, Tank does still have the opportunity to get down a Naka here, though. Does still get that discount, and there's no bounce spell from Space. They're going to be able to stun out one of these units, but going to go for a little dig, see what they can find. Not sure what the first pull was. Tag out is ideal to get this Aatrox back to the hand.
Grabs
like
the
it is
Rumage.
And Set not going for the tag out. It would be 5 mana. It wouldn't leave them with a whole lot of options, but it would get the Aatrox out of here and stop an Anaka from coming back down.
And with Broadwing pulling Seraphine to the side, Aatrox is just going to be lethal right off the bat. We've got
Space.
Palm at the very least.
Yeah, Space is going to have to sort of pre-commit mana into that Palm. It's a dicey situation, but Skarzig, I gotta say, I'm getting flashbacks to the World Finals, Teddy versus Aragorn, where we had that Seraphine deck, we had that Aatrox deck, just so much Seraphine Aatrox matchups that we had to cast at that event. And, 9 months later, we are back in the same position in the meta. A little bit of a different flavor. Aatrox has taken some hits, Seraphine has taken some hits, but in essence, they are the same.
And decides to go for Anaka. Again, a beautiful wide board. Anaka could grab something like Stratu to have a lot of potential here for more resources, which is really what Tank Buster needs. The well is running dry.
And Anaka's going to go down to Aftershock a Mystic Shot. Space has the opportunity to kill Aatrox with these, but is willing to take the Aatrox block onto Seraphine. It's the only way that they survive this interaction. No, going to pull it back. Maybe now realizing that they would be forced to block Aatrox with the Seraphine.
Is there a world with the high note to generate some more spells, to do something? But yeah, just stuns the Aatrox, and that means that Broadwing goes over to Seraphine. And you can use more removal to soften that up a little bit, perhaps. But Harazi gets to put Spell Shield right back on another threat.
And with only 1 mana, not really worried about a 7/7 Broadwing getting dealt with. Although High Note could be used to save Seraphine. And there is value in that.
There's a lot of chumping. Forge Chief still going to get some more mana. Unbelievable to see Anaka, Aatrox, Harazi in play. And Seraphine is fighting back against all of them.
Maybe a little bit of missequencing here from Space. Doesn't actually finish off the Harazi. Obviously has the Caustic Rift to finish it off anyway. And maybe just valued setting the Elkin down a little bit. That's probably all it was.
Yeah, didn't go for the Caustic Rift there as well. So now with Tank Buster filled up, can save one of them with the form up. Goes for Rummage. Didn't want the Rift at all.
Ooh, second
4
copy
cards.
Of Palm.
Oh no, Space is clawing back. This is the first game, Boulevard. How is this possible? Aatrox is just sitting there. There's no more weapons, no more darkened discounts. Built over Tellstones as well to draw even more cards. Is Set gonna level here? What's going on?
It's still very awkward for Space in that if they kill some of these units, they do add Darken back to the hand of Tank Buster. That Elkin, that Broadwing, they both have weapons equipped to them.
Yeah, that's why I guess that Space wanted to leave them alive. Leave the weapons stranded and just chump block them. They don't have Overwhelm, and that's all that matters.
And now Space might get Nopify down onto Aatrox. And if that happens, this is Tank's last Aatrox. Nope. They're playing Aatrox Bane. There's no Quinn. They have 3 Aatrox. There will be 1 more, but
okay,
it's not readily available.
Nopify for that. Set can clear Harazi. Tank Buster is going to be desperately trying to jailbreak some Darken off of these Elkins and the Broadwing.
And another 4 damage into the Nexus. And suddenly Tank feels like they're in a killable range if Space can gain control of the board.
And that is certainly the case with Showstopper right around the corner. Rejuvenating Breeze and a big tanky unit to block this Overwhelm.
Space is in a very precarious position in that I think they spent 10 mana this turn, and now they only have 11 mana to spend, continuously unable to actually get the Showstopper down.
Here's Stratu. It's got to be a Palm here. Yep, Palm on Stratu to deny the resources.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, never mind. I was a little worried there for a second. I'm looking at this Aatrox. I'm looking at 2 Challenger units, and Aatrox going for an 8 damage lethal here, but there is a defensive spell from space. That said, though... Oh, Tank gonna lose... Like, the 7 attack Broadwing actually only has 1 attack, and now thanks to this Unworthy Soul, Space is going to survive.
Buys
Seraphine?
another turn, and every time you let Seraphine take another turn, it gets even scarier. There's Piltover Tailstones for the Progress Day to draw 3 more cards, potentially double discounted by the back alley bar to pull massively far ahead.
And it's a little awkward for Space that they had to use the Unworthy Soul on the Aatrox. Like we mentioned, there were a couple of stranded weapons that would have been great to destroy. Instead, it's the Darkened Blade that's destroyed and automatically pulled out of thin air like that and re-equipped to the Aatrox. And now actually going to double up on the Zelanis, killing the Elk that it was stuck on, getting that 1 HP unit out of here. But now there's finally 12 mana available for Space. I don't know if they can actually spend all 12 mana, though. We'll see. Pursuit of Perfection! It's available! It's ready! And Space is gonna steal it!
The 30-30 Overwhelm! Technology is better than your Eldritch abominations! The cat is here! Tank was too slow to close out this first game. There's nothing big enough to stop this monstrosity. And that's going to be game 1 going to Space. Unbelievable.
I am once again getting massive Worlds flashbacks watching Teddy with Vandal City Seraphine stealing so many games like that. You think it's over and they just pull out spell after spell, and Pink Seraphine clinches game 1 of the finals, but Tank lost game 1 of the semis. Is okay being in this position, not gonna let it get to the mental, and now just has to 2-0 the Mono Echo. Such an explosive list that has been brought here by Space. It is, oh, it's gonna be good.
These decks, they're just so hard to get a read on. Like, Tank Buster was in a great position most of that game. It was Seraphine just popping off with the time trick, with the Nopify at the key moments to just buy just enough time for the Cataclysm to finally come through at the end. It wasn't even Showstopper off of set putting down any threat. We've got a double drop border draw, so no freebies for Space. Tank Buster opening up with the Jax Varus in this matchup.
And Space kept the Feral Presence in the opening hand, willing to take that -1 in order to get the Echo more online. Doesn't find the Echo, though, and we are off to the races. Again, this list very explosive, but also more dependent than your average Echo list on finding that Echo.
So let's see if the boy who broke time is not lost in the time stream once again. Chronomancer finds another Predict to keep things going. Just a quick reminder of the bans and 1 win on Space's side with the Pink Seraphine.
Space
Gotta,
gets
and
another
also
poke.
Searching through, looking for Echo, we've got to keep an eye on Quicksand as well, Boulevard, to see if Space can pull that one out. Tank Buster going for the Piltover Castaway. Gets the Attune, gets a beautiful equipped weapon, a 3/3 stat line with impact.
Still no Echo, continuing to find those Heedless Resurrections, and this is what a major concern for this deck was. If Space wants to, they actually do have a kill onto the Jax here, and are going to take the line for it. Well, Heedless Resurrection with no Echo. This is a disaster, Skarsig, but there is 1 prediction left for Space, but if that doesn't find Echo, and even if it does, things are in a dire strait. This double drop order opener, the card quality of Space's opening hand, was one of the lowest I have ever seen in competitive Runeterra.
And I haven't been able to see if Space has been skipping or not. These have got to have been just like really aggressive skips. If it's Echo off the top, Space is the chosen one.
No, and I don't know if that was a skipper, if they chose the Forsaken Bakai, just continuing to go wide. Now, double Voice of the Risen offered up, but no Echo. And Skarsig, I think I smell a game number 3 in the air.
The window for Echo to come down, start drawing tons of cards with Time Trick to manipulate the rest of this game from this position is now gone. Piltover Castaway has the stat line advantage, is getting another repetition of impact onto the Nexus. This deck has no healing, does not have any stuns or ways to keep from getting comboed on. Varus is getting big.
This feels so... Oftentimes when you want to win a tournament, you have to bring this explosive list, and you just have to get kind of lucky on the day, and Space has been lucky enough to make it to the finals, but here in game number 2, this deck is crashing and burning.
Now this is a cast away from Space's side, a great way to keep the offensive potential up, to actually have a real threat that can attack and block in the mid game. But Tankbuster's got the parts made whole, gets another attacker, another wide swing. If you can force this Echo deck to block down before the chrono breaks become a threat, you buy yourself so much time in the later stages of the game to not have to worry about getting blown out of the water by it.
And Space even going to take a safety block onto the Varus, wants to keep their health total as high as possible, going to fall to 15 thanks to the impact damage. But Tank has so much targeting available for that Varus that I don't know that 15 is a safe number.
Got Pan of Pain, turning our 4-2 into a 2-2. And what's the draw? Scrying Sands, another prediction, but it doesn't draw. It's terrible. You can just predict, check it, look for the potential. And again,
painful.
Whenever we see Echo decks draw really bad like this, we can cope and be like, oh, well, what about Jinx comes down and maybe just Rockets will carry. But this deck, you said it, Boulevard, you called it, is very all in on finding Echo, getting him down. And from this position, now with Lunari Cultist, this is looking like some Varus math in the hand right now for Tankbuster.
Oh, it's certainly a good amount of Varus math. Gems, double. Oh man, this is just... I've barely been looking at Tank's hand this game. I've just been so focused on the nothingness that Space has been doing the entire time that I think you could take away Tank's entire hand and they still couldn't possibly lose this game.
And what's great too is you can keep developing other threats that improvise and buff Varus and go wider with even more stat lines. This is 19. This is just lethal.
Yeah, double momentous choice to really send it through, and Tank doesn't even go for the gem pre-combat, saving it for the entrancing lore so they can get another draw here. Space gonna throw their entire board in front of it. Varus, I guess, a little bit too far away from the level up for Tank to hyper commit to this lethal.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's
Space,
nice
even if they throw down the Echo now, there's a fish fight available for Tank.
Passes. Okay, double Echo. Yes. No way Space is gonna run this one back, right? There's no shot.
Future is whatever I make.
The next swing is going to be just a lot of aggressive development. We can cycle the weapons, shuffle those around a little bit with all this mana to work with, and Tankbuster can level Varus this turn very easily. Here comes Fish Fight.
Yeah, Space gets to throw down the second Echo, but then what? You get your time trick. What are you even looking for at that point? I can't think of anything that helps you survive the following turn. You could Heedless Resurrection or Chrono Break for a second copy of Echo, but without equipping the weapon, Tank is actually allowed to just take a block and use the... the momentous choice comes through.
So Echo goes down. There's a time trick. 0 mana. We can find Chrono Break, and Space would get double Echo back. This is all or nothing.
Finds a drop border.
And a good old skip. It's a Mystic shot.
Oh.
I think that's going to be too little too late. Space did not get Echo on curve. Tankbuster just did the thing. And Varus is coming to knock on the door. Pull that drop border to the side and keep on swinging.
And it's really about, who's got the main character energy here. And in game number 2, Space did not have it at all. And depending on who you ask and how luck works, maybe this guarantees Space some high rolls in game number 3. But I think Jax Varus was probably the easier deck to take down than Aatrox Vayne would have been. But we are 100% going to game number 3 here.
Very, very impressive play from both players besides. Like, Space had the window of opportunity, had the line, If that time trick from Echo number 2 had gotten Chrono Break, that's double on the Echo, attacking with quick attack, getting 2 more time tricks, 2 more cards drawn. And we already see the Shen emotes. Tankbuster giving us a bit of a show. There's literally nothing that Space can do to punish this.
Just gonna surrender. And Skarzig, what is probably one of the most one-sided matches that we will ever see in the history of competitive Legends of Runeterra. We are now down to the wire. Space was able to steal it back so spectacularly from game number 1, withstand the Darken Onslaught, but now they've got to go face-to-face with it again, this time with Echo playing hide and seek.
This is going to be another Echo versus Fish fight matchup, Boulevard. If Echo can come down on curve, no Fish fight to deny that time trick and just immediately take the boy down before the Chrono Breaks become a threat, it's going to be a different story. Puts that drop border back in, keeps scrying sands. This is something Space been doing very consistently, is keeping one predict in the opener.
I think last game Space keeping the 0 mana predict was definitely a little weird to me. Even if you find Echo in the opening hand, I don't think the issue is going to be leveling him. I think finding him is a much bigger issue. And, okay, Echo is already in the hand for Space, so already off to an infinitely better start than the previous game.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Scrying Sand doesn't do anything against Formidable.
Petricite Broadwing is immune to the sand. It is made out of sand. And we've got Space has Rite of Negation in the hand, can maybe stop a Fish fight, can maybe stop that World Ender or a Tumble, something really ridiculous in the mid game. We know from experience, from just our own eyeballs over the course of today's broadcast, that Vayne, Aatrox, if they resolve that key spell at the right moment, completely runs away with the game.
And luckily for Space, there's no Fish fight, no Cataclysm, no Condemn. At least in the traditional sense available in Tank Sand. Tank could throw down a Vayne here and would get access to Vayne's Condemn, and it seems like the logical lines start to get the cost reduction on the Tumble. But that is a rather expensive spell since Tank has no scouts, no ability to get it down to 1 mana. Space gonna find another predict, and I believe Echo not quite online, but will be after the Scrying Sands.
Mm-hmm. Takes the Mystic Shot off of the prediction as well, allows you to soften up Broadwing. Can just use this to maybe fight back or fix some math down the road. Darken Aegis on this Broadwing too is not something you want to see. We've got Catch into Darken Harp for Vayne to just attack for free here. Scrying Sands preemptively take some of the sting out of this lady.
And I'm curious to see if Space does throw down the Echo here or continues to pass with it. Does take the pass. And maybe signaling to Tank like, hey, I don't have an Echo. Look at me. I'm still digging. I'm taking preemptive Scrying Sands in case you don't go to combat. And now post-combat, still 3 mana available for Tank. And we're going to see a pass from Space who wants to hold open that Rite of Negation mana.
Very patient play. Space going for Echo here onto this turn. That lets the Chrono Breaks get shuffled in. And what it allows you to do is if Echo goes down, you can keep your opponent under that threat of, but what if I get Chrono Break right away?
Important to note that there is no single combat in Tank Buster's list. They went for the one of main deck Condemn instead, so if Tank does go for a Condemn here and Space hits it with the Rite of Negation, there's no follow-up single combat happening if Space decides to sack a unit instead of a mana crystal.
Mm-hmm. And there's blocking Badger Bear. Echo's going to try to go for it. Tank Buster doesn't have the resources to stop a 5-3 just yet. There is Catch in hand, but not a defensive weapon like a spear to help out in that regard.
And this Quicksand is looking so good in Space's hand. Take the Formidable off of the Broadwing.
And now with the 0 mana time trick finding another Echo, we've got that staggered threat Boulevard, where even if this other Condemn were to resolve, if double Fish fight is the top deck from here, then the boy is still going to continue to live. Chrono Break becomes a massive threat from positions like this when you're playing against Aatrox Vayne. You attack, your board gets traded down, suddenly there's a Chrono Break, there's a time trick, another rally to strike back. no Aatrox yet, and I think the fact that there was an open attack here obviously tells Space that there's no Aatrox in hand.
Tank does have the ability to tutor one, though, has enough weapons available to get that done, but Value's going in for the open attack, gonna pull it back a little bit, think about how they want to do this, and actually goes for the tumble to kick things off to open up for Condemn on the open.
I like that idea. If you've attacked more than once in a turn, Condemn gets discounted, which is so massive to keep things under control.
Dark and Harp goes on the Badger Bear, coming in 6-4 quick attack. Space has a lot of attack reducers in hand, but really wants to hang on to that Quicksand for the Petricite Broadwing. And of course, quick attack means that Echo will not generate a time trick if they block. So he's going to sacrifice a drop border, punish it for daring to be in the opening hand. Chrono Break found for Space, still no voices, so the combo not fully assembled just yet.
Puts that on top for the next turn. Means that
Which
Echo might hold back.
Space could draw that here with the parallel convergence.
Oh yes, the called shot draws one. So smart to put that on top and then draw it immediately. You're giving away the second Echo, but it might be fine because Space retains the mana for Rite of Negation.
And Tank, very smart from Tank here, actually setting up Petricite Broadwing to actually... No, that doesn't do that. I was like, yeah, the Broadwing, now it gets around Quicksand because it's got 2 attack and quick attack, but then I remember Quicksand takes some attack off of it, so it will not be able to get buffed up with a catch in order to actually kill the Echo. It'll still be at 2 attack, but once the quick attack on the Broadwing, not really trying to go after the Echo here, and wants to summon Geralt.
Geralt to just increase the cost of those spells to make Quicksand awkward. Could be a preemptive allocation here.
Space could, if they want to play around catch, can Scrying Sands the Geralt now and force Tank to pre-commit that going into combat. Will still also have mana for the Quicksand, but no, just going to draw the Chrono Break.
So good to put that on top of the double draw of Echo. He goes down. As soon as Tank Buster sees this, oh, you decided to draw a card. Your hand must be terrible. Clueless. Goes in. 11 damage put on the stack. Those spells are so expensive, but this is a free block for Space because of the Chrono Break. And even if you are in vain Aatrox's shoes, this feels good, right? These are a lot of attacks, credit for World Ender down the road, Condemn discounted to 1 mana. You get to slap the Echo right across the face as soon as he gets revived. One-sided strike denying the time trick as well. So beautiful.
And Space very much needs to find Voice of the Risen. This was a cool trick to get back online, but like you mentioned, that Condemn is just a little bit too powerful, stopping the Echo right in its tracks. Space is going to have a little bit of time, though. Attack token's going to go back to them. They might even throw out a Predict before the turn is over, but unfortunately not enough mana left to save Echo from this blocking Badger Bear.
It was looking pretty good. Ancient Prep finds a time trick to grab another Echo. Heedless Resurrection is something that Space is looking for this turn. It's a great to be able to predict and draw, to get that option immediately, not set it up for next turn.
Ooh.
Might be a big skip. Heedless!
Okay. Heedless is nice right now. Space playing hide and seek with Voices of the Risen has been able to find the Echo, and that means the... Oh, but it's 5 mana because no weapon has been equipped from Space.
And if you play it now, there is the chance of fish fight. Space has been playing around, keeping the Rite of Negation available to stop that.
But there's so many challengers, you can't really wait until next turn. You kind of need to go for the draw, but Space decides, no, it's not worth it. I need to wait for Tank to go on the attack next turn. Tank might even throw out a tumble or something along those lines here just to keep the pressure up, keep the board small from Space, knowing that it'll level the vein and they can get a 0 mana 1 on the following turn.
The other issue, of course, is if you Heedless, Echo comes out, Tank Buster plays Aatrox, and it's just a 6/6 bullying your 5/3, and there's just 1 mana left for the Scrying Sands, but then Echo doesn't clear.
It's certainly an awkward position for Space, and Tank just has so many units so buffed up, and at any point that they want, the ability to tutor that Aatrox. Once the spear comes through, it'll be alive.
And if you are in Space's shoes, do you take the risk of fish fight? Just passes back. Echo off the top, unreal. Anaka is the development for Tank Buster. That Darkened Spear was waiting in the hand, and this will translate to a 6-wide swing, preemptive allocation of Quicksand. Take some of the power from the Broadway.
Take the challengers out of tank and go ahead and throw down the Echo. Seems to be the line here from Space, who is still hovering that Quicksand and does commit it.
All right, challengers out of the way. After seeing that top deck, has to take the risk. No fish fight. No development for Aatrox this turn. Saw the tutor. Has tumble as well. So Tank Buster's got a lot of attacking pressure here. The only way for Space to stay alive and get stabilized is if there is a Chrono Break to resurrect this board after it blocks down.
Space still needs to find Voice of the Risen, or else this is just a bit of a wall. There's no meat behind it. There are no spikes on this wall, no offensive capabilities. It's just full defense. Blocking Badger Bear, not a bad hit for tank. I mean, the 5/5 stats are really all that matter here, and Space cannot even get that down to a manageable level with Scrying Sands.
And Echo goes for the block. Warm-up does cover this, allows the Badger Bear to survive. Tumble in hand as well to send a Naka back into position, but just lets it go down, keep that space open on the board. And the Echo Jinx in game number 3, trying to find an out, but doesn't get a Chrono Break here.
No, Parallel Convergence is so good when you've got a Voice of the Risen and Echo to pair with it, but unfortunately Space has not been able to find the secondary unit that makes their deck a threat. They've just been playing a utility game with Echo, which has been completely stalwarted by triple Darken Harp from Tank Buster. No ability to block with the Echo, get some valuable trades off, still do the time trick, and instead Space looking like they might just have to throw down this Echo one more time.
When you're playing Echo decks like this, you just trade all of your chump blockers, these Chronomancers. Over time, you're eating away at your opponent's board, and once they lose control, the Chrono Break allows you to strike back against a 6v3 board.
And a formidable Broadwing coming off the top. A little bit of damage pushed here, and knowing that Tank has Aatrox in hand, knowing that they're going to get another 0-mana tumble on the following turn, things are looking dire here for Space. The only real saving grace is that Tank doesn't have a rally ability with some kind of scout.
And as we move into the last turn, Boulevard, what's the top deck for Space? What's the best one here? Is it a Heedless? So Space does still have Heedless in hand. Castaway comes through. Heedless can happen to revive another Echo. We get a couple more time tricks, but there's not enough mana there.
No, it's certainly awkward, and honestly, Space might even be forced to use something like the Rite of Negation on the tumble here, as much as you would absolutely hate to do something like that. It might be a force. I think Space's best chance at victory is throwing out that secondary Echo, getting a full block down next turn, and then finding a Chrono Break off of one of the time tricks with a Voice of the Risen.
Tank Buster can summon Aatrox here. I'm pretty sure the World Ender is heavily discounted. Petricite, Broadwing, and Jrawal are still live as blockers.
Yeah, it might actually
challengers,
even be,
rather.
It might even be like a 0-mana at this point on that World Ender. It's very possible.
And yeah, Space can't commit the Mystic Shot either to fix these trades. It's just about going all in, getting 2 time tricks, 2 shots at the Chrono Break. Is this going to be enough stats, Boulevard? Even if the response here is tumble onto Anaka to fill up the board once again. This is one more block from Echo onto whatever Anaka summons. Zolani!
Oh, and that might actually just be lethal, Skarzig. There's 3 power to buff in Tank's hand. We're looking at 11 damage on the Zolani and only 3 health on the Echo, the strongest blocker. There is still a Scrying Sands, and Scrying Sands plus Chrono Break are available. There's still so much mana for Tank Buster.
There's the block. Form up. Onto Zolani. 7. Scrying Sands comes through to take 2 away. Predicting to put a Mystic Shot on top, or maybe a skip here. Still looking for Voice of the Risen. Just barely surviving. Another time trick added to the hand to predict and draw once more. Chrono Break on top of this as well.
Really needs to find Quicksand at this stage of the game, or they are just dead to that Zolani on the open attack. This Chrono Break is going to be used as a desperation measure to try and keep space alive for one more round, but they don't even have enough blockers. Echoes are going to have to go back into combat, and one of them could fall to the catch block on Zolani, but I'm not sure if Tank is willing to leave her in Mystic Shot range.
Double Echo comes through. Castaway comes through. This is a rare instance where Tank Buster gets to take the free blocks because Anaka has been just chilling and refilling the board, drawing units directly out of the deck instead. And with no more threat of another follow-up Chrono Break with these Echoes, Tank Buster can now fully develop.
And catch is being committed onto Zolani, so one more Echo gonna go down here. And I think Tank might actually just have a 0-mana World Ender.
At this point, with so many pseudo rallies and rallies clashing and crashing.
To me,
Aatrox as well. 0-mana World Ender. Unbelievable. And no Rite of Negation available for space. There's a Heedless.
Quicksand is found, but there's just not enough units for space. Unless they can predict. I mean, there's still a couple drop borders in deck. If they could get those online, Voice of the Risen finally comes out on what I have to assume is the 17th predict of the game. The hide-and-seek champion of the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier goes to Voice of the Risen, doing it so much better than Echo did in game number 2.
And with Aatrox coming down with World Ender, Zolani and Aatrox are the overwhelm targets that have to be
Oh, that's a lot of
Quicksanded.
Seratu.
And now 4 cards drawn on the open attack. A free summon from... Oh, wait, no, the Anaka...
Anaka got assimilated.
Right, okay. So no free summon.
4 draws, there's a Condemn in hand, there's a...
They're all 0-mana Boulevard.
Shot. There's so much going on, and Tank Buster certainly has found the line and will etch his name in the Red Pup Games Hall of Fame. Join Card Gamer, join Floppy Mudkip in the champion circle for that team. Tank has done it, space has fallen, Aatrox wins the seasonal.
The Mono Echo, such a daring choice that paid off alongside Pink Seraphine. But at the end of the day, Tank Buster with such a solid lineup and such skilled piloting could not be stopped.
And this is very much Tank's meta of victory at the MR Open last week. The first player to ever win the big grassroots event and then go on to win the entire thing the next week. We are going to throw it to a very short break while we get in a call with the Tank Buster for an interview for you. If he'll have us, it's not a guarantee. And we will be back shortly. Do not go anywhere. You're going to want to hear what this kid has to say. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the end of the Heart of the Huntress Worlds Qualifier. My name is Boulevard, this is Skarzik, and now we have with us a secret third person. That's right, it's not much of a secret. It is our newly crowned champion, the Tank Buster. Tank, how are you feeling?
I am feeling over the moon right now. So excited for a chance back at Worlds.
The Worlds tournament last year was just such a momentous event, and now you've secured your spot to go back and do it again. Now that you've gotten this opportunity, Tank Buster, is there anything that's already jumping out to you to say, I did this the first time and I immediately want to change and improve on this aspect for my second Worlds appearance?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is I went in to the other Worlds with a little bit more of a closed mindset. I didn't try out as many things as I potentially should have. And while I think that my prep group certainly helped me along, I think I ended up switching to a deck last second that probably didn't end up working out my way. But I'd say the biggest thing was the entire week before that was my finals week for college, and I was just very stressed and got really bad sleep the night before and just wasn't playing my A game. So
Well, you've definitely been on your A game this week, Tank, as we've shouted out on the broadcast many a times. I'm sure the audience is tired of hearing about this. You're fresh off of a win at the Master Runeterra Open last weekend. Now the World's Qualifier winner, and I gotta ask, you ran back a couple of the same decks. You know, you talked about maybe you'd end back up on this Samira Darius, maybe you wouldn't, and the deck that you actually changed out was Jhin Broadmane for Jax Varus. Can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So in open rounds, I played Jax Quinn, Samira Darius, and Aatrox. And while we were trying to be favored into Heimerdinger, the Jax Quinn had to go. So this Jax Varus was a deck that me and the rest of the RPG guys decided like an hour before lock in. Like, hey, I think this fits the tables that we want. So I queued up my first like 2 games of the deck and then went in.
And
so let me get this straight. Hold on. You're telling us that last year at Worlds you were like, oh, I'm not going to swap last minute. Also, I just won the Worlds qualifier by swapping last minute.
Every single one of these qualifiers recently, I've been making some swap last minute. Like last Open, I switched to Heimer Nidalee last second from APAC, which was a very spicy deck. Very anti-meta, and it sort of worked out for me. I made top 16, so it was good.
Yeah,
but...
you're keeping an open mind like you said you wanted to do. The Jax Varus was hyped up a lot in the days leading up to this tournament, but kind of fell off right at the 11th hour. Was Jax Varus on your radar at all, or did you go all in on just a teammate's suggestion?
It was on my radar. I knew it was a strong deck. I just hadn't played it yet. And my team hadn't really given it too much of a looking at until more recently. There was 2 members of our team who had their eye on it, certainly. But it just ended up that this was exactly where we want to be based on what we saw the other regions were playing.
Now, Tank, in my mind, you're something of an Aatrox gamer. I feel like every time I see you in a tournament, you're on the Aatrox. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But I gotta ask, 7 out of our top 8 players brought Aatrox this weekend. Did you expect that kind of representation from this deck?
No. So looking at APAC and EU representation, it seemed like Aatrox was like maybe like the 3rd or 4th most popular deck over there. And in America, it spiked up to being number 1 by such a long shot. I wasn't expecting that, but I was prepared for that. I felt like my lineup could do well into it if given the opportunity. So, it's surprising, but a more welcome surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great that's just a great mindset to have. Your matchups were covering so many different possibilities, and I think the Jax Varus really surprised me. Were you actually, one thing I did want to ask as well, Tank Buster, were you surprised at how much the Darius was getting banned? Do you feel that was because of your Master Runeterra open performance, or because of just it being an unknown factor for a lot of players?
So interestingly, this although having a similar champ split, this Nard Darius Samira deck is a completely different deck than what I was playing in the Open, the MR Open. So in the MR Open, this was just pure overwhelm. So this deck actually Hash created, and he did a very good job with this deck. It's sort of Samira Varus-like. And we were trying to sort of keep it under wraps for that last Open. So I tried to play Samira Darius, Nardarius in the MR Open because I wanted to get a feel of what the deck was like. But very, very different decks. They're trying to accomplish pretty different things. And you can see that in their tables.
All right, well, that is all for me, Skarsig. Unless you have any burning questions for the champ, I think we're going to wrap this show up. Tank, you mentioned Hash. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give before we send you off?
Yeah, I wish I could shout out everybody in RPG, but they all did great today. I mean, we won the EU Open and then won this Open, 2 in one day. It was pretty crazy, but that's all thanks to people like Hash, people like Cup, who, while he didn't play in the Open, he was helping us through learning a lot of these matchups, how to play optimally, like for Samira Darius. Also, Card Gamer taught me everything I know about Aatrox. And all of these guys, I once again, I wish I could shout out them all, but I really appreciate each and every one of them.
That is beautiful to hear. And again, congratulations, Tank. We will see you later this year at the World Championship, where you will be joining your teammate Floppy Mudkip, another seasonal champion. And we will see you then. Now, to the rest of you at home, we're getting ready to wrap up this show. It's been a long day of competitive Runeterra. Skarsig, what do you want to say to the people at home before we sign off?
Thank you so much, everybody, once again, for coming out to support the community, support the game, cheer for your favorite players across all 3 shards. It's been a blast, and I hope that we can keep it running. Runeterra mentioned.
Runeterra mentioned indeed multiple times over the course of the day by us especially. Thank you again to our wonderful production staff, especially Sparkling Iced Tea, casting EMEA, doing his magic behind the scenes. And you know what? Shout out Spids too for top 32ing the Americas and for casting APAC. I don't know how they do 2 in one day, but to all of you at home, good luck in your future endeavors as we now switch gears towards Eternal and wait for the balance patch to come later this week. At least I think there is one. I have been Boulevard. This has been Skarsig, and we will see you next time.